ค must break the code. I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun.
Ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love myself. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light.
Double kill.
May the holy light I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Impressive! First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive! Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning! Lightning!
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Crack him! First blood.
Holy light.
Crack him! Double kill. Mega kill.
I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Battle is being started here by NIIGHTMARE eSports. That is being contested.
彎彎 phải lên bảng điểm số, sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Alright, welcome to the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championships. My name is Giam Gaming with Burger King on our last day of the playoffs. And well, to start things off, how are you feeling, Burger King?
Well, it's a very long week at that. We had a one-day break on Friday, so we had some time to R&R before we head over to the weekend. And yesterday we had a lot of pleasant surprises. I actually did tweet about this, so if you guys are following me on social media, I've been tweeting about WAWA Gaming in particular, because I was so surprised that that actually happened for them in yesterday's matchup against IDNS. And speaking of IDNS, they'll actually going to be the first team today in the lower bracket finals, going to go up against NIIGHTMARE eSports. And this is a match that already happened here in the qualifiers, not in a best out of 3 situation, but we've already seen it in a best out of 1. So that's something I'm looking forward to, right? Like IDNS, they've had a lot of questionable drafts yesterday. They've also had like prio picks on the Jawhead. I think let me look at my notes, because I always have this handy dandy notebook with me every time I go on stage. So yeah, I like taking down notes. I like taking down like what particular bands each teams do. And for WAWA Gaming was a reverse sweep, so really surprising turnaround, because a lot of people were actually expecting IDNS, of course, based on the performance and the stats, and of course they are the staple team in the Mekong region, right? So here we have it finally done with the group stages. Now we're down to our top 4 teams still in the tournament, and now they are going. We are going to be seeing like 2 more teams eliminated today, and of course they're going to be playing or fighting for the prize pool of $10,000 US, 4,000 for the winner, 2,500 for the second placer. The third placer also gets something, 1,500, and 800 for the fourth placers. And for those who have been eliminated as early as the group stages, they still do bring something home. That's still $300 for the teams that participated here in the M4 Mekong Qualifier.
Yes, and of course, these top 4 teams right now battling on the last day of the playoffs are assured already of $800 US. But of course, teams right now are battling for the first spot, which receives $4,000 US, plus being the one to qualify for the M4 World Championship. We already bid to some teams like Study for Life, Team Evo, CATTY Gang, and what team was that? One more team that we have played at during the group stages, and unfortunately, we are though hoping to see them once again, maybe next time on the next tournaments. Team XCT, there, the last one here in the middle, and these top 4 teams as well right now on the second day of the playoffs had a lot to go through, especially for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, for NIIGHTMARE eSports, WAWA Gaming, and MDH eSports. We saw a lot of growth coming in from these teams, but so far, the one sitting at the very top is MDH eSports. WAWA Gaming had a lot to go through, taking down IDONOTSLEEP eSports in a reverse sweep. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it as well during their match against MDH eSports. But we also are looking forward to kind of some growth here on NIIGHTMARE eSports, IDONOTSLEEP eSports. During the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, IDONOTSLEEP eSports actually came through from the lower bracket. So maybe they're going for that same road once again.
Truly. I mean, looking at the lower brackets. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we were saying that the bracketing is quite interesting now that IDNS is here in the lower bracket, and we only have the last 4 teams. So this is the battle for the 4th place, best of 3. So either NIIGHTMARE eSports or IDNS will be going home. Such a crucial thing for the Thai team. They are the only Thai team remaining here in the Mekong Qualifiers. And as for Laos, they still do have 2 more representatives, so 1 representative each for Vietnam and Thailand left. And as for Laos, they still have 2 teams here remaining in the Mekong Qualifiers. So you guys saw the prize pool, you guys saw what's at stake here. I mean, aside from the prize pool, right, Gigi, they are going to be fighting for that 1 slot in the M4 Mekong in the M4 World Championships that will be happening next year in Jakarta, Indonesia. We've seen already several MPLs already concluding, several representatives already getting selected for the M4 next year. So now we are going to be crowning a champion here in the Mekong region. Let's find out who it is, because MDH is already waiting there at the grand finals stage in a best out of 5. But for now, before we head over to our games, Gigi, I think we are going to be going on to a short break first before we head over to our lower bracket semifinals between NIIGHTMARE eSports and IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Again, reminding you guys that there are a lot of giveaway codes, of course, throughout the playoffs. We gave a lot yesterday, and we will be giving more for you guys to enjoy yesterday. So if you weren't able to catch the codes, be sure to tune in to all of the games. We have the lower bracket semifinals and then the final lower brackets, and eventually we're going to be heading over to the grand finals.
All right. So stay tuned. Of course, you're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. Giang Gaming and Burger Kim will be back to start off the action on the lower bracket semifinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer government.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love herself. Only a shepherd.
Impressive. First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive. Slain an enemy. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light darkness
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love herself. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
it's being contested.
Ship 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Thank you so much for waiting, and we're back finally to the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. You're still watching the M4 Mekong Qualifiers, of course, with Burkim and Giyang Gaming. We'll still be bringing you the action here in the Land of Dawn, and now we're gonna be heading over to our first semi-final lower bracket match. There you have it. NIIGHTMARE eSports and IDNS. And we were talking about this, GG, before the break, that these two teams have already faced each other in the group stages. So the last time they faced off was IDNS getting the win. But here's the thing. It's going to be a best out of 3 this time. So there's just a lot of possibilities. And yesterday we've seen that, right? With IDNS and WAWA Gaming. I mean, who would have thought, right? The top seed of the Group B stages, undefeated, going up against the second seed of the Group A stages, and having a reverse sweep at that. So pretty much anything can happen here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Quite an interesting meta that we are seeing as well. But Gigi, I think we are going to be giving away, of course, in-game items for you, lucky viewers watching the live stream right now. There you go. Free in-game item codes will be shown randomly throughout all the matches, or throughout the matches here in the M4 Mega Qualifiers. We have 3 series for today, which is the lower bracket semifinals, the final rather, the final lower bracket finals, and then we have our grand finals, which is a best out of 5. So that means there is more or less a total of almost 10 matches for today. So stay tuned for that. Go ahead to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang website to claim your codes to make sure that you get those goodies from Moonton. Thank you so much once again for providing us with these in-game codes for all of our lucky viewers. And here you have it, IDNS and NIIGHTMARE eSports again in our semi-finals in the lower brackets. GG, this is a very big thing for both teams, especially since this is already one team will be heading home right now, gonna be finishing at 4th place if they do fail to secure this series. IDNS gonna be staple banning that Akai away from their side, as well as the Balmond, so not gonna give anything to my princess, that anything that he is actually comfortable with. And surprisingly, NIIGHTMARE eSports is going to respond the same way. They're gonna take away the Fanny and the Brock.
So far, Valentina, the Paramis, available still here for both teams. Paquito as well. IDONOTSLEEP eSports might actually try to take in one of those, as NIIGHTMARE eSports might not actually ban out the Paramis or the Valentina anymore, so that they can answer back, given the current bans as of the moment. Crowd control, frontline heroes are being taken away at most here in our game number 1, like the Akai, the Balmond, and the Grok. So very interesting interaction here actually for both teams, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports might actually have the choice of picking up the Valentina, unless, you know, NIIGHTMARE eSports would
ban it away.
Not let it out.
Yeah, I feel like it might be a Diggy ban. The last time that they've also gone up against each other, there was a Diggy ban coming through for NIIGHTMARE eSports. And with that being said, there is a lot open if that is the case, or maybe centered towards 33 right now. I am actually right with the Diggy. Yep, Valentina, which means that NIIHTMARE eSports can pick up the Faramis and Atlas, or Paquito Faramis, because Faramis Atlas is just too much to take for IDNS if that is the case, right? That's too much for them to pick up right now. So what are they gonna pick up? Faramis, maybe Paquito. I think Paquito would be a very safe choice for NIIHTMARE eSports. Yeah, there you go. Faramis. I think a Paquito would also be very safe for their side. I mean, an Atlas, I don't think you would want to give that to IDNS right now. You don't want to give them that upper hand.
So it's kind of like a 50-50 right now on a decision here for Nightmare Esports, especially that right now they do have the Faramis, so might as well get the Atlas so that IDONOTSLEEP Esports will not get this really high engaged hero with a fatal link. Now, as it gets taken out, IDONOTSLEEP Esports has the option of picking up the Paquito for themselves. Might as well go with a shredding marksman as well, like a Melissa. There's 33 actually utilized quite effectively.
Yeah, the 33 has been using a lot of marksman heroes. Again, yesterday we've seen the composition from IDNS wherein 33 went back to his original lane, which is the XP lane. So I don't think it's very wise for IDNS to actually go about with that type of lineup once again, knowing that this is already a very crucial match. This if you don't win this series, it's going to be goodbye for you. Gonna go home. And IDNS, they are going to be stealing away some of the comfort picks as well that Nightmare Esports would want to take. The Julian here, I think this just might be Lois's hero. They also pick up the Esmeralda here. Dyrot might be the pickup here for Nightmare Esports, obviously, to go up against the Esmeralda. I think that should be the case, not unless they want to, go ahead and pick up the marksman here for Cammy, something for Cammy. We've seen Cammy yesterday on a lot of carries, on a Melissa, so is that going to be the case? Yeah, Dyrot, obviously.
Yeah,
that is something that is expected.
Smartest move here for Nightmare Esports, because surely this artist is gonna be banned away on the second banning phase. IDONOTSLEEP Esports might actually try to take out the carry here, Cammy, because of his multiple times using that particular hero yesterday, and actually had a decent performance with it. As he's being supported by Jasmine and my princess, serving as frontline to soak up the damage, prevent enemies from reaching her space, and basically just protecting Cammy as a whole. Nightmare Esports, I think right now, based on their first 3 picks, they already have engaged, they already have sustain and some damage, but I think it's still not enough. They should invest on something explosive and consistent as well on their marksman side. I'm not so sure if the carry would be sufficient. Maybe maybe a Claude would suffice, but it would depend, because IDONOTSLEEP Esports picked up the Valentina. They can basically use the Cult Altar as well, so I think they might settle for something like a Melissa here.
Yeah, a Melissa and a Bruno, and there you have it, a gold laner ban here coming through for Nightmare Esports as their final ban. They also take away Zanri's Lolita, which kind of leaves Zanri with only maybe more or less like the support options. They still don't have any answer to the Atlas and the Faramis, so that's something I'm looking forward to see. I haven't seen this region utilize the Minotaur that has been rocked in the jungle in different regions, namely the Philippines, as well as other regions as well in Southeast Asia, that has been utilizing the Minotaur to answer out to the Faramis. They take away the Barretts here, again, limiting so much. I think that's like 4 heroes away for the jungler here of Nightmare Esports, particularly my princess. So there might just be other heroes resurfacing here as the jungler role. Like, we haven't seen a Bane so much. Like, the utility type of jungler is the name of the game here for Nightmare Esports jungler. They do pick up the Melissa here, which kind of it is kind of telling already in their ban, right? They took out the Claude here. So what's it gonna be for 33?
I would actually be a little bit surprised if they pick up the Kimmy once again. I mean, they picked it up during their game against WAWA Gaming. But
that's like too much magic damage though for IDNS. Their first 3 picks already like magic damage. They they heard me. Wait.
They actually go with this.
I'm so surprised
All
they
right,
actually
all
went
right.
with this. I'm not even sure. There is. I'm not so sure if they're listening to me, but I got it once again. The Minotaur, the answer to the Faramis. Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a battle of the tanks here. More or less, I'm not so sure, right? Like, it could be. Well, it doesn't make sense if you make the Julian a roamer, right? So it's more or less going to be It's going to be Zanri's hero. I'm liking this. I'm actually quite surprised they went with my Minotaur, prediction, but very happy right there. And then final pick here for my princess. They still do need a jungler here. A lot has already been taken out. So what can work well here? I mean, they can go for the dives right now because they have the Fire Mist. They got the Atlas to set up right now. They also got the Melissa with the range.
Wow. They actually pick up
Ooh,
the
Baksha.
Baksha here for their front line. Very solid so
Yeah,
far
it's a
here
very
for
good answer.
NIIGHTMARE eSports. Cuts down some of the sustain as well with the ultimate, but IDONOTSLEEP eSports does have a lot of burst right now in their composition, which is actually one of the counters towards a high sustain lineup. Because right, if you're gonna be able to burst out your enemy faster than they could react towards using the cult altar, then it's gonna be good for you. It's gonna be good for IDONOTSLEEP eSports. But you know, anything can still happen here in this game. Both has drafted a nice and aggressive lineup here, but an Atlas is always gonna be looking for picks. Minotaur as well to counter out this Faramis in the mid lane. And since you mentioned that, okay, it's Zanri using this Minotaur,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be a jungle Minotaur.
Yeah, the last time that Nightmare and IDNS also went up against each other in the group stages, we also saw not a Clint Melissa, but a Claude Clint matchup in the gold lane. All I can say
Wow.
is that definitely this Claude can poke the heck out of this Melissa, especially since if
I'm liking
Cammy
the
here
nature.
does not have that poke just yet. But look at this, Izzy and the 33. Oh no, it's JVCB actually playing for Nightmare Esports today, so
Oh,
it's not going to be Juviana.
all right. They switched it up once again, which happened during, I think, group stages or during yesterday's matches. I forgot, but Jasmine actually is quite low. Mizming trying to get
They're
that
in the
last
middle of
hit, but
everything.
so will try to dive. Mizming now being punished a little bit, has to fall back, and no casualties gonna be experienced by both teams just yet.
Yeah, I think they are actually so careful at this point, right? I mean, so Soul is gonna use that flicker. So many flickers burned away already, and the one or going to the 2 minute mark, something that we didn't really expect. You know, both teams they are looking for that engage, especially since they do have the Atlas, they have the Minotaur as well. So you can definitely go for all of those clashes, those team fights that you want. But a technical pause has been called here, GG, by both sides. So let them adjust what they need to fix first before we head over to the actual match, right? I mean, it's so difficult, right? You are having problems with your signal in the middle of the game, and then that's when when a major clash is about that. That did happen to me, right? That did happen to me, and it was just really frustrating. Especially we were in the middle of the clash. I was using an Estes, and everyone was like was telling me, "Why did you press the heal?" I was like, "Oh, I had problems with I had problems with my connection, so I wasn't able to press that." So yeah, it does happen, guys. So
Of course.
give Nightmare Esports some time. Yeah, they've been having some technical difficulties, so let's give them the time to adjust that. I think they will be allowed rather 2 pauses for the entire duration of the game. So let them have their time first. But we do have to talk about the Minotaur and the Atlas matchup. What do you think about this Minotaur? I think this is the first time it ever debuted. Like we haven't seen it in the group
Yeah,
stages. This is the first time it came out in the playoff
not at
stage.
all. It's pretty new right now here in the Mekong qualifiers, and actually it's one of my most anticipated heroes to be used, but not really as a support, but more of a jungle on the usual high sustain meta right now in Mobile Legends. But I'm liking the adaptability here of IDONOTSLEEP esports in general. So it would take a lot for NIIGHTMARE esports to, you know, try to resist those kinds of threats coming in from them. What about you, Hurricane?
Yeah, I do like the Minotaur. It has been utilized in several regions, like what I mentioned earlier, to answer out to the Faramis, the crowd control. knowing that Nightmare actually went all the way for it, like the Faramis and Atlas. I was actually expecting them to lessen, to tone it down a bit, right? To maybe pick up the Faramis and then go for the Paquito, but they're like, you know what? Let's just go all out. I mean, there's a Valentina. That's fine. We'll just. I mean, the Valentina can only pick up one ultimate at the time. So I think this will also be a match that wherein Mizimek really has to think through of which ultimate that he has to pick up, right? Is it the fatal links here of the Atlas, or is it the cult altar here of the Faramis? But if you do ask me, it would be wiser to pick up the Faramis' ultimate, since you already have someone who does tempo, initiates a tempo, which is coming in the form of Zanri. And here comes the first turtle of the game. And Jasmine gonna fall down real low. Is he gonna join the party? He's gonna get taken down. Lois draws the first blood here in the game. 2-minute mark. IDNS gonna go straight for that turtle. JVCV gonna miss out on that abyssal strike. IDNS with no contest at all. They got that first pickoff. They're gonna get this turtle as well. A very good start for the Thai team here in the Mekong Qualifier.
Yeah, very nice pick there, especially by Mizimek getting the fatal links of Jasmine to take him on. And now, with a little bit of momentum swinging in their favor, they're being extra aggressive as of the moment, trying to rotate towards top side. But Jasmine is right there as well, just trying to defend Kami for the meantime, as he's just trying to scale up. Meanwhile, in our XP lane, on our bot lane, you don't see that much action on them just yet because of their matchup is the D-Roth and the Esmeralda. I think they're gonna be playing it extra safe and cautious. Just wait for some pickoffs to happen. Given the aggressiveness here of IDONOTSLEEP eSports, NIGHTMARE eSports should be very careful. Oh, just like that, Kami getting it taken out. IDONOTSLEEP eSports, I think they have learned a little bit from their match against WAWA Gaming, especially that they want to come up to at least the lower bracket finals, towards the grand finals. They're trying to create some more opportunities for themselves on those rotations, but also trying to be careful as well whenever they rotate.
Yeah, so very early takedown on the tower on the top side with the IDNS rotation there, which means that this could be 33 freely moving around the map here with IDNS, meaning more damage when it comes to the team fights here, knowing that NIGHTMARE eSports do want to set that up. They have the Atlas here, they also have the Faramis, and they also have the Baksha here as well to do the dives. And right now, they're going to be sending 33 here on the bottom side, of course, to go up against JVCV. Not so sure what the idea here of NIGHTMARE eSports, because Juviana had a very good performance the last time he played for NIGHTMARE eSports. So maybe, just maybe, they think that Juviana is someone who can fight alongside Izzy when it comes to the tempo. But again, we are going to be going to a technical pause this time called by the members of IDNS.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think NIGHTMARE eSports is experiencing quite a lot of technical problems for today's games. Kind of unfortunate for them, but I do like the view that they have in their place right now. If you saw the camera a while ago, like IDONOTSLEEP eSports is in their office, their usual gaming place. NIGHTMARE eSports actually having some nature behind them. Lots of trees, lots of greens and stuff, but I guess the reception might be a little bit different from that area. Hopefully they do patch it up though, as we're already, of course, the final day in the Mekong qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, and even if you are just right now on the lower bracket, can still find your way towards the grand finals. This is their second and final chance actually to redeem themselves. And NIGHTMARE eSports, we already talked about them quite a lot, and we actually have a lot of expectations on this team, especially after their performance during the past few days, after trying to battle against MDH eSports in the upper bracket semifinals, now being the ones to battle against IDONOTSLEEP eSports, which is a team as well that is trying to patch up the recent mistakes, trying to be a little bit more respectful, and also going back towards their roots on how they usually navigate in the game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, IDNS really has a lot to take in, right? Losing to another Laos team yesterday, sending them here actually in the semis of the lower bracket. So they will be facing two teams from Laos, namely WAWA Gaming, if ever they do move forward to the next battle. But if ever Nightmare Esports does win this series, they will be having a Laos versus Laos final, lower bracket finals, and then eventually they will be heading to the grand finals, which is the Vietnamese team waiting for them right there. MDH Esports already sitting quite comfortably in that grand finals stage. And now we're just going to be waiting for these two teams. Actually, I'm looking forward to see both of them go against each other. I mean, the game number one, they have a quite a good draft. I mean, this is like high high energy type of draft. I would say like there's going to be a lot of team fights that I'm expecting as well for this type of draft. I mean, you got the Minotaur, you also got the Atlas, the Faramis, and the Valentina as well. So this is you can already get a glimpse, especially if we reach the point wherein both sides already get the items that they need, and it's just a matter of execution. That will definitely be so exciting for IDNS and Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports starting the turtle so far here. Jasmine trying to get one with a fatal link, but actually got no one. This is going to be kind of disastrous on their end.
Yeah.
IDONOTSLEEP eSports trying to capitalize on the moment. Good use though by Soso on the cult altar to save Jasmine in the process, but I don't think they can actually steal up this turtle as Lois picks it up, and they just disengage for the moment. Not much fights happening as of right now, but Nightmare Esports and the longer run are actually losing quite a lot. 33 picked up a tower in the bot lane, but they're trying to answer back with one on top. Mizimic though tries to engage them once more, but they will just disengage for now. Meanwhile, bot side, Zanri, 33, and Lois just look to rotate once again after taking a tower in bot.
Oh no, Izzy getting the cult altar there by Mizzy Mink. And the top side, IDNS looking to push the towers actually as fast as they can. This is just a 5-minute mark. They already got two, perhaps going towards the third one, trying to push that tower on the bot side as much as they can and not going to force out any more team fights, right? And every time you see IDNS going for it, they're going to go for the engage. They have to take down Jasmine first. And Jasmine hasn't had that very nice setup with the Fatal Links just yet. So we have yet to see that from Nightmare Esports, but they are setting up something here. Jasmine and Soso combination, they pop in the conceal here. It seems like Izzy is going to be their target. Jasmine still has the flicker here, but they are not gonna commit because knowing that IDNS is also popping in that conceal play, it's a matter of who's going to use it first. They disengage once again. This is surprisingly so clean from both sides.
Yeah, they're just stalking each other right now, trying to get information across the map, to rotate, and try to get some pick-offs, but they manage to avoid each other. While they do it, though, towers are starting to fall down once more here on Nightmare Esports side. They only have picked up one in the top lane earlier, but it was also crucial because those people who were trying to push up tried to get ganked here by IDONOTSLEEP eSports, and now going towards the third and last turtle of the game. IDONOTSLEEP eSports again starting it up, and Nightmare Esports actually just gonna be giving this away for now. Not much fights happening, only 2 kills here by IDONOTSLEEP eSports, but because of their tower take and the turtle takes, they're actually up by around 3k. And Izzy, despite the 2v1 scenario and the gank there by Jasmine, still not gonna be killed here as Mizimic now joins the fight. He will just let them be for now, and he experiencing some problem here from
still
Nightmare Esports.
Well, we've heard this earlier on that they've been having some problems with their connection as well. We are going to be waiting for our teams once again to get ready, but we do have to talk about how clean those team fights, or those supposed team fights, were supposed to be, right? Like we were waiting for that fatal links from Jasmine, then we were waiting for the Minoan's Rage from Jasmine's from the Minotaur of the side of IDNS, but they always disengage whenever they do know that there is going to be the ultimates being thrown there. So quite surprisingly, it's so clean from IDNS and Nightmare Esports. And as for IDNS, I think their call here for this game, knowing that they have the early game advantage with the Clint, 33's Clint, they've been pushing the lanes aggressively on the top
Yeah.
side, on the bot side, and opening up the map a lot, right? They've been getting all the turtles in this entire game.
Yeah, Clint has a significantly better range in the laning phase, and a lot of pokes as well towards towers. It's one of the best hero to use in the marksman department to actually have that control in the early game, and he has been controlling Cammy a while ago quite a lot, and as they try to rotate across the map, we see more productivity actually coming from IDONOTSLEEP eSports, because not only do they get towers and pick-offs, they also get objectives like turtles, getting a couple of resources along the way. And so far, we haven't seen that much resistance coming from NIIGHTMARE eSports, maybe due to their technical problem that they experienced quite a lot already since the very beginning of this day. But hopefully it gets patched up, because we wouldn't want a team to suffer in terms of performance just because of a technical problem. We want them to be at their peak condition, best setting possible, and also more than capable to go towards this final day of the Mekong qualifiers, right? We are now very, very close towards the conclusion, and we wouldn't want a team to lose just because of something that they don't necessarily have to experience, right? Like internet issues, maybe phone dying, stuff like that on a crucial crash, on a crucial game like here.
Exactly.
Best of 3 and game number 1. It's very difficult to win a game, even a single game, with internet problems or some sort of technical problems. And not only does it affect your performance as a whole, but it also affects your mentality, right? Your energy. You kind of get tilted a little bit by that. I would, but I don't know.
Hopefully
Maybe
not, though.
These players, yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, though, for NIIGHTMARE eSports. I really feel like they've already proven themselves in their country, right? I think this was the same lineup that they've had in representing the Laos team in the MLBBC games as well. So a lot of people, especially our Laos viewers, I'm pretty sure they are very much excited for either WAWA Gaming or Laos Gaming to get that seat in the grand finals, because for the longest time it has either been, it has always been IDNS standing there on top, and even Vietnam as well, proving themselves to be much better here in the M4 Mekong qualifiers, because last time we had the MSC, it was a different story. It was it was IDNS representing the Mekong region. So this time we do want to see maybe fresh names, maybe new names as well to stay on top. I actually do have high expectations for the Vietnamese team, which is MDH Esports, standing in the grand finals already. They haven't lost a series yet. They did lose just one game in the entire qualifiers, but never a series.
Yeah, I believe it was one game during the upper bracket semifinals against NIIGHTMARE eSports as well. So imagine the degree of performance of NIIGHTMARE eSports if they are under peak condition. They might as well try to contest IDONOTSLEEP eSports right now in this game. But now as we continue towards game number 1, hopefully they don't suffer any more technical problems along the way. Maybe for the whole series, whole
look
day,
at the
as
pokes.
Jasmine almost got taken out there by 33, but they decided to just take away the tower. They transition towards the mid as NIIGHTMARE eSports tries to defend, but this is the problem in their composition. They don't necessarily have any sort of wave clear, wave management, unlike for IDONOTSLEEP eSports. They have the range with the Clint, they have a little bit of clearing as well because of Mizimik, but now Jasmine goes with a fatal link, but immediate use of the Cult Altar for both teams, so it's a matter of sustain, but the Minato definitely is starting to have an impact here against NIIGHTMARE eSports as Jasmine falls down. IDONOTSLEEP eSports transition towards the mid, quickly taking some damage towards the tower the moment it falls back. Toso almost got taken out there, trying to help out his teammate.
this is what I told you, right? This Minotaur is working up against that Paramis. They were able to land that very nice no one's rage onto 4 people of Nightmare Esports, and eventually they did land that Cult Altar as well after Mizzy Mink was able to use that Purify, and eventually they did get the 2 towers there, the mid and the bot side tower for IDNS. Already 8 structures down here for the side of Nightmare Esports, and now they're gonna go straight here for the Lord. IDNS, Mizime gonna try to get in the Cult Altar as well once again. Has been proved to be very useful. They get the resources here from My Princess once again, leaving him dry in this entire game. He hasn't been able to get anything. He's not that far behind up against Lois, but the way IDNS has controlled this entire thing has been phenomenal. They get this Lord in the 9-minute mark, and Nightmare Sports, they aren't able to answer out to anything just yet. And knowing that IDNS, if you look at their battle spells, GG, that's 3 purifies on their side.
Yup.
So it's not so easy for Jasmine to do those fatal links, right? It's not just the purify you have to consider right now. It's also the Cult Altar that Mizzy Mink throws for IDNS. And after that, they have the answer
Plus
to the Paramis
Henry.
of Nightmare Esports. Exactly.
Yeah.
There comes the Lord. 10 minutes in. Can IDNS actually end this one?
More than capable to do so right now. They have like a 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game, and now charging into the mid, charging into the top as well. It's the only lane that does have an inhibitor tower, but not for long. IDONOTSLEEP eSports cleans up the base of Nightmare Esports. Slowly the waves are crashing in.
There he goes in.
It'll be used once again by both teams. But 33 already starting to pick up some kills. The Lord
there's
is
a fatal links
damaging
for
the
Jasmine.
crystal, and Nightmare Esports will fall. IDONOTSLEEP eSports takes game number 1.
Victory!
IDNS hasn't been sleeping, so they won't be having nightmares for this round. If they don't sleep, I don't think Nightmare was able to score any kills at all for this game. So it was it's contrary to what I expected, right? I was really expecting a lot of clashes, like all-out brawls, because there's the Paramis and Valentina. Then you also got the Atlas and the Minotaur, but the way they close this game in the 10-11 minute mark, IDNS just proving to us why they are usually the representatives for the Mekong region. I do have a fun fact as well for IDNS. Last time that these teams gone up against each other in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, it was IDNS standing on top, followed by MDH, which is Team Vietnam back then, and then Nightmare Esports as well, another Laos team standing on the 3rd place. So this time, it's either they send Nightmare Esports to back home, but they do have another Laos representative here, and a low kill. Okay, it wasn't a zero kills for Nightmare Esports. They did get one, but IDNS definitely this time with the Minotaur answer as well as the Valentina, proving that they do have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. 4-1, very low kill score for this round, but for IDNS, it's just eyes on the prize. Just go for the goal, right? Look at the tower damage from both Lois and 33. They just went in for the towers. I think it was really, really easy to do that, right? So that Jasmine couldn't make those setups anymore, so that they really couldn't do much as well. And 33 proving to us why he is also so versatile as a player, playing on the XP lane last time in the Mekong Qualifiers, in MSC particularly, now playing as the gold laner here for IDNS. He has been getting those MVPs back-to-back at that GG. 201 on the Clint.
And now, right, we saw the performance of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. We kind of know them quite a lot already, and this is a refreshing view coming from them against Nightmare Esports. Still trying to give them the same treatment as they had during the MSC Mekong Qualifiers as well. And the draft itself really suits the aggression of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. And this, we also saw the disadvantages of a Faramis lineup, right? You do have a lot of sustain, you do have a lot of consistent damage in your kit, but what it doesn't have is a siege damage for the tower. So it's very, very difficult for Nightmare Esports to not only push but defend as well, as they lack the range to clear out the waves. At most, it was just Cammy able to clear out some waves, some skills of JVCB. But maybe on to the next game, we would see a much better drafting and also execution coming in from Nightmare Esports. And that is to be found out later on as we head down to game number 2. But of course, before that, we're going to be going into a very short break. You're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship with Burger Kim and Giang Gaming. Please do enjoy the highlights of game number 1.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love herself. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports. Well, it's being contested.
1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Alright, welcome back to the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, and we're still watching the lower bracket semi-finals and between IDONOTSLEEP eSports and NIIGHTMARE eSports. So far, IDONOTSLEEP eSports now on the match point after that incredible performance a while ago. Although they didn't actually rely much on kills, but rather went for the objectives, like the turtles, like the pushes onto the towers, and NIIGHTMARE eSports couldn't keep up anymore. Going towards game number 2, I think this is one of the things that NIIGHTMARE eSports maybe should try to patch up for game, because we didn't actually see them initiate any fights earlier. Well, there were times actually wherein Jasmine tried to go, but triple climb, like it's hard.
Yeah, they always seem to disengage at the point where we thought that there was some action happening, right? They always disengage, but a very clean game from IDNS earlier in game number 1, and now we are moving on to game number 2, and it's already match point for IDNS eSports. And speaking of, we are going to be giving away in-game items as well to lucky viewers. I heard yesterday that there were a lot of skins received by some of our lucky viewers who tuned in, who was able to get the game item codes shown randomly throughout the entire match. So be sure to keep your eyes peeled and be sure to keep watching the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. Copy the code and redeem at m.mobilelegends.com/n/code exchange. Be sure to get that. Unfortunately for me, I tried it afterwards. The code does not work anymore. But again, we have to talk about game number 1. We're in a low kill score 4-1 for IDNS and NIIGHTMARE eSports, and 33 of course proving us again why he is the MVP for the match, and of course someone who is so flexible as well when it comes to being aggressive, as well as someone who can dish out the damage in the late game with the marksman heroes that he has been using. And he is the only one actually, GG, who has utilized more or less almost 10 unique heroes here in the Mekong Qualifiers. I mean, the Kimmy, a Melissa, a Claude, I mean, almost all of the marksmen that is in the meta he has used already. And one of the most surprising picks that he has had was the Kimmy, actually, that a lot of us did not really expect. But there was one game yesterday, I do have to highlight this as well, wherein they went up against WAWA Gaming, which is the reason, or is the team that actually made them fall to the lower brackets here right now. So WAWA Gaming, there was game number 2 wherein IDNS picked up a Dairot, and again, my theory is that maybe Izzy is not so comfortable with the Dairot, because every time that IDNS has picked up, they mostly pick up the Esmeralda, right? They pick up the Esmeralda. You saw it earlier when the Esmeralda was open, they immediately take it for themselves, but never the Dairot. And if ever the Dairot has been picked up by IDNS, it seems like it's either going to Lois, or there's the time that the Dairot was used to counter the Esmeralda. 33 went back to his lane, his old lane, the XP lane. So that's just really my theory. Maybe Izzy isn't comfortable with the Dairot. Maybe he hasn't been using the Dairot. He hasn't practiced with it so much. Or maybe it doesn't suit his playstyle as much, right? With the Dairot, you can be like super aggressive, especially if you're going up against the Esmeralda. So maybe that's not something he's so comfortable with. So mostly on like Benedettas, Esmeraldas for Izzy. Not unless IDNS will show us once again that they can rock that composition. But the last time that they pulled it off up against WAWA Gaming, it didn't go so well for them.
So it might be a weakness. I mean, that's just our theory right
Just
there, based on how they they operate during that series against WAWA Gaming. So that might be some sort of a strategy that Nightmare Esports can actually adapt. Try to prioritize the Esmeralda, try to force IDONOTSLEEP Esports into picking the Dairoth, and based on their performance against WAWA Game, they tried it out twice in a row during their best of 3 series, and it didn't actually help them that much. The performance of IDONOTSLEEP Esports kind of fell off, and they have to really patch that up, because if 33 is gonna be the one to use the Dairoth, and it's not gonna be that much effective as they intended it to be, because 33 is a monster as a marksman, and that's where he has to be always for the team, dishing out a lot of damage, scaling for the team, split pushing as well a little bit, and providing that siege damage that even in game number 1 here against Nightmare Esports, we saw a lot of times wherein 33 just dealt damage towards the tower, and because of his range, because of the pokes that comes in with the cleanse package, of course, we saw a Nightmare Esports struggling a lot to counter or at least prevent the pushes coming in from IDONOTSLEEP Esports.
Yeah, truly. IDNS is a team that I actually predicted that the upper bracket finals was going to be MDH and IDNS, and eventually IDNS will fall to the lower bracket finals to go up against either WAWA Gaming or Nightmare Esports. And boy, was I wrong. It's like, what? IDNS has been doing good so far. I mean, especially up against their match yesterday with WAWA Gaming, wherein they had a reverse sweep. A lot of things that, of course, they had to patch up as well for today, especially since this is a crucial match, like what I mentioned, that whoever will lose the series will be heading home, either to Thailand or to Laos, back home, right? It's the best out of 3 series. We're already at a match point between these two teams. For IDNS in particular, they're looking to have that revenge matchup against WAWA Gaming already waiting for them in the lower bracket finals. But curious question though, Gigi. I mean, what role do you play in, the last time we played together, you mostly spanned like jungle roles. Like, do you play gold lane, or do you play like other lanes as well, or is it like mostly jungle for you?
I'm mostly on the jungle, but I have tried being a roaming tank as well as gold laner. I really love marksman because of the scaling capability. I was addicted once on picking up heroes like a Claude and the Clint, honestly, and I tried some various challenges way back. You remember me spamming out Layla?
I remember the challenges you told me about the Gusha. The reason why I asked you is because isn't it difficult for you? Let's say, isn't it difficult for you? Let's say you're a jungler, you've been using like a Balman, you've been using a Gushan, you've been using like all these jungler heroes, and then suddenly someone tells you to shift to a role that you are somewhat comfortable with, but it's not your main role, right? It's difficult. So I personally don't think that should be the call of IDNS to actually shift 33 back to the lane. And again, that is something that Nightmare Esports should consider. That Dairoth that I was pointing out, it could be an opening for Nightmare Esports to pick up, right? Force out the Dairoth from the side of IDNS, which means that either the Dairoth could be used in the jungle, or it could go to 33, because I've never seen Izzy on that Dairoth. Mostly on the Esmeraldas. We've seen Izzy as well on the Benedetta, but never a Dairoth. Just saying. Just putting that out there. Just a theory that I have, okay? If it does pop up once again, let's see. Let's see if my theory is right. Like, if they put it up again, if there's a Dairoth again for IDNS, let's see if Izzy will be the one picking it up, because so far, we haven't seen Izzy on that yet. Mostly on the high sustain, like the tank Benedetta, the Esmeralda, but not so much on the Dairoth. So let's see. This is already the match point for IDNS and Nightmare Esports. We're just waiting for the teams to get ready. for us to move over to our game number 2. But again, for people who are wondering on the live stream, GG, they're actually asking if this is the grand finals already. Yes, today is the grand finals day for the Mekong Qualifiers. Today we will be finding out who will be getting that slot to Jakarta, Indonesia next year. Either MDH or the team that will be going up against them in the grand final stage. By the way, it's a best out of 5, and all of the matches here in the lower brackets will be best out of 3, which means it's quite similar to the upper brackets that we had. So quite short, but again, the Mekong region has been thriving as well in the MLBB scene. So I'm looking forward to see more of these teams actually. Like the last time I've seen Team Vietnam and Nightmare Esports were in grassroots tournaments as well, and even major tournaments, especially made for the Mekong region. So hopefully to see in the future Mekong qualifiers, Mekong tournaments as well for MLBB. I hope to see more teams emerge forward and maybe give everyone here a run for their money, because both Nightmare Esports and IDNS are teams that have been staple in their respective countries, which is Laos and Thailand. This time IDNS on the red side, GG, the only remaining Thai team here in the Mekong qualifiers, and of course the MSC representatives as well for the Mekong region. Can they get this one? Can they get this series and have that revenge match up against WAWA Gaming? Or will Nightmare Esports force out a game number 3? They were able to force out a game number 3 from MDH, right? They were able to do that. So let's see if they will be able to force that out from IDNS this time in our lower bracket semifinals. And here we have it, the Fanny, the Grok, and the Akai being banned away here in our game number 2.
Yeah, and we already talked about some of the possible weakness of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Nightmare Esports should be listening a little bit to what our analysis was. The possibility of IDONOTSLEEP Esports not really preferring the Deroth for Izzy, or the uncomfortability of this player on the Deroth that leads usually towards the adjustment of the other players like 33 and Lois. So if Nightmare Esports are going to be forcing out the Esmeralda, then IDONOTSLEEP Esports would struggle a little bit here. Nightmare Esports does have first pick potential priority as well. And given the interactions here of both teams, well, Farsa and Valentina rather, and the Faramis are available once more. And based on Nightmare Esports' performance earlier on the Faramis, I think they would prefer to pick up the Valentina this time.
Yeah, they ban out the 1-1 here, baiting either IDNS to, take out the Valentina or the 1-1. If they do take one out, it's going to be difficult, right? If Nightmare Esports does secure the Valentina or the Faramis in the first stage. Not unless IDNS once again will put all of their resources banning away My Princess's heroes, because that has been the case for them in the previous matches that they've had. They've already had 2 matches, and now they go for the Faramis ban, okay? And maybe they get Nightmare Esports should pick up the Valentina at this point, and then maybe IDNS will pick up either an Atlas, but again, that's so tricky, right? But Nightmare Esports can pick up the Diggy as well, just in case there is going to be the Atlas here on the side of IDNS Esports. They take out the Faramis, okay? They pick up the Valentina, maybe the Lilia. You did mention it, right? One of the heroes that can go up against the Valentina. That should be a very safe choice for IDNS.
Especially with the aggressive playstyle here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Oh, actually, they're the ones who are going to be forcing out the Esmeralda, so that they wouldn't really necessarily need to pick up the D-Roth. They pick up the Diggy as well for the anti-crowd control here. That is a possibility for Nightmare Esports. Paquito still up though here for Nightmare Esports, so might as well pick it up for themselves, or maybe they can set up for D-Roth to kind of match this Esmeralda up.
Oh wait, hold on. They can't really pick up the Atlas at this point, right? The reason why IDN has picked up that Diggy was because they are anticipating the very lethal combo with the Valentina and the Atlas for Nightmare Esports. So the Dyrot would be a good choice here for Nightmare Esports to go up against the Esmeralda here of IDNS Esports. And like what I mentioned, I told you, right? They don't pick up the Dyrot. They always pick up the Esmeralda. I told you. Okay, if there is ever a game number 3, okay? If there is a game number 3, take closer look as well once again how IDNS drafts. They will not draft around that Dyrot. But speaking of the Dyrot, Nightmare Esports will completely ignore that. Once again, they are going to be getting that Claude and the Matilda. Lots of mobility for the side of Nightmare Esports. But wow, IDNS, they pick up like the Phobius as well here. This is quite similar to the draft that IDNS had up against they had a game like this wherein they picked up the Phobius mid lane for Mizzy Ming. So will this still be the case of IDNS, knowing that there's a lot of blink skills here for the side of Nightmare Esports? They also secured the Esmeralda, so there is actually not much counter towards the Phobius here. They take out the Barretts, limiting so much from My Princess, actually leaving him with the option of the Baksha in game number 1.
Yeah.
So I think that might just be the case for IDNS. Just keep banning away My Princess's heroes.
And interesting choice of heroes so far. Bannings are kind of more focused on the gold lane and the jungle here, especially for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Limiting the choices of My Princess. I don't think they can settle for an Akai anymore. They're focusing more on mobility to enable Cammy on his Claude later on. So Jasmine this time has a big responsibility to allow his teammates to relocate themselves and also boost them up during team fights, because IDONOTSLEEP Esports will have quite a lot of engaged power for themselves and a lot of protection from crowd control. So I don't think they should be going on that route anymore, since it's difficult to deal with a composition with a Diggy. And now as you go in for their fourth pick, 33 again gonna be picking up this Clint for that burst and bullying stage on the gold lane against Cammy. So this is so far really nice 4 picks here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Nightmare Esports should try to maybe add in a little bit of frontline power for themselves, given the Esmeralda Dirot is the natural response. But let's see what they pick up.
Yeah. IDNS, this is the same draft that they had when they went up against WAWA Gaming, and they won that game with the Kimmy of 33. But knowing that there is already 3 magic damage dealers here, they go for the Clint. And Nightmare Esports right now, they really have to pick up a jungler as well that can go with this tempo. Again, leaving the Baksha. Only the Baksha open here for Nightmare Esports. So Yuzong as well to deal with the back lines. Perhaps the Clint, knowing that 33 is going to be a really big problem here for IDNS. So if IDNS has the Phobius with the Demonic Force to zone away the members of Nightmare Esports, you also got the Black Dragon form here from the side of Nightmare Esports to just disrupt the formation of each team. Again, they are building towards the team fights, but again, it might be anticlimactic when we go into the game and they don't actually put out those team fights, just like game number 1. They go with the cushion. Final pick here. GG. Any thoughts on this? Like, this has been resurfacing time and time again from our teams. What is the idea of this? I mean, I'm not so familiar. I am familiar with the names of the skills of the cushion, but not so much of like why is it picked up so often. Have you tried the revamp cushion, or is it something? What am I missing here?
Well, I think the reason why teams right now are kind of going back towards the Gushin, because initially Gushin has been the hero that can easily burst someone out. Not only single target, but sometimes multiple heroes as well, due to the AoE damage of his abilities. And he's actually quite mobile in a sense. His ultimate allows him to basically blink out on a very very far location. Has a lot of relocation tools as well, just like his first skill. And as a kit overall here for Lois in the jungle this time, is going to be looking forward to ganking mid quite a lot. And this hero can easily initiate, and is quite independent, honestly, as now is being invaded with Jasmine, and My Princess actually unsuccessful in taking the blue buff, but Lois is still going to be quite okay and is farming as he secured his blue buff. And kind of sad there for My Princess. He just wanted to get his buff. Now though, Jasmine just being forced back once more, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports maybe should be backing out as well, as Mizbig is gonna fall down. That engaged by Nightmare Esports, they were mad. They were mad from
Yeah,
from the
they're eager
interaction.
to get that kill because I did us. This is the same thing that happened to them in game number one, wherein they would just they got the first blood and eventually creating so much space in the lane where 33 could just poke the heck out of tower. Speaking of pokes, right? Look at 33's damage on that tower. Kami isn't even able to move forward with the auto alarm
Yep.
bombs that Zanri has been putting up there, forcing them to actually back away, which means that 33 is again winning the lane. Here comes the team go for you guys. And everyone is a winner here. All of our viewers here on the M4 Mekong Qualifier is a winner because you guys will be enjoying those redeem codes going to be flashed away all throughout the playoffs here for you to enjoy. So if you didn't catch the last one, there are still going to be a lot more for you guys for this entire qualifiers. Here comes the first turtle of the game. Mizzy Make this time has reached that level kill tower spike, but we see that Soso has also selected that demonic force of Zenry again. But here comes NIIGHTMARE eSports. This time going to be securing in that turtle. Lois gets stunned in the middle of everything. Here goes the Circling Eagle and takes down Lois in the process. There goes Curtis Passance as well. Mizzy Make gonna able to stay that one, goes in for the demonic force, but gets obliterated by the members of NIIGHTMARE eSports. It's a double kill for the Laos team.
Yeah, Jasmine picked both of those skills up. Not really the best gold funneling here for NIIGHTMARE eSports, though that fight started with Lois trying to steal out the turtle. Unfortunately, wasn't able to land that nice last hit with the retribution, and due to his lack of ultimate already, he tried to escape with the gold grab, but NIIGHTMARE eSports preventing him from having any movement in that fight, getting a double kill even. And now they are on top side. Yasmin and My Princess just falling back after being unsuccessful in spotting out 33 and Zandy. On the bot side, JBCB is kind of far and Lois tries to burst him out. Is denied a little bit here due to the stun, and now My Princess being added towards the mix. No mana for Izzy and has to fall back. Might be able to run away still. That's gonna be good for them. Not much punished here by NIIGHTMARE eSports.
Yeah, that's gonna force out the sprint away from Izzy. I mean, you gotta run away from the Baksha. Definitely countering out the Esmeralda shields because the demonic force from Mizzy Make gonna go slam dunking there onto Soso. Soso also has that demonic force as well, so that's something that IDNS has to consider. NIIHTMARE eSports starting out much stronger this time, knowing that Lois isn't able to burst anyone just yet. He has the mystery shop emblem here to be able to get in the items that he needs. And now Cammy will be the target here. NIIHTMARE eSports knows that very well. They're going to try to go in, circling Eagle, but the reverse time from Zanri again saves the day for IDNS. Gonna go straight for the turtle. They cannot afford any casualties right now. They need to get this one for IDNS because My Princess has been securing it for NIIHTMARE eSports. Cammy will be taking it for NIIHTMARE eSports still. Once again, goes to NIIHTMARE eSports right now. They're gonna go for Izzy, getting caught and everything. The Sha residue will be able to get some lifesteal for JVCB, but gonna force Izzy once again back to the base.
Yeah, so far NIIHTMARE eSports are having the better momentum actually here in this game. We talked about NIIHTMARE eSports really going for those game number 3s, and so far this is one of these steps that they are needing to take, although they haven't really dealt with 33 and Sandon just yet. They're going to be attempting another one towards top as Jasmine dies, but might get punished actually as Mizaming joins the fight. They do get the kill onto Zanri, but at what cost? Soso gonna fall down as Mizaming still tries to dunk onto them. Lois looking for the initiate, but we'll just fall back from now. A 1-for-1 trade, and NIIHTMARE eSports just looking to maybe clear out some waves. Cammy goes in, nearly gets one, but due to his overextension will get taken out here by Lois.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here of discussion, right? Just in case that 33 was able to poke the heck out of Cammy, and eventually Lois just popping that incandescence combo with the Gushin, taking down Cammy in an instant, right? Like I was just bursted down. This is my problem, honestly, when I go up against a Gushin as well. Especially when the combo hits you, you're deleted in an instant. That's the thing. Like, you don't know where it is, and Lois was just able to use that to its fullest potential. Nightmare Esports is on the lead right now, and especially since they've secured in 2 turtles for the game, 6 minutes in, quite different from what we had in game number 1, wherein IDNS had a very fast game. This time, they are going to be extending it a little bit. Mizimik right now in the middle of everything. He pops in the Mnemonic Force a little bit too early, but Soul has the reverse time here. Gonna force out the resources here from IDNS before the turtle has spawned. Here it is in the Land of Dawn for the 3rd time and the last time here. And Nightmare Esports looking to secure it once again. IDNS in the corner as well.
Yeah, my princess going with a flank. Cameo with a blazing duet. And nice follow-up here by Jasmine, able to pick up the kill onto Zandy. Iziddo trying to stop the push, trying to divide them, but to no avail. Nightmare Esports still having this in the bag. A turtle secured by them as well, and a couple of kills. Now So will try to help out the team with a stolen ult there by Xandri. As IDONOTSLEEP Esports couldn't get anything as of the moment. Looking at the gold, they're not really down that much, but Nightmare Esports has a really nice scaling composition as well. So even if IDONOTSLEEP Esports is not being down that much in terms of gold, they still have to be very cautious, because later Kami is gonna be able to shred them down to pieces, and Soul is just gonna have the best of time engaging onto IDONOTSLEEP Esports with the help of Jasmine and JVCB.
Yeah, 6-2 right now. Nightmare Esports, Lois getting bursted down. Not so sure why they went for the cushion option. I was thinking more of like a Julian, since it was also open for IDNS, but they are probably taking into consideration that there is a lot of mobility for Nightmare Esports. Therefore, going for the cushion instead to burst down the heroes like the Claude from the backside, even Soul as well with the Valentina. More or less, you can still burst it down, but the problem here for Nightmare Esports, they've gotten all the major resources here, that like the turtle has been letting them scale up pretty well, and Jasmine has been so crazy on this Matilda, right? Doing that circling eagle even under the tower of IDNS. They are not safe right now. IDNS, they do have the Diggy here, but it is still a Diggy, right? The Diggy on a magic worship emblem. Most of the time when I play the Diggy, I spam it with the support emblem, the pull yourself together, just to buy me some time in case I get taken
Jasmine?
down. That death push onto Jasmine. Gets taken down there, but there is the follow-up from Nightmare Esports. Zanri is going to follow Mizimik as well. I don't think he is able to sustain that as he gets taken down by the rest of the members of Nightmare Esports, getting punished for that 1 kill onto Jasmine. They cannot overcommit anymore.
33.
As well. They are falling down really low. JVCB goes down, and Nightmare Esports will be backing away from that one.
Yeah, start off with the IDONOTSLEEP Esports getting the pick off onto Jasmine after setting up a death brush. But Nightmare Esports then regroups and tries to force a team fight against IDONOTSLEEP Esports, resulting in some 2 kills. But they overstayed, and it cost the casualty here of JVCB. And now with a tower as well picked up by IDONOTSLEEP Esports, slowly they recover from their earlier gold deficit, which was around 2,000. Now it's just roughly 1,000 gold lead by Nightmare Esports, and they're starting to be a little more proactive now, as we do see them eyeing again on setting a death rush, as Xandri continues to pop in his bomb, of course, just for
I mean, if
additional
someone
damage.
steps on that bush, right?
Yeah.
If someone steps on that
Just
bush,
like
he has the magic worship. Look at that, the damage on Jasmine. But I mean, this is a Matilda, right? You do have the shields there, so not to be so easy to burst you down. But this is a Diggy on a magic worship. The little Diggy. Now Lois can try to go in for My Princess there in the mid side, right before the Lord. I don't think it's going to be so wise here for IDNS to commit. They cannot afford any casualties right now. This is the first Lord of the game, and both IDNS and Nightmare Esports knows that very well. They are going to be playing around this river side, not going to be overextending, but Izzy as well going to be pressuring that lane on the top side just to force some reaction from Nightmare Esports. Will he be able to sustain that one? He just got the Oracle right now. But Jasmine as well in the middle of everything. He takes down Soul though. That's like a
Ooh, that's huge.
3v1 situation by Izzy. Maybe this is the reason why he loves this Esmeralda. Izzy makes falling really low. Okay, that's a little bit time bought there by Izzy, but not enough for IDNS to secure in that Lord. They don't want to overcommit right now. This is quite crucial for both sides. Nightmare Esports again calling for a technical pause in the 11-minute mark. As far as I heard, that Laos is actually experiencing some technical difficulties in the country. So please do excuse the technical pauses as our team needs to get it up for the Lord Clash. That is not going to be good if they do call that pause in the middle of a team fight.
I believe the whole country is experiencing a lot of issues right now with regards to the connections, or maybe some power as well. I'm not so sure if there's a storm there, but that's like one of our assumptions earlier, right? So hopefully it gets okay for them, of course, and also safe as well for them in their location right now, given the problems that we are experiencing right now here in today's lower bracket semifinals. NIIGHTMARE Esports, they're starting strong here in this game number 2, and it should be continued, of course, here as they try to push us to a game number 3. But slowly, as we do see IDONOTSLEEP Esports recovering and being proactive in a sense, we saw the kill of Izzy earlier, alone as the Esmeralda onto Soul, despite being ganked quite a lot of times. JCB now almost got taken out, and with IDONOTSLEEP Esports successful in preventing, or at least scaring off NIIGHTMARE Esports. They are starting up the Lord as Jasmine spots them out. My Prince is now trying to relocate himself to maybe have a good position towards stealing this objective, but he's being prevented. Izzy just trying to deal a lot of damage on them. They actually turn onto the fight, but again the damage coming in here. NIIGHTMARE Esports starting to be high as Lois picks up the Lord. What can be next? Mizimix picks up a kill. They turn onto NIIGHTMARE Esports, but that fight just turned into a 2-for-2 trade. Still, IDONOTSLEEP Esports picks up the Lord, now pushing onto the mid. NIIGHTMARE Esports cannot clear the waves because Soul is still dead.
Yeah, Izzy was able to zone away My Princess, and eventually with the positioning of 33, the man who has been getting that MVP. So I was actually wondering if Izzy does have that Ice Queen want to slow, and there you have it. He has just secured it right now for this Esmeralda to continuously slow down the members of NIIGHTMARE Esports, especially since this is a Diggy roamer for the side of IDNS, so you don't really have that much front line, and the jungler as well as a Gusion, so not much people to soak up the damage. Soul does take a brunt of the damage. Blazing Duet is gonna hurt so much right now, and Mizimix gonna go for the demonic force, and the Turtles Croissants as well has been committed there by My Princess. Gonna overextend to the tower. Not a good call there by Mizimix. That is a tower you're facing, but IDNS, they will be taking the tower as well on the top side. Inhibitor gone here for NIIGHTMARE Esports. 11-8 IDNS, surprisingly, how it turned out for them in the early games, quite slow. NIIGHTMARE Esports was dominating, and right now they are on the driver's seat trying to get this second tier tower, and they are successful in doing so. 33 going to be a little bit more aggressive right now as he secures the Maleficor in the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, this time IDONOTSLEEP Esports is taking control of the wheel of this game, as they are up by 3,000 gold. A while ago, we saw NIIGHTMARE Esports being ahead, but we were actually kind of worried of it not exceeding or going higher than it should be, given their aggressiveness, given the pickoffs that they had, given the towers that they have secured, that they have secured earlier. And as IDONOTSLEEP Esports were able to be very defensive, or successful in their defense, especially on their structures. This time, as they get the leverage after that particular Lord fight, are looking quite comfortable. They're sending out Izzy in the bot side to just split push and draw some attention here from JVCB, while the rest are waiting for the next Lord. And we can expect this Luminous Lord to be easily taken out by IDONOTSLEEP Esports due to the high damage right now of 33. Even the stealing out this Lord is going to be quite challenging for Nightmare Esports given their interaction a while ago on that bot side fight. So one mistake of Nightmare Esports can actually be very lethal for them because IDONOTSLEEP Esports has too much burst coming in from Lois, coming from 33. We don't even have to look that much onto Mizimic because his goal right now is just to distract the members of Nightmare Esports whenever he tries to slam in. As now, it's being ganked a bit onto the top side.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
he's gonna
on
pop
bot,
that
Lois
demonic
picking
force
up a kill. Wow.
Yeah. You just picked up the fleeting time as well, so which means that you want to spam out your combo as the Bushan, right? To get that fleeting time in the 15-minute mark. 33 gonna poke a lot at that Lord. Look at how fast he's going. This is a man who has played a Dairot, a Masha, heroes that are melee, and now he's rocking these marksman heroes like he has never played the XP lane before. My Princess gonna try to go in, Cabby as well with the Blazing Duet, and Lois will be able to secure in that Lord with the truncheon to buy him some time. He still survives. Cammy takes down Zandy from the backside. They take down Lois as well, who's falling down real low, but Mizimic is gonna keep on going with that demonic force. 33 as well. Gonna go for that full aggression, knowing for a fact that he's backed up by the members of IDNS here. Here comes the immortality for Jasmine. I don't think he will be able to survive that one. He gets the tip of the bullet here from 33 on a rampage right now with the clip going for the towers one by one. The Lord isn't even here yet. They're gonna try to end this one. They're gonna try to say, we are gonna go up against your Laos team as well. WAWA Gaming, they want to get that revenge match right now, but JVC, we gonna buy some time. They're gonna go in for 33. Zari as well with Time's Journey, but he gets taken down by Mizzy May. Cammy is falling really low and gets shut down by the demonic force. The Lord is still up, knocking at the base of Nightmare Esports. Jasmine and My Princess left to defend, and IDNS will be getting that upper bracket finals, that revenge match up against WAWA Gaming.
After an incredible performance against Nightmare Esports, they get the chance to meet again the team that put them down in the lower bracket semifinals, WAWA Gaming, and now IDONOTSLEEP Esports. After that incredible performance, I'm liking how they were actually very disciplined. They were being on the back end earlier in that game. Nightmare Esports were up by 2,000 gold lead. They were trying many times to rotate across the map, getting some pick-offs, even setting some traps against IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Well, IDONOTSLEEP Esports, they did that the same as well, with Lois picking up a kill onto Jasmine earlier, but they were more on the reserved side. They were just trying to let 33 scale up, because the moment that the Lord spawned up, they actually contested it pretty hard. They got the objective as well. Nightmare Esports tried to force out a team fight with Cammy going in with a Blazing Duet, but it's just not enough due to them lacking that finishing damage. So no matter how big or how large Cammy can shred down those HP of IDONOTSLEEP Esports, nobody's gonna be there to actually do the execution. It's gonna be rendered useless. Nice execution here though on IDONOTSLEEP Esports side, with 33 having an incredible amount of damage towards structures, pretty much 6 times as much as Cammy did in terms of towers, and the damage definitely being felt here by Nightmare Esports whenever he tries to poke, while Mizimink and Izzy just allows him to have a space because they were busy distracting the members of Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, this is the man that I was saying that this guy played heroes like the Masha, like the Ruby, the Dairot, heroes that are melee heroes that you have to go near. But surprisingly enough, this is the same question I asked you. Is it difficult to switch up? Definitely, right? They have made some adjustments, and with 33 here now playing in the gold lane, he definitely knows his stuff. He has been rocking a lot of unique heroes as well, which it makes this a lot more impressive for IDNS, and 33, who knows what else he can bring out. And this is a back-to-back MVP for 33 in the gold lane with the Clint, same hero. So we will be seeing IDNS this time. Gonna have that revenge match up against WAWA Gaming of Laos as well. But NIIGHTMARE eSports, a good try, but maybe WAWA Gaming can avenge them this time, since they are both from Laos, which means that all the countries here in the Mekong Qualifiers are still up. So we still have one team each from each country, from Vietnam, from Laos, and Thailand, still up and kicking here in the qualifiers. But there you have it. The lower bracket will be happening later on. And if you guys are wondering, still a best out of 3. GG.
Yeah, and let's see who is gonna be coming in top this time. The grudge match of IDONOTSLEEP eSports and WAWA Gaming coming up next. You're watching the Mekong Qualifier for the M4 World Championship. Burger Kim and I will be back. Don't go anywhere. Please enjoy the highlights for now.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light.
Double kill.
May the holy light darkness
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
力を解き放て消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer scope.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. き放て消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer scope.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports. Well, it's being contested.
1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
You're watching the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. This is already the final lower bracket match. Still with Burger Kim and GG at your service. And now we are going to be seeing IDNS and WAWA Gaming once again in the lower bracket finals, wherein IDNS could have the revenge match. And as for WAWA Gaming, they have just suffered a defeat from the team that is already waiting in the grand final stage, MDH eSports from Vietnam. So now all of the countries here in the Mekong Qualifiers, all of them are still here. Thai, Vietnam, and Laos. And now, it's sad to say, Gigi, in this match, we will be seeing someone once again going home, of course, as the third placer here in the M4 Mekong Qualifier.
Someone has to bid goodbye. Someone has to step down. The only question is which team right now in the lower bracket final will be bidding goodbye as WAWA Gaming and IDONOTSLEEP eSports battle again once more after their initial interaction in the upper bracket semi-final. It started off with IDONOTSLEEP eSports winning game 1, and then WAWA Gaming finishes off with a reverse sweep. So maybe this time, after having that interaction already, they kind of have a gauge on each other's strengths and weakness, and maybe they are going to be looking to maybe exploit those weaknesses, just like, you know, IDONOTSLEEP eSports still haven't picked up any Diro a while ago. Even in their match against NIIGHTMARE eSports, they forced out an Esmeralda so that they won't have to pick the Diros. Meanwhile, for WAWA Gaming, we kind of know their strengths already. They basically revolve around respect and master pawn, especially on the Melissa and the Franco, which actually was one of the problems of IDONOTSLEEP eSports when they battled against WAWA Gaming in the upper bracket semi-finals. So maybe this time the IDONOTSLEEP eSports would start to respect the Melissa instead of just letting it be picked, because it's going to be a big problem here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports if respect gets his Melissa.
Yeah, there was a time that I've seen Respect lost with the Melissa that was up against MDH Esports with the Claude. So either for IDNS, they haven't found a way to go up against the Melissa just yet. They don't really know how to shut down Respect's Melissa. So I think at this case, it's either you let go of the Melissa, but be sure that you are prepared to actually take on the Melissa here for IDNS. They are going to be on the blue side right now, and they are going to be banning away immediately the Akai and the Balmond again, going to be limiting the jungler hero. So I think this is the strategy of IDNS. They have been doing this constantly, even in the first series that they had for today. Limit out the jungler, leave them with something that they are not so comfortable with, or the next best option, like the back shot earlier, which kind of sort of did work very well, but in the early stages, but eventually it is just not a very good one to go up against some meta heroes like the Balmond and the rest of the S tier picks, just like this Paramis that will be picked up here by IDNS, which means that WAWA Gaming can pick up the
Paquito,
Atlas at this point. Paquito, that is also an option here, or the Julian. WAWA Gaming is known to draft so uncontemporary as well. Like we've seen like a Fredrin mid lane, a Fredrin and Edith in the mid lane. So that's something that was quite unexpected. And they actually won that match. I can't remember who they gone up against, but they were able to pull that draft well enough. And
I was thinking about this actually.
About the Melissa.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the Melissa, and definitely they know that
And
it
Esme.
will be banned away. Esme and Melissa.
Speaking of the Esme,
So,
finally, would we see IDONOTSLEEP Esports picking up the Diroth for Izzy? This was
they
one
picked
of their
Gusion.
main weakness before. They pick up the Gusion, they pick up the Farsa. Yeah, okay, you have your jungler already, similar to the match with the NIIGHTMARE Esports, but they're not answering on WAWA Gaming picking up the Esme just yet, because okay, you have burst. You can burst out the Esmeralda a little bit when you are ahead, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports actually has to be ahead in order to win against WAWA Gaming. And now, as we see WAWA Gaming picking up the Phobius, picking up the Esmeralda, these heroes are actually really strong on high sustains because they are very much self-sufficient. They can endure a lot of damages, they can just tank their way through and slowly but surely chip away some HP of their enemy heroes or whichever they are attacking right now. So overall, IDONOTSLEEP Esports, despite having the Faramis, is being contested here by WAWA Gaming, not with a similar composition or similar strategy with a Faramis, high sustain heals and second life, stuff like that. But no, they deal them by getting independent heroes that has a lot of impact all throughout the map.
yeah, IDNS has been doing this several times already, like taking away so many jungler or so many utility junglers in the first phase, and then now going for the Karina ban, which WAWA Gaming has picked up in the group stages and even in the upper bracket semis. And now WAWA Gaming, they're drafting around this Phovius and the Esmeralda, which I say is a pretty good answer to the Faramis. Again, WAWA Gaming, or IDNS rather, still does not have an answer to the Esmeralda or the Phovius at this point. I mean, not unless they want to bring out the Dyrot. Where will the Gusion go right now? It's already kind of already known that this Gusion is going to be going under the hands of Lois. They ban out the Franco for their final ban, and they pick up the Ruby here for WAWA Gaming. Yes, they are playing around with fighters again, high sustain heroes, and this is the same thing. Let Respect have that space. The same thing IDNS did with 33. Speaking of 33, what is his hero for this game? The Wanwan's already out. The Clint's already out. The Claude could be an option here for 33.
I think
he
it's
hasn't been
the
playing
best.
so much Claudes though.
Yeah, it does have a lot of synergy with the Gusion, with the Farsa, and the Faramis as well. But what I'm liking about WAWA Gaming's ban right now is like, okay, they take out one of the premier heroes here of 33, take away the Clint. They take away Izzy's Yuzong as well, but they don't. They usually when we see in Esmeralda, you take away a Diroth. But here for WAWA Gaming, they don't care. They actually want IDONOTSLEEP Esports to pick up the Diroth, but they pick up the Fredrin instead. So we do see that kind of insight onto them right now as they pick up the Claude as well. They do have some frontline power with the Fredrin and the Faramis trying to be the ones to sustain in the lane. As WAWA Gaming finally picks up their jungler, it's gonna be a Paquito. So expect early game action coming in from WAWA Gaming. But also, despite the... Because IDONOTSLEEP eSports has a well-balanced composition. They have an assassin, they have tank, they have a really high scaling marksman that deals incredible amounts of AoE damage, which has a lot of synergy with the Farsa as well for that range, for that zoning control. They have sustain with the Faramis, but they're battling against a team that is highly aggressive but also self-sufficient. Small skirmishes would actually fit better for WAWA Gaming, except if the Gusion would be ahead. So that's the only key now of IDONOTSLEEP eSports, to have that early edge. But other than that, WAWA Gaming might be very, very opposing towards this composition. They would try to split them up as much as possible.
WAWA Gaming is known to have this, right? They pulled off a Fredrin and an Edith in the mid lane with two fighter sides as well. And this was a composition that we all really questioned, but they were able to pull off. Again, it does not matter. And I do agree, and I do have to put it out once again, Gigi. I told you the Esmeralda has been picked up, and most of the time the teams will pick up the Dyrod, and they didn't pick up the Dyrods, which because they already secured the Gusion, right? So I was like, oh, they aren't gonna go for that super risky type of move wherein you put 33 back in the XP lane and then go for the Izzy in the gold lane. So I think my theory is right. I don't think Izzy's so comfortable with that Dyrod. So, I mean, despite the fact that it wasn't banned away, they were really baiting for them to, pick up the Dyrod, go ahead. But they still didn't. They pick up the Fredin instead, which I think is one of the most overlooked heroes as well. It has been given consecutive buffs in the recent patches, and I would say one of the best high sustain heroes as well, aside from the Esmeralda. So I was kind of curious as well while WAWA Gaming actually went for the Paquito, wherein the Fredrin was the direct answer to the Paquito. So let's see how WAWA Gaming and IDNS will go this time. It's going to be a very long day if IDNS manages to pull off another win up against this team that sent them to the lower bracket. So if ever they do make it to the grand final stage, they are constantly fighting. Like ever since like 2 p.m. today in the Mekong Qualifiers, they've been playing again time and time again. But it's a good thing that they were able to get that 2-0 up against NIIGHTMARE eSports, sending them back home and eventually getting a very long break time as well. That 15 minutes was enough time for them to talk about what strategies they need to pull off against WAWA Gaming, which surprisingly got that reverse sweep up against them last time they faced off each other.
And this time, we're going to be seeing them face off once more here in the lower bracket finals. IDONOTSLEEP eSports versus WAWA Gaming. This is game number 1 of the best of 3 series. Let's see who's going to be getting the momentum swinging in their favor this time. As you see, Paquito in the jungle. Given the what you said earlier about the Fredrin and the Paquito hard counter, but your mind is going to be using the Paquito, so it's going to be a Esmeralda versus Fredrin. But before that, of course, let's check out topside as Respect falls down 33, picking up that kill. That is huge. We're anticipating WAWA Gaming to be the one aggressive in the early game, but no, we're wrong. IDONOTSLEEP eSports is making some plays. Now they go towards Remake with the help of Izzy to Lois, and he's going to be able to disengage now.
33 is the man of this game. The number you should remember, 33. 33 with this Claude pick that has been doing wonders for IDNS. Master Pun gets pulled there by Zanri with the Shadow Stampede, and now Nizimek as well gonna rotate aggressively towards this top side, knowing that Respect is the one that they need to put their attention towards too. And like what I mentioned earlier in the drafting phase, GG, if they are gonna let go of this Melissa, it means that they are prepared to take care of this. Look at Lois going all the way for Respect as well. He is not yet level 4, unable to burst him down, but there is that pressure by IDNS rotating aggressively to that top lane. 3 members already towards that side, but they do have to go towards this turtle. Nizimek forced to use that flicker, almost getting caught there by WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, you have to respect the possible burst coming in from Lois, and that's gonna be worth it. using the flicker just to survive, as now they are grouping up once more here on the bot side river. Your mind starting the turtle up, but Xandy actually has a nice position towards a flank as Mizimic just tries to relocate himself. Xander's taking a bit too much of that damage, and Pyrorex will finish him down. Now Mizimic gets pulled back into a fight. Masterfun finally falls down as well. Pyrorex chases this Gusion away. 1-for-1 trade at the very least, but WAWA Gaming will come on top, having the access now towards this turtle.
Pyder X's demonic force, right? Just demolished Zadri at that point. He had nowhere to go. He's only standing at a 1 HP. And now speaking of Zadri, he's gonna go all the way here. Gonna go for the Shadow Stampede. But to no avail, your mind is gonna be able to get that turtle, the first turtle of the game. Actually going to give them that 1k advantage up against IDNS right now, who has been going all aggressive up against Respect on that top side.
Yeah, Respect so far having a bit of a hard time in the laning phase due to that early gank coming in from Lois and Xandri, and having 33 pick up a kill to help him scale up a bit faster than this Melissa. WAWA Gaming, so pacing this slow given the circumstances that IDONOTSLEEP eSports provided them. Now they group up towards top, but easy escape here for 33. He only is focusing on the farms. As now we're seeing IDONOTSLEEP eSports ganking once more, this time towards Remake as he tries to fall back. But easy follow-up here by Easy towards Lois. And they will just get a couple of energy shields here in the bot lane.
Yeah, they're able to take down. They were able to take down Remake at that. That's gonna continuously pressure this bottom side as well. And now WAWA Gaming is going to be struggling on where to go next. They are looking at a gank there onto the top side up against 33. The demonic force has been activated. But for IDNS, they are going to continuously pressure this lane on the bottom side, knowing that Remake has just respawned. So it's going to be a mirror move for both IDNS and WAWA Gaming. For both sides, they also get a kill, so definitely a win for IDNS. But for WAWA Gaming, they are going to be taking this tower on the top side. Nice pull there by Zanri. He takes down 2, but the demonic force is too much. 2 kills for IDNS on the top side. Zanri using that Shadow Stampede, getting 2 members of WAWA Gaming. They also get a tower on the bot side. A clear win. They spot Respect here in the bush side. It's just Mizimic and Zeri. They have all the range, but they don't overcommit. IDNS right now looking really good, fighting back up against WAWA Gaming's aggression as well.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming thought they had them in the bag when Masterfun pulled them back, but was a little bit late on that burst towards Xandri as he was able to pop out that Cult Altar, saving basically every single member of IDONOTSLEEP eSports and them getting 2 kills as well. Now Pyrorex is starting soft with some dunks towards Xandri. He's already quite low, but still not enough to be forced to use that Cult Altar. As they get the turtle, Masterfun gets shredded down to pieces, but still able to survive as Pyrorex looks to fall back. WAWA eSports, WAWA Gaming as well. No casualties here for both teams, and WAWA Gaming get away with that objective.
You see how disciplined this time IDNS is. Like 33 went for the Blazing Duet, and knowing that Pyther X is in the area, he instantly stopped that Blazing Duet, BMI out, knowing that the Demonic Force will be a big problem for IDNS. Yeah. They disengage from that, and instead they're going to go for this tower. Predators are going to be committed on the backside. Respect going to get bursted down there, but Lois, as well as the rest of the members of IDNS, are going to get the Cult Altar, who get cheated on death. But Pyder X as well is going to activate that Demonic Force. He's still up, gets the Shadow Stampede, but Mizimic will be the trade-off, as well as Lois there on the top side. Another win for WAWA Gaming this time.
Yeah, it started off with a nice setup there by IDONOTSLEEP eSports, and a bit of interruption there towards Respect. He thought that he would have enough backup at that time, but wasn't that much coordinated with your mind and Masterfun. So IDONOTSLEEP eSports quickly went with a burst with the help of Lois towards Respect, But what they did not anticipate is the whole team of WAWA Gaming going towards top. And now as they fight towards mid, Master Fun might actually get taken out here. But nice back away by your mind. Blazing Duet gonna get thrown now as Remake joins the fight. Your mind already dead. He tries to deal some damage here onto Izzy. Zanri no longer has the Cold Altar, but won't need it for now. They get a kill, they disengage, they can reset for the next turtle.
I love how IDNS is playing this so well. They know when to go all the way in. They know when to disengage. Now, WAWA Gaming Fighter X is going to be proving to be the biggest threat here for IDNS. Already standing at the 2-1-2. Knowing how IDNS wants to go for those dives, wants to go for the engage. They disengage immediately if they see Fighter X has that demonic force activated. And not to mention that Master Pun has been making this very nice I am offended onto 3 or 2 members of IDNS, causing them to back away as well. Now, IDNS standing at 7 kills. They are also on the goal lead. They need to take down the towers here, buying some time for 33, which, by the way, is still untouched in this game, as well as Izzy using this Fredrin very well, soaking up the damage for IDNS, knowing for a fact that Zanri is going to be focused more on the sustaining side, mostly on the cult altars. So here comes the first Lord of the game, 8 minutes in. IDNS still on the lead right now. They are looking to have that revenge up against WAWA Gaming that sent them to this very, very tight spot right now.
So far, they are fighting really hard, doing a lot of work across the map, getting a couple of kills and objectives as well. WAWA Gaming now initiating once more as Lloyd actually has a nice flank from the side. You need to be very careful as the burst of this Gushin is gonna be incredible. Goes for another one as he gets that double. Your mind trades him out, but IDONOTSLEEP eSports goes in with a blazing door, letting everybody out as WAWA Gaming loses 4, only able to pick up the kill onto Lois. Your mind cannot do anything as he watches his tower fall down. IDONOTSLEEP eSports maybe eyeing on the Lord, but they have to go back to their base first.
Oh, you see how IDNS was able to play that out so well. This is kind of why this is the reason why they went for. I mean, aside from the fact about my theory that Izzy is not so comfortable with the Dyrot. Izzy with this Fredrin was soaking up so much damage, and right after that, despite the fact that there was the demonic force, there was the falling star moon, all that Sandry needed to do was pop that cult altar at the moment Izzy needed it the most. He was able to sustain all of the damage. I just played this Fredlin last night. I would have to say that I do agree that it has one of the highest sustain next to the Esmeralda. So it has pretty much a melee range, a good range as well. So if you are able to position yourself well, and with IDNS with 33 on this Claude that hasn't had any deaths just yet, with one blazing to wit, you can actually get taken down in an instant. And that was how IDNS was able to play or able to win that mid lane earlier on, was able to take down 4 before a major team fight. But now, Master Pun gonna get that I am offended onto Zanri, gonna pop that cult altar, better airstrike from the backside, respect goes down, and your might as well. Look at the damage from the blazing to wit, it's a double kill for Mizzy Mink, despite the demonic force, gonna be proving to be a trouble for IDNS. Instead, they get 4 members once again with the high sustain and the high burst damage coming in from them. Definitely not what WAWA Gaming wanted to happen. They go straight for this Lord in the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and there's nothing that WAWA Gaming can do. This is the problem that they are experiencing right now. The incredible amount of burst and the high sustain due to this Faramis pick. A while ago, before that fight, the initial fight that IDONOTSLEEP eSports won, wherein they got a 4-for-1 trade in the mid lane as well. I want to commend Lois on that flank because here's their strategy, right? Xandri and Izzy soak up some damage. They try to bait out and sustain as much as possible. Bizumink goes on a long-range bombardment with a feathered airstrike. 33 goes in with the Blazing Duet and easily going out, of course, with a BMI. But Lois is gonna be there for the cleanup. He's always going for a flank, waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in, make some burst, and clean everybody out. And that has been their pattern ever since they have been grouping up against WAWA Gaming. And now with the Lord marching onto their base, it's going to be an easy push here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports because they have the better team fighting right now. There's nothing that WAWA Gaming can do. They cannot isolate them. They cannot split them up. They have to commit on another 5v5 team fight as Pyrex goes in but can no longer go out. Goes onto the heaven instead as now they lose their inhibitor tower. Lois again with the first, nearly getting one, but actually finish him up with another cast on his S2. Now Remake trying to join the fight, but can he actually do so? He's taking a lot of damage here from the Blazing Duet. Now IDONOTSLEEP eSports fall back. They're satisfied with what they've gotten, because right now we're seeing a whopping 6,000 gold lead at 13 minutes into the game as IDONOTSLEEP eSports looks to get another inhibitor tower. Nothing that WAWA Gaming can do. Lois with an obliteration on that HP for your mind. And IDONOTSLEEP eSports looking very strong.
Yep, you see that taunt coming from Izzy. He's able to taunt the heck out of your mind, and eventually Lois just went in for that incandescence. Blows away your mind in an instant with the combo of the Gusion 40 seconds before the Lord. This is not going to be wise for WAWA Gaming to I think they might actually contest for this one. They do have the tools for it. They got the Demonic Force, they got the Folly Star Moon, and they also have Respect here. But the biggest problem is IDNS is able to outstain all of those things that WAWA Gaming has been throwing at them. IDNS already standing at an 18 kills up against WAWA Gaming, which only had 5 after all those team fights that have been executed so well by IDNS. They're now looking to have that revenge match. But again, this was the same thing that IDNS had up against WAWA Gaming in the upper bracket semis, wherein they won the first game, but WAWA Gaming was able to have that reverse sweep. Right now, IDNS knowing fully how WAWA Gaming is able to play, how they play actually. They're going to go straight for this Lord, wasting no time, securing it for themselves. The Luminous Lord goes to IDNS in the 14-minute mark.
And WAWA Gaming simply cannot do anything right now. They wanted to contest. They wanted to at least try to maybe steal out this Lord, but they know the risk. They know that this can be the game-ending moment, but even if they don't contest this objective, things are looking very dim for them. Now in this game number 1, as we're already seeing a Luminous Lord marching into the mid lane, with IDONOTSLEEP eSports only having to need to push top side. And we already talked about this. The Lord, when it's not in below half HP, it's very difficult to take it out, as WAWA Gaming desperately tries to do some damage on this Lord. IDONOTSLEEP eSports slowly are closing in. They focus on the wave on the top side, letting them get a couple of damage towards the turret. But now, as they look to commit Remake, but hit by the S1 here of the Gusion, he respects him back for now, looking to maybe close things out. Respect took a lot of damage already. Cold Altar denies all casualties for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, and it's not gonna be the same here for WAWA Gaming as they look for the end, as game number 1 gonna be won here by IDONOTSLEEP eSports.
Revenge right now. IDNS going for the first game, instantly getting a match point for the second game up against the remaining Laos team. GG. Good game, well played, but we still have one more match for the next round, and I would have to say that IDNS has pulled off that very nice burst from the backline. They also got enough sustain with the Fredrin, and they also got the Cult Altar, which is just proving to us so why the Faramis has been so useful in the clashes, as well as in all of the games, why this has been a priority pick as well for all of the teams so far in the Mekong Qualifier.
IDONOTSLEEP eSports has demonstrated how well they can fully utilize this kind of composition. WAWA Gaming, we saw a lot of attempts of them trying to trade out, being aggressive in the early game, although it wasn't as aggressive as we wanted them to be. I think the way that IDONOTSLEEP eSports started the game, them getting the kill onto Respect and roaming across the map, made or forced WAWA Gaming to play on the defensive instead of being on the offensive, and that affected their overall gameplay, being them starting to just react towards the movements here of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. And we talked about the draft already, we talked about the strengths here of both compositions, but the execution is very seamless here for the side of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Well played, MVP gonna be Izzy, and every single member actually did quite a lot during team fight. We saw the pattern, the usual combos that IDONOTSLEEP eSports wanted to do, and they executed it with a top tier performance, as WAWA Gaming completely becomes in shambles as they try to counter it, they try to initiate, but to no avail. Izzy gonna be the MVP of the game with a phenomenal performance, and scoreline, of course, no deaths at all in this game. And we talked about him quite a lot, not being, well, not really liking or preferring the D-Roth, but his performance in this game was very nice, and we're looking forward to a better performance of IDONOTSLEEP eSports in the next game, of course.
Yep, be prepared, because WAWA Gaming and IDNS, this might just be the final time that they will be going up against each other. A match point for the Thai team that has represented the Mekong region in the MSC, and now they're looking to qualify for M4. But before that, we do need to see the highlights, though, of this game number 1 between IDNS and WAWA Gaming.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
The chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love the flock. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. To save the world, stop lightning! Lightning!
Battle is being started here by NIIGHTMARE eSports, but it's being contested.
Shit, One phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Alright, welcome back to the M4 World Championship Mekong Qualifier. We're now at the lower bracket finals between IDONOTSLEEP eSports and WAWA Gaming. Of course, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming and Burger Kim. And after that very interesting game number 1, a fantastic performance by IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Maybe would we see a game number 3 again? Or do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the WAWA Gaming was able to pull that off in the upper bracket. So let's see if the lower bracket meta is real for IDNS, which they've gone through actually in the MSC as well. So let's see if this will be the same case of run that they will have here in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. Again, letting you guys know that you guys are lucky viewers because you guys are going to be getting goodies as well from Moonton. We have been flashing this consistently in all of the games, so keep your eyes peeled. Make sure that you don't tune out because, you know, there are times that you might tune out and then the code comes in. Well, that's quite unfortunate. So be sure to be able to catch all of the games. Be sure to be able to catch all of the redeem codes as well because I know a lot of skins, even other good stuff from Moonton are there in those redeem codes. So be sure to log in the Mobile Legends website and code exchange to be able to get that. And now we are heading over to a match point between these two teams, the remaining Laos team, the remaining Thai team, and they are gunning for that spot in the grand final stage where MDH Esports from Vietnam is already waiting for them. Now, only one team will remain here. They are battling for the third spot and, of course, the spot for the grand final. So who will be heading there? We'll find out later on because do you guys have any predictions? I mean, is it IDNS? I see some fans of WAWA Gaming as well in the comment section. So do let us know. Do show them your support because they need it right now. They want to qualify for M4 in Jakarta, Indonesia for next year. So they need all the cheering that they can get right now, especially at a stage like this, lower bracket finals. You're almost there, and they definitely want to seal this one. Let's get into the drafting phase immediately for WAWA Gaming and IDNS. Still on the red side for IDNS.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming this time gonna be respecting the Faramis here of Zandri a while ago, which he had an incredible performance with. Now, IDONOTSLEEP eSports, I think, would still have the same bans, taking out the Akai, the
Akai,
Balmond, the front lines,
Balmond.
focusing on the jungle, cutting the choices here for remake and for your mine, and it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of get in a nice draft. But so far we are actually seeing the Valentina being open, so IDONOTSLEEP eSports might take it away. Actually, they don't, they let it go free. So WAWA Gaming should be able to pick this up.
Yeah, Valentina immediately gonna be picked up. WAWA Gaming also gonna take out the focus that we know IDNS loves to pick up as well. And they also let something slide as well, the Fanny. This has been consistently banned away from Loy. So are we going to be seeing a very fast game with this, knowing that the Fanny is an early game hero and under Loy's hands? I don't think he has ever lost with the Fanny. Like, he has only lost probably 1 or 2 games with the Fanny. And there you have it. Again, my theory of the Esmeralda. I told you, right? There are so many heroes open like the Atlas, but they always seem to pick this up first. So
yeah,
I just
the Esmeralda, so you wouldn't need to pick up the Diro.
They don't need to pick up the
kind of their
Just go with my
strategy.
comfort pick. Yeah, just go with my comfort pick.
Go with it.
Should be a Dyrot pick here for WAWA Gaming if they want to counter that out immediately. I mean, IDNS is not going to take that, but they're actually going to let the Dyrot slide. So they're not going to go for the counter pick. So they're just going to go for the meta picks as well. The Atlas that has been is a hero that IDNS also picks up. So a lot of crowd control once again from WAWA Gaming. They still do not have the answer to the Fanny here. Like, I was expecting maybe a Kukra or a Ruby.
If this Paquito is going to be in the jungle, then maybe WAWA Gaming, I mean, Euromine can be able to burst down the Fanny as fast as the Fanny burst out a Paquito. So, one interesting interaction that we are going to be seeing later on if ever that happens. But like what you mentioned, no direct counter yet towards the Esmeralda. So now IDONOTSLEEP eSports is upping their A game with more frontline power as the Grok finally resurfaces towards this game of IDONOTSLEEP eSports and WAWA Gaming. Now with a respect towards the Farsa, to see respects Melissa finally being respected here by IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Or although a while ago they were actually able to take him on despite IDONOTSLEEP eSports leaving the Melissa open. So I'm wondering how WAWA Gaming would finish their draft here against this very aggressive composition of IDONOTSLEEP eSports.
Yeah, they also need a gold laner here, both sides actually. So they are just taking away options. I'm not surprised if they'll take away like a Bruno or maybe even a Kimmy here for WAWA Gaming, the heroes that that 33 has been using, and even the Clint that was respected earlier on. So WAWA Gaming, they're just going to go for the Lunox ban here as their final ban. So not giving anything to Mizzy Mink, knowing that there is an Atlas here to set up the place. And I think, yes, they're going to go for the Clint. I mentioned that could have been the final ban of WAWA Gaming. They let it slide, give it to 33. So I'm expecting a lot of purifies once again from IDNS. They've gone up against NIIGHTMARE eSports' Atlas, so that could be the case. So very little pick from WAWA Gaming. Lots of crowd control. I'm not surprised if they'll go for more crowd control in the second phase, but they still need something here for respect. I mean, the Melissa has been taken away. The Claude, not so sure that, I mean, will we see a throwback here with like the Beatrix Clint in the gold lane? But knowing that the Beatrix has been nerfed in the early stage, they could possibly go for another hero like the, I mean, I haven't seen so much of the Brody. I think it has a very good range. The Brody, maybe the Iritel as well, and the carry if you want to go shredding those HP bars. But they go for the Harriet in the gold lane, so leaving no more. Yeah, we've seen. Well, Harriet has been buffed
Whoa.
and
All
going
right.
for the late game. I mean, it does have the late game, so this is the
Mhm.
first time. Okay, first time we're seeing a Harriet in the Mekong Qualifiers.
Interruption
Putting a
as
mage
well
in the
with a
gold lane.
Yuzong. Wow, WAWA Gaming. Going with surprises here for the second game, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports just gonna settle with the usual matchup here onto the Valentina. Lilia gonna be picked off there for Mizuming to complete their draft. Let us know, by the way, in the comment section, who do you think is gonna be winning? Would it be WAWA Gaming or IDONOTSLEEP eSports? Make sure to support these amazing teams that is battling out here in the lower bracket finals, looking to be the one to challenge MDH Esports in the grand finals, of course.
Yeah, they are waiting already in the grand final stage, and now WAWA Gaming, they've had this matchup already wherein they were able to pull off a reverse sweep, and now IDNS right now they cannot afford any mistakes. You know, they're gonna go for their classic drafts, gonna go for the safer choices, because the last time that they've gone up against WAWA Gaming, they've tried like different strategies, like picking up a jawhead, right? So this time I would say they are gonna go for the safer side, and still my theory remains, right? My theory about Izzy not so comfortable with the Dairot, you know, prior picking the
Remains.
Esmeralda. But you know what I'm more curious about is the gold lane matchup here. The Harriet and the Clint. We've seen this, a mage being put into the gold lane. The Clint does have a decent amount of poke in the early stages, and now IDNS is going to continuously put some pressure on Respect. I haven't seen this hero on him just yet, so I don't know how he will be able to play this. Is he comfortable with this? Or is this something that what do they have in mind, right? I mean, the Harriet is also a late game hero, so if IDNS can pressure this Harriet in the early stages, I think it would be really good for IDNS. Looking at how they're rotating, they're already going here towards the top side. Respect
Oh,
falling
no.
really low already. He gets poked a lot here by the Clint. There might actually be a wild charge. Here comes Lois as well. But WAWA Gaming actually anticipated that, doing so
Missing a
much
bit.
tower dice there. Yep, Lois already reached level 4, but fortunately enough, that was so difficult to see, right, for IDNS. I really thought they were going to go all the way in. They might get punished, and your mind going to spot out Zenry at that point, who's falling real low to no avail. WAWA Gaming once again draws the first blood for this round.
Yeah, that was close for Respect. He actually outmaneuvered the members of IDONOTSLEEP eSports at that time, able to dodge the combo of Mizuming, and even avoiding some of the damage that Lois wanted to deal onto him under the tower. It forced them to disengage instead. Stanley getting caught by your mind, and now they transfer towards the bot side as Izzy might
there's
be
a
in trouble.
Petrify.
Gets knocked up. The wall is not going to do anything here by Zandri, and that's going to be another kill picked up here by WAWA Gaming. Master Pun just preventing IDONOTSLEEP eSports from having access towards this turtle, as Remake finds Lois as well. They only need to track down this Fanny, and they would be able to deal with him in a short while.
look at
Now
the
they go
massive
for the
crowd
combo.
control.
They get with a kill. Here comes Mizuming alongside with Lois, slicing and dicing along the way, getting the Atlas, and even almost getting the steal onto the turtle, but your mind still gonna land that retribution and looking to fall back. They're gonna be happy with the objective that they got.
So that was a Petrify, right? My remake, and yeah, utilizing this Yuzong in the early stages of the game is quite good for WAWA Gaming. Although IDNS does punish WAWA Gaming after those overextensions, and right now going up against the Esmeralda, remake is actually sustaining quite well. So I do agree with this Yuzong pick. It is also enough to reach the backlines here of IDNS later on if they do force out those team fights. But here comes their deep code once again. A lot of CC from the side of WAWA Gaming. They could possibly get the Fatal Links here and gets knocked up and stunned. They get two there. Forces the Black Shoes from Mizzy, making with the damage from your mind. He gets stunned. He does not have the Black Shoes right now. And here comes Respect as well to join the party. And they get what they wanted. 3 kills for the price of 1. WAWA Gaming winning definitely that trade.
And we're not seeing Lois right now having a good time as he's being countered with this very unique draft of WAWA Gaming. Your Mind has been picking up a couple of kills and Pytharex as well. And due to the crowd control, the zoning here of Master Pun and even Remake helping out so much in the team fight. There's nothing that IDNS Esports can actually do given the circumstances wherein Lois on this early game very reliant on the early kills.
Oh, there comes the wild charge.
Wasn't able to pick up a couple, but now finds Pytharex in a shutdown.
The
They close their exit and they get 2 kills out of that. Well played here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports.
Oh, Zanri getting a very nice knock up onto 2 with the wild charge. Now gonna go for respect. 33 once again gonna get a lot of gold platings there on the top side. A lot of pressure for this Harriet. He's not gonna be able to do much on this top side, and IDNS again winning that trade. It's a back and forth matchup for this game. 4 minutes in, and this is the scrimmage that we have been looking for early on for IDNS, which has been even so objective centered. And now with Lois's comfort pick as well, they get this turtle for IDNS. Now leveraging their gold up by a little bit up against WAWA Gaming, who has been dealing a significant amount of damage in the early stages of the game. And right now, Zanri, he's gonna get spotted here by Master Pun. They're gonna try to attempt and make a fatal links here. Master Pun already in that bush, but Zanri knows that as well, telling 33 that, okay, just be careful. You do not have that purify just yet. Don't go in for the full engage. Wait for my timing, wait for that wild charge, because it's going to be really difficult if Master the Pun will able to pull off that kill. But on the mid side though, Mizzy Mink gonna get a brunt of the damage from the Valentina. And here comes Lois to go in at the cutthroat.
Yeah, nice combination, nice rotation there by Lois, catching out Pytharex once more. This time in the mid lane as WAWA Gaming is starting to slack down. IDONOTSLEEP Esports keeps their eyes on their prize as they look for those picks. Lois has been getting consistent kills across the board, and this is what the Fanny wants. This is what IDONOTSLEEP Esports wants right now, because this will increase their aggressiveness even more as they try to get a kill here onto Remake. Still able to disengage successfully. Izzy has been very confident on this Esmeralda, zoning them out, keeping them away, and preventing some sort of push as Lois now rotate towards the top side. Zanri engaging. Fatal Links already used, but now they are vulnerable under the tower. Lois will pick up another one.
Nicely timed there, the cutthroat. They did have the purify at that moment, popping it in, denying that fatal links from Master Pun. He's the one who actually gets caught in the middle of everything. And IDNS right now bouncing back, but 33 as well. Gonna get terrified there by Pytharex. Gonna be overconfident there, but he does have the black shoes in the nick of time to just suppress the damage coming in from IDNS. Pytharex as well. Gonna go for Zanri. The Radiant Armor has been secured, so it would be so easy to take down this Grok right now. Turtle is up here for the very last time, and WAWA Gaming is looking to secure this one. But on the bot side, once again, Remake, this time Izzy is able to sustain much better up against the Siuzong. It's already 7 minutes in. They have been getting wins all across the map, so pretty much the Esmeralda should have the items that it needs right now. But Zanri is here, trotting out the members of IDNS. Fatal Links is used here by Master the Pun, but gets bursted down there by the cutthroat. And IDNS once again finding wins after wins. That's 2 members down all across the map here in the turtle pit, as well as the bottom side there by Izzy.
Yeah, IDONOTSLEEP Esports getting so much across the board.
Steal!
Fine with a good steal. He was just okay, driving through. Let's pick us up. So much for the leash, but now Respect taking a bit of damage, able to take down 33 along the way. Nice moves, nice segue here by WAWA Gaming to at least recover from their deficit right now. They're suffering a bit too much on the economic factor. 2,000 gold lead by IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Lois getting spotted out, I think, here by Pytharex. WAWA Gaming knows what's up. He knows.
Yeah,
I know.
He just stopped there in the tower. He just knows that there's someone in the bush, right? He just needs to go all the way in, but the
Because
Fatal Link
Spider-X.
was reserved there. And there
They
you
catch
have
him.
it. Despite the fact that they knew he was there, they reserved all of the skills for Voice. Finally, the shutdown comes through, and they take down this tower on the top side. But again, Izzy and Remake is going to be having a 1v1 duel. This time, Esmeralda doing a little bit much better, able to sustain. Remake as well with the curse touch of the Yuzong. Right now, they need to push some lanes after that shutdown onto Lois, but Izzy going to be able to hold on to that mid-side tower, and WAWA Gaming this time finding that opening a little bit more of the gold lead towards the side of WAWA Gaming after that shutdown on Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy is being much more tanky right now as he chases down your mind, not caring at all on the Master Pun and respect. And maybe this time they have to respect Lloyd as he joins the fight, slices through respect, and now goes towards Spider-X, getting that revenge kill once more. Remake trying to pick up the slack, killing 33 in the process, but now he cannot escape. Now Mizimik will get the trade, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports gets 3 in exchange for just 33 as they look to maybe secure this tower in the mid lane, but Your Mind is clearing out the wave. Well played here by Your Mind.
Yeah, Lois went in at the moment when IDNS called it. Master Pun does not have that fatal link. You can come in right now, go in, slice and dice the members of WAWA Gaming, and they were able to do so. So I think for IDNS, that's how they should play it, right? Once Master Pun utilizes or uses that fatal links, it's no longer available. IDNS can go in for the full engage because it's going to be really difficult, right? If you still have that fatal links, they're reserved for the members, especially for 33. And Lois in particular. Master Pun is already waiting at that bush. I'm not so sure if IDNS will be able to spot him, and there comes the Guardian's Barrier. He gets spotted there in the bush.
IDONOTSLEEP eSports taking it slow this time. Just looking for vision across the board. It's a different ambience or energy that both teams are giving right now towards each other, because there's a higher pot that is waiting for them, a bigger objective, the Lord being available right now. Few seconds in, it's gonna turn into a luminous one, and that's going to be much devastating here for WAWA Gaming, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports is having a time of their life right now. Lois already on an 8-2-1 scoreline, picking up majority of the kills here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Now they go towards top side. Remake trying to escape, but is not able to
He's trying to
disengage
chase,
successfully,
actually.
stopping Lois
Oh
even,
no,
because they
Zedric!
know they can just stall out for the Fanny, as WAWA Gaming now opens up the Lord, trying to do some damage in here. They do have a lot of damage, but not much towards this objective, as Izzy now joins the fight. Lois as well going towards the backside, but Spider-X
he flickers
is getting quite a
in!
lot.
Lois!
Your Mind with a burst, and now WAWA Gaming turns on to them. Still, they have to respect the damage. The Lord is gonna be for Your Mind, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports looks for the kills instead, but they cannot kill Remake at this time. That's a lot of damage that WAWA Gaming put up, getting the objective. IDONOTSLEEP eSports grouping up though towards mid-side to at least take a tower right here, but Master Pun joins with a fatal link. However, his teammate is all the way down. He is all alone in this mid lane, and 33 just says thank you for that double kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very nice fatal links if Master Pun was with someone. But unfortunately, that was just his fault to buy some time for WAWA Gaming to actually let them control the Lord on the top side right now, which has to be taken care of by IDNS. And now is he going to clear out the lanes as well on the bottom side. Spider-X as well. IDNS this time. WAWA Gaming is surprisingly doing well up against the Fanny of Lois.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Paquito is one of the heroes I really like being matched up against a Fanny, because of the burst potential of this Paquito. But I want to commend Fighter Rex as well, because he was dealing a lot of damage towards Lois too when he tried to enter the Lord Pit. Now, WAWA Gaming grouping up towards the top side jungle here of Lois, but they have to be very careful. Zanri is trying to set up some vision here across the
They
map.
have the conceal
Now,
here. They're gonna
conceal
go
play.
for Izzy.
Izzy.
I don't think
Yeah,
he's
that's gonna
able
be
to survive
difficult.
that
A
one.
burst. Zanri though
but
goes
Zanri
into a
goes.
charge, but not much follow-up just yet. Lois is just too much, too far from the area, giving WAWA Gaming the opportunity to disengage. But oh, Lois lurking onto them turret
Fighter
side.
X,
Fighter
Fighter
tries to
X.
flicker
For the
away,
control.
but it gets chased away once more. Look at the plays of Lois right here. Easy out with the chains, able to just get something away from WAWA Gaming.
Wow, just WAWA Gaming still at it, right? They don't want to let IDNS just take that 2-0 up against them. They were able to pull off that reverse sweep. And right now, they're looking to open up a game number 3 right now. Surprisingly doing well up against the tempo that has been set up by IDNS. They are finding trade-offs after trade-offs, which is what makes this game really interesting. And now IDNS, they have to wait for the proper timing to go in. There is a lot of crowd control here for WAWA Gaming, so I think they really have to be disciplined here, especially during the times they do not have that Purify, knowing that Master Pun has that fatal links that is setting up things for the side of WAWA Gaming. Here comes the Lord, the second Lord of the game, GG. But the towers, they're going down one by one. The side laners are also rotating towards the side to alleviate the lanes. But this is a big one for IDNS, especially they can take down structures after structures. Conceal has been popped here by Master Pun just to spot out the members of IDNS, but they do not commit.
Oh, Zanri closing in. Lois trying to get that damage onto your mind, but they need to be very careful of the crowd control. The fatal length is just amazing, but Lois able to deal a couple of damage across the board with Fighter X down. This is going to be very difficult for WAWA Gaming, but they push through. Remake surviving for very long under that tower. A 2-for-2 trade. Your mind looking in as Izzy is just too damn tanky in this fight as Lois rejoins it as well.
That's a lot of
Respect
shield
trying
strength
to
to
survive. Up
Master
to
Pun.
Intertron to survive.
Yeah,
but your mind is joining right now with the punches, with the jabs here and there. But
Is he
Master
still
Pun
going at
cannot
it?
escape.
Is he going
Yeah,
for
they
it?
won't let him go away. Not gonna let it be easy for the
Buying
Atlas
some
to
time.
fall
Oh,
back.
he still
One more hit.
survives.
He survives actually. What? But IDONOTSLEEP
Yeah, he
eSports still
does.
winning in that fight.
Wow, Master Pun. If that was a kill onto Master Pun, that would have been big for IDNS. They could go straight for the Lord. I think their biggest problem here is just Master Pun. He has been setting up the fatal links, right? Making it really difficult for IDNS to go for the full aggression that they want. And now with the Yuzhong as well of Remake to zone away, especially 33, he has been doing a fantastic job with the Black Dragon form, right? Zoning away like 2 or 3 members. Despite the fact that he can get shut down, he still commits to it, knowing that they are able to get the damage dealer. And now Lois as well here on the bottom side. He's gonna get the Curse Touch. Not gonna be so wise to duel up against Remake. He's gonna be able to sustain that one.
Now, WAWA Gaming starting the Lord once again. This is gonna be very crucial as IDONOTSLEEP eSports has won the previous team fight, with them being able to scatter the members of WAWA Gaming. Now, Izzy, he has been the biggest problem here of WAWA Gaming due to his tankiness and high durability. IDONOTSLEEP eSports is very confident whenever Izzy is involved with a fight. But now, they ditch the Lord for the meantime, going towards the side lane, pushing here for Izzy on the top, able to take a turret. But now with a 4v5 manner, WAWA Gaming initiates onto Zanri. They know they have to take him down pretty fast, but he actually survives. Lloyd's now with a flank towards the middle, and now Remake just trying to zone everybody out, giving some space towards Respect, and Your Mind joins with a couple of jabs here onto Mizumin, taking him down. They know they have the numbers advantage, but Lois catching Remake off guard might actually get him a kill, but he lacks the damage now.
He does
and
not
has
have
to fall
energy.
back. He tries to fall back, but without the energy, he might actually get taken away. Still able to get some cables up, and they will ditch him for a while. This time, Remake is the one overextending, and Xandri and
exactly,
Izzy are bloodthirsty for this kill. It's gonna take a while, but 33 joins them and will try to do some damage. Now, as WAWA Gaming realize everyone is on top, so now we commit towards the Lord. This is an 18.5 minutes Lord, but Lois will try to go with a steal. The nice Punisher by your Punish. Spider-X lands the kill. Who is gonna get the Lord? It's gonna be WAWA Gaming, as now 33 tries to do some damage onto the back line, but too much tankiness is present here onto WAWA Gaming. They lose Lois, they lose Xandri, they get the Lord here for WAWA Gaming, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports is starting to slip away.
WAWA Gaming, this is the dark horse team. I have to say it right now. They're giving IDNS the fight for their lives now. Try to open up a game number 3. Remake buying so much time for WAWA Gaming to secure that Lord. Just, you know, making everyone put all the attention towards him. But the biggest plan, the biggest siege for WAWA Gaming was to take that Lord. This is the 19-minute mark, Lord. They have an immense amount of crowd control here for WAWA Gaming. One Fatal Links to be so lethal at this point. And they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go in. Remake goes for the Black Dragon form.
Oh, Izzy taking a bit of damage this time as 33 tries to fall back. The Lord is still alive, hitting the crystal already, but WAWA Gaming might have overextended themselves as Spider-X tries to flicker away. Master Pun just continuously zoning people out as well, and suddenly IDONOTSLEEP eSports, after losing the Lord, after losing that previous fight, they suddenly lose every single tower they have inside their base.
Yeah, this is such a tight match. 20 minutes in, the mind games are just blowing me away. And this is already the time we're in. The Fanny, all that Lois needs to do is perhaps like maybe push the lanes, join in the fight later on, which you kind of see, right? Like Lois does not go in immediately, like waiting for the Fatal Links to be used here by Master Pun, and that is actually what's making it really difficult here for IDNS. Master Pun has been making these scary Fatal Links up against even like one member of IDNS. It's already enough. Like even if it's Zenny, still going to commit towards it, knowing that there is not a lot of heroes that can tank up. It's only Izzy, and now here comes the concealed play by Master Pun. Okay, Lois is gonna be denied that purple buff. Xandri gonna go for the wild charge. Your mind is in the middle of everything. Fatal Links by Master Pun. Xandri goes down with that Harriet, taking him down instantly. Remake as well, gonna zone away the members from the back line. Gonna take a brunt of the damage there from 33's Lynn. Gonna poke so much. He falls, and now everyone is really low. He does not have the purple buff. They're still going to commit. Lois still able to survive that one. Everyone's falling real low, but I don't think it's a very good call if anyone overextends. But Spider-X, Xandri, and Mizzy make unable to pop that Black Shoes. Again, a reset by both sides.
Yeah, that was a nice execution here by WAWA Gaming. It would have been the chance for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, especially when Lois joined the fight, and Remake was a little bit late on that as well. But WAWA Gaming was prepared for that flank. They know what to do when Lois tries to go in. Now Izzy desperately tries to prevent them from taking this Lord, but is starting to take a couple of damage, taking toll already on his HP. 33 as well, trying to do the steal, but he will not get this objective. WAWA Gaming gets it still, but they lost your mind already. Remake is quite low. IDONOTSLEEP eSports still unable to get this Lord, but maybe this time they could defend it much better.
Yep, this is the 22-minute Lord. I'm not so sure. They do have a decent amount of wave clear here for IDNS, but what's really scary is Master Pun. He has the Fatal Links here, and Xandri isn't able to deny that. He is not a diggy right now, not unless he misses that out. Lois goes all the way in. The Lord is already at super low HP, 33. Gonna take a lot of the damage. Remake going in for the Curse Touch. He
Oh,
gets
no.
33. Xandri falls down, uses the flicker away, and Lois gonna try to buy it sometime. Izzy as well, gonna zone away. Master Punt. He still survives. Buys so much time for IDNS. They have to defend this one because the minions are slowly closing in. WAWA Gaming wants to force out
They're
a
going
game
for the
number 3.
end.
There's too much minions here. WAWA Gaming once again forces out a game number 3.
Deja vu. Deja vu it is. It's starting right now. WAWA Gaming manifesting on another reverse sweep again here against IDONOTSLEEP eSports. And what a better way to start it off than a fascinating comeback here in this lower bracket finals against IDONOTSLEEP eSports. It took them quite a while to get their groove, especially after Lois a while ago. His scoreline was, I think, 8-2-1 in the mid part of that game, getting all the kills. But the moment that WAWA Gaming started to scale up much better, they recognize how they can actually deal with the Fanny, how they can actually deal with Izzy as well. And with the confidence that they do have in the mobility of their composition as well, they were able to dissect the movements here and prevent IDONOTSLEEP eSports from getting some sort of objective. All the lords were taken here by WAWA Gaming. Many times we saw Lois trying to steal it out, his teammates as well trying to help him out, at least get a couple of kills, while WAWA Gaming were trying to get that objective. But no, they just couldn't get it. And now we're reaching towards game number 3. Oh, IDONOTSLEEP eSports will definitely not get any sleep if ever they lose there in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's going to be so devastating, right? Getting taken down by the same team put them here in this very tight spot. Although IDNS, I would have to say that I feel like I'm already casting the grand finals here. It's such a tight match. Even the scoreline is the same, 22-22. And this is why you see WAWA Gaming went for a lot of crowd control. It wasn't just Master Pun, Fatal Links here. It was also Remix, Yuzong. That really made it difficult for IDNS, right? You got Remix zoning the backlines, therefore IDNS cannot fully commit. And then after that, they were just able to get pickoffs after pickoffs with Pyder X and even the Fatal Links from Master Pun. Now, we do have to talk a little bit about the jungler here. We don't see a lot of Your Mind getting the MVP, but our Laos team is proving us really wrong. They want to head over to M4, and right now they are going to be forcing out a game number 3 from our in Thailand representatives that have been a staple name in the Mekong region. Your Mind, with the KDA of 936 on the Paquito being the MVP of the game.
Yeah, fantastic performance of Your Mind, and of course the rest of the team here, the rest of the members of WAWA Gaming, and expect a much more jam-packed grand finals feeling in the lower bracket finals here as we head down towards game number 3 of WAWA Gaming and IDONOTSLEEP eSports. But before that, of course, let's watch the highlights of game number 2 because that was beautiful.
be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
Đồng chí One One phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie carries this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the M4 World Championship, the Mekong Qualifier, the lower bracket finals as well between WAWA Gaming and IDONOTSLEEP eSports. And for the second time, we are going to be seeing a game number 3 between these two strong teams. And Burger Kim, I bet you're also excited on this game because WAWA Gaming, they had a phenomenal game number 2 coming back from that early downside, early beating that IDONOTSLEEP eSports gave them.
Yeah, they're going to be giving you guys as well in-game items to all of our lucky viewers, and we will be showing the codes randomly throughout the entire match, so be sure to grab them, copy the codes, redeem them at m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange to be able to enjoy those skins, tickets, or whatnot. Thank you once again to Mooton for providing our viewers with the best experience while they're watching the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. Now, Gigi, we talked about these two teams. They've already had basically the same thing is happening right now up against IDNS.
Yep.
They've suffered like a reverse. I'm not saying it's gonna be a reverse sweep, okay? That's that happened back in the upper bracket. Yeah, it's going there, right? But that happened in the upper bracket, and right now this is it. This is the final deal. WAWA Gaming still on the blue side right now. And fun fact is, IDNS actually they were in the qualifiers back in M1. They also lost to a Laos team in the grand finals, okay? They really want to make it to the world stage. They've been to MSC already, so now they want to take their skills all the way to M4 Jakarta. And the only one standing in their way right now, again, is another Laos team. So will it be deja vu for them? Or will WAWA Gaming be pulling off another, spectacular reverse sweep up against IDNS? It's still going to be virtually the same bans here for both sides. So the Phobius and the Faramis, and the Akai and the 1-1 for IDNS.
Yeah, it's okay. The banning phase is very similar towards a while ago as well. So maybe we can expect WAWA Gaming to have that Valentina once more here for Fighter X, in which he had a fantastic performance on this hero. IDONOTSLEEP eSports, I think they should be taking this away. But now we do see WAWA Gaming taking the Diggy once more here in this particular game. Valentina finally gonna be respected. Will we see WAWA Gaming first picking an Atlas here? Because Paquito is open, right? Rani as well is open. But who do you choose? Knowing that Diggy is out for this game as well. You can only choose one. But there are a lot of options here for WAWA Gaming. And IDONOTSLEEP eSports is very, very desperate right now to see what will be in their hands.
Yeah, the Balmond has been a consistent ban by IDNS as well as the Fanny. If WAWA Gaming also wants to go that route, the Fanny is still open. Maybe IDNS wants to pick that up. WAWA Gaming, they can still go with the Paquito. Your Mind was able to get that MVP earlier on, and I don't think Your Mind has been spamming other heroes aside from the Paquito. Still going to be a staple pick for WAWA Gaming. They're known to have these high sustain heroes, high crowd control heroes, but again, they pick up the Fanny as early as now. WAWA Gaming can definitely answer with the Atlas, so maybe IDNS can go with the Atlas this time, but again, we don't know what heroes WAWA Gaming will pick up. They're known to go for the high sustain, so if you go for the Fatal Links, you got high sustain for WAWA Gaming, it's not going to be so easy to burst them down. Now, IDNS, these are crucial next two picks. It will dictate the tempo of how WAWA Gaming will respond to their first two picks here. A lot are still open here. Balmond, but you're going to go for it. There you go. I'm telling you, they're never going to let that Esmeralda slide. They're definitely going to pick it up in the first stage. And the show this time, I think this might be Zanri's hero actually to go for the single target pickoff. Depends on what WAWA Gaming wants to go for next. They're known to go for high sustain, mostly fighters. So are they going to go for the same route here in game number 3?
Yeah, they can pick up the D-Roth here for remake on the top side or on the XP lane. They can also maybe I don't know. Fanny is available, but I'm kind of hesitant to see WAWA Gaming pick it up. I don't think they have any interest on it at all. They pick up the Fredrin instead and the Edith too. Lots of frontline power once more here by WAWA Gaming. So they're kind of baiting out IDONOTSLEEP eSports right now to build also a team fight based composition, because WAWA Gaming knows they can sustain themselves and they can fight back.
Yeah, now, will the carry be picked up here by 33? Can shed a lot of HP bars here for WAWA Gaming, but the carry will not be so good in the early stages. This is a composition we've seen from WAWA Gaming. They played the Fredrin Edith in the mid, and it worked for them. So what doesn't work for this last team? IDNS gonna go for the Gusion to burst down, I guess, the back lines. But again, there are other options viable. I guess they still want to check what WAWA Gaming wants to bring out next. So maybe Lois is very comfortable with this hero, this time not going for the Fanny. They are going to be picking up Discussion and the final 2 bans here for IDNS. Melissa perhaps here for Respect. Fighter X's hero in the mid lane. There is a lot to take into consideration here, knowing that this is already game number 3, and there is a lot of possibilities here, knowing that WAWA Gaming is known to pull off these crazy drafts as well.
Yeah, I actually can understand the priority of the Gusion, because they want to have the same level of aggressiveness in the early game, but they want to have that capability to easily burst down 100 to 0 a single target, or might even be multiple targets here of WAWA Gaming. They want the highest amount of DPS in a short amount of time, so that they can immediately turn the tables here against WAWA Gaming. It's going to be quite difficult to do that given the durability of some of their heroes. But let's see what they are going to be picking it up with, as well as they get the Melissa. Lots of shredding power present on this particular hero, and pretty independent as well. A lot of tools and traps ready set in place, especially with his ultimate. So IDONOTSLEEP eSports should try to finish this up with a proper mage in the mid lane. Oh, whoa!
Wait, have you seen this?
Gusion here. Wow.
It's the brother versus brother.
Yep.
It's the older brother versus the younger brother.
We're gonna be seeing some sibling love here in this third and maybe final game of IDONOTSLEEP eSports and WAWA Gaming. Clint gonna be the last choice here on WAWA Gaming for their marksman, and what will they put up here in the middle? Actually, whoa!
Minotaur.
They get a Minotaur here. Whoa! So Lois, Gusion, Mizaming is
Atlas was open
in the mid lane.
No, wait, it's Master Pun and no, it's not. It's Fighter X on the Avon. It's a mid lane Avon. It's the same idea as putting the Gusion in the mid lane. Does it still have the Petrify? I mean, that was a case for other teams here. I don't know if that's going to be the case for... maybe an Execute could be a thing here for the Fighter X. But I guess the idea here is, again, to go for the high sustain, the burst with the Amon, and then you got the Clint to poke from the back sides. But there is the Minotaur that IDNS has secured. And this was also the one that made them win up against NIIGHTMARE eSports' Faramis. So it's going to be Missy. It's a mid lane Cho and a roamer Minotaur for IDNS.
Yep, because that's why I reacted oddly earlier, because I was saying Mizamink with a Cho in the mid lane, and okay, Danry as well gonna be there helping him out. So I think that's a lot of initiations present here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, but I'm kind of concerned on the damage department. Again, we saw this being present in one of the games earlier. You have a lot of burst damage in a sense. You have a lot of crowd control, but what can you do when you're losing? You don't have some sort of wave clear with this kind of draft of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. So they have a big responsibility of winning in the early game, making sure they stay ahead. Because once or if WAWA Gaming gets the upper hand, it's really hard to take it back. As now Mizimake forced to flicker out, able to be helped here by Zanri at the very least. But Lois is just going to be focusing on his farm for the meantime, as WAWA Gaming looks to just follow them and get some information across the board.
Wait, this was the same thing that IDNS did up against WAWA Gaming, right? They switched up their lineup this time. Yeah, your mind is going to be playing in the mid. We've already seen this. The Fredrin mid and the Edith mid. High sustain in the mid side, having a decent amount of clear. And now Remake going to take a lot of the damage. Izzy hasn't reached that level 4 just yet. So for IDNS, they need to burst down these heroes. And Mizimake going to fall really low.
No!
FighterX is going to flicker in and goes all the way. Takes down one. Falls down low as well. But Lois is not going to overcommit towards that one.
Yeah, that's a thing. IDONOTSLEEP eSports so far doesn't have that much damage. Lois tried to burst FighterX down, but it still wasn't enough for him to take one out. FighterX though will pick up a turtle for WAWA Gaming, and these sort of instances is the thing that IDONOTSLEEP eSports should be avoiding. Because once WAWA Gaming gets the upper hand, they'll keep getting more and more resources across the board. Once they take towers, IDONOTSLEEP eSports is going to have a bit of a difficult time preventing it unless they engage. So now they should be trying to make some plays. Master Pun taking a blunt of those damage. Nice CC chain there, especially by Zanri as Lois picks up the kill. WAWA Gaming still going on the defensive as they look to just flank maybe Lois here. Remake with a nice damage as now Mizimake just tries to pull back. Oh, FighterX as well, but Izzy joins the fight. FighterX doesn't have mana. IDONOTSLEEP eSports now chasing Remake, but it's gonna be quite difficult to do so. But Mizimake with the dragon into the ulti will help Izzy pick up that kill, as your mind is too slow to back off. He will just fall down again. IDONOTSLEEP eSports
but 33 though
right now, but 33 gets caught out here in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's a two-man rotation, and now IDNS after those pickoffs, they do get the punish here on the gold side. I mean, knock up there from Master Pun. 30 seconds before the turtle is up. IDNS right now, they are looking pretty solid here up against WAWA Gaming. They are able to answer out to the immense crowd control, that high sustain that WAWA Gaming has right now. And with FighterX already at level 7, a level actually ahead out of Lois. Respect as well, going to be poking a lot from that tower, is able to take it down. And now IDNS, they are on the gold deficit right now, a 1.5k. And I keep forgetting that it's FighterX who is the one in the jungle side. Zanri does not have that Minotaur's Rage just yet. Mizimake gonna try to go for FighterX. He does not commit to the Way of the Dragon, but instead FighterX, oh, there goes Mizimake with the engage. He gets the onward here by Master Pun, but they're not gonna overextend that fight, knowing that there is the turtle here up for grabs for IDNS. They have already solidified their take here. The fourth, this is what they want. Mizimake Lois already here, not unless they can go for the steal, and there is no attempt anymore from WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming starting to give some respect here towards IDONOTSLEEP eSports. They recognize the amount of crowd control that this team can have or give in a team fight, especially with the Minotaur here of Zandri having a high amount of threat during team fights. Now they look to group up once more. Yormaima gets set here, gets kicked down towards the back, and there's nothing you can do. Lois picking up the kill, a third already in this particular game with a scoreline of 3-0-1. WAWA Gaming should be a little more careful going across the map.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming already has taken down the tower on the bottom side, creating a lot of pressure here for Mizimake to rotate towards that side. And knowing that the mid lane isn't going to get cleared a lot, we're going to see a lot of pressure on the sides, definitely. Izzy, Zanri is quite tanky here, so that's not going to be the heroes that you want to target just yet. But now Remake is going to get a bit of the damage. He's going to switch up here to the bottom side while Respect is going to be moving towards that top side up against Izzy. There's a 3-man rotation there on top. It is Izzy in trouble there. They're going to try to go in for the gank. He has the shield at the Esmeralda. Is able to get the endless shards, but is not able to get bursted down. That is an Esmeralda. You're talking about a lot of shields, a lot of sustain as well. And if WAWA Gaming has enough sustain, IDNS has that as well in the form of the Esmeralda.
Yeah, WoW Gaming has to maybe scatter the members of IDONOTSLEEP eSports first, because whenever they group up, it's actually leaning towards them even more. As now the turtle is about to spawn up in the next 14 seconds. WoW Gaming has interest in this objective, but they're being zoned away by Xandri most of the time, as Lois already is quite fed at this early part of the game. It's going to be very difficult for WAWA Gaming to deal with them right now, as they are getting initiated upon. Master Pondo, nice use of the flicker to relocate himself in a much better position for that kick. And now Pyrex joins the fight. Nice burst onto Mizimik, but they traded out with another one as Lois finally falls down. Respect dealing quite a lot here in this fight as Xandri desperately tries to fall back. They live with their life, but the turtle is gonna be up to the hands of WAWA Gaming.
Gormine's still gonna go at it. He's not the jungler this time. He's gonna wait for Pyrex to go all the way up, but with the way WAWA Gaming has been controlling the map up against IDNS, they already got 2 towers, which makes this really extra difficult for IDNS to go further. There's not gonna be any contest. Respect this time will secure it for WAWA Gaming. They are on a 2.5k gold lead. Again, they always start out real slow for WAWA Gaming in terms of the series, in terms of the games, but when it reaches like game number 3, they're on, right? They're on, but it's still too early to tell. IDNS still has the Melissa, as well as Lois, who has been dishing a decent amount of damage with the Gushin. So it's a matter of who to target right now for IDNS. They have high sustain. They're going to try to push in for the lanes. 33 going onto the top side. Master Pun gets spotted here. He's not an Atlas, but 33 will be able to get that tower on the top side. Finally, a structure down here for the side of IDNS.
Yeah, WAWA Gaming has a bit of a slow composition. It's really hard for them to relocate themselves. Now, kick. A bit wasted there by Mizimink on that position, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports look to maybe set things up for them. That's getting quite difficult given WAWA Gaming's response always to follow through on those fights. Respect is joining them as well here in the bot lane, while IDONOTSLEEP eSports looks to maybe initiate in the mid as they have the numbers advantage. WAWA Gaming has to be very careful because IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they want to get some pick-offs. They know that when they get kills, they can transfer it into maybe another tower. Remake gets flanked from the side. Loy is just waiting for that opportunity as Xandri already has his ultimate available in a short while. Your Mind is looking for some vision here across the map, and it's starting to be a game of chess here for WAWA Gaming and IDONOTSLEEP eSports, waiting for the final opportunity, waiting for the check, so that you can just get your checkmate later on when you find the right move.
Yeah, 33 as well, going here to the bot side, trying to push in some towers. This is what they need. The Yellow Shards connect there for Pyrex, but for 33, with the passive here of the Minotaur, the second skill with the heal as well, will be able to sustain 33. And now the Lord is going to get chunked down at a very fast pace here. Is IDNS going to be able to contest that? Lois is already here. He's not a fanny, does not have the cables. Your Mind is going to take a lot of the damage from the dolls of Melissa. 33, they're going to attempt for the steal. Whoa. And Lois will get it this time, as well as the Minoan's Rage getting it on 3. Your Mind is the only casualty, and another one falls. Fighter X as well. Master Pun forced to back away right now. They got what they wanted for IDNS. They have to disengage right now. WAWA Gaming gonna have to defend up against this one, but fortunately enough, they do have a lot of towers that they took down up against IDNS.
Yeah, Respect kind of lacking on damage there as Remake falls down here in the mid. Now with the Lord marching on top, IDONOTSLEEP eSports starts to get a couple more structures across the board. Mid lane taken out, bot lane as well destroyed, as top lane looks very vulnerable here for WAWA Gaming. And it started off with that securement of Lois on that Lord, plus the damage coming in here from IDONOTSLEEP eSports is immense. Nobody can actually reach 33 out of the moment, and they will get your mind quickly as a B here in the mid. WAWA Gaming simply cannot respond accordingly towards these plays that IDONOTSLEEP eSports are making.
Oh, you know, GG, I'm actually starting to see how that Lucian makes so much sense. You get instantly bursted down once Lois gets that combo right. And now with the decent amount of crowd control that IDNS has, WAWA Gaming has high sustain, but how can they answer out to this? Inhibitors are going down one by one. The conceal has been popped here by Mizzy Meg, actually. He's the one carrying the roamer role. Also has the immortality right now to buy him some time in case he gets caught in taunt here of Your Mind or even the knock-up strike here of Remake. So they do get what they want. And it all boiled down to that Lord take by Lois. I think if it went to WAWA Gaming, that would have created so much more pressure for IDNS.
But it's a different result that we're seeing right now. 4 to 5,000 gold lead by IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Almost all towers secured already. They only need to pick up these 2 inhibitor towers in the mid lane and in the bot lane, and everything will be much smoother here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports on the close. We're already on the point. We're in Luminous Lord is available in the next 40 seconds. And WAWA Gaming, at this state of their game, they simply aren't conditioned yet to fight off IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Nobody can take Izzy down. Nobody can take Xandri out. And whenever they try to do some crowd control, they simply get bursted out by Lois and shredded by 33. Multiple times, we have seen it already. WAWA Gaming may be looking for some plays here, as Mizimink might actually get caught, but he's very tanky in a sense, looking for a good kick. As Izzy joins the fight, they get Pyterex taken out, as now IDONOTSLEEP eSports eyeing on the Lord, as WAWA Gaming maybe just opting to look at them lose the objective without any fight.
That's gonna be not so wise to actually contest this one. They do have the high sustain, but with Izzy and Xandri containing it, it's going to be an easy take by IDNS to continuously pressure the sides here. And Mizzy Meg actually purchasing the immortality in the nick of time. It was to bait out the skills of WAWA Gaming before the big objective, and it was Pyterex the one taken down. Makes it so much more easier for IDNS to get that Lord. Marching on the top side, there is no inhibitor left here. For IDNS, they need to play this out well, knowing that WAWA Gaming still has these high sustain heroes that they need to shred down. I want to see what 33 has already secured right now, but before all of that though, they have to clear out the waves here for WAWA Gaming. They have to defend this one. They were able to force out a game number 3, so they want to do the best that they can, but for IDNS, they're looking to take the world stage as well. They are doing very well right now, taking in towers one by one here. Cannot be overcommit. Then 33 as well, gonna get the ended shards, but the go away is able to be popped in the nick of time by 33. Still survives at that, and the Lord knocking in the base of WAWA Gaming. There is the onward here by Master Pun, and they are able to shred down this Lord instantly. And IDNS are able to take down 2 inhibitors after that Lord.
Yeah, IDONOTSLEEP eSports are happy with what they're getting right now. Even if they don't end the game, as long as they get an inhibitor tower, now they only need to take out 1. And once they do that, things are gonna look much better here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, looking for the close. As the Luminous Lord gets tankier and tankier, every minute goes by. And WAWA Gaming, they kept trying to initiate, they kept trying to catch them off guard, but their lack of damage right now on multiple targets and even on single targets is starting to take a toll onto them. They invested too much on tankiness and crowd control, and they're being punished right at it. Mizimink now setting up once again, but nice avoid here by Your Mind. Master Pun
Pyterex!
for maybe some picks.
Oh, Pyterex going all. I think he was going for 33 there, but that's such a bait played by IDNS, right? Like IDNS tried to go for 33, but he didn't notice that he was surrounded there by IDNS members, and therefore getting bursted down. 15 minutes in, 30 seconds before the next Lord, IDNS looking to close out, take as much towers as they can get. They have decent amount of frontline. Who gets caught in the middle? It's Mizzy Meg. He gets taken down there by Master Pun, and here comes the go away by 33, able to sustain the damage. Izzy's gonna block it in for 33. They're able to survive with only Mizzy Mick, actually the casualty for that match, but they did get an inhibitor at that point.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about. They only need the inhibitor. They can wait for the Lord, and this is the perfect timing for it as well. They have to wait for Mizimink though, as he is still dead for the next 11 seconds, but WAWA Gaming are not gonna waste any time. They know they have a little bit of an edge. They have this chance and they have to take it, but their chances is getting slimmer and slimmer. The time goes by as Zanri still looking for that engage. He has the crowd control available, is setting up this charge as Lois is just patiently waiting by the bush, because they know WAWA Gaming has to be desperate. They will be desperate to take this objective up, and they have the waves in their favor on the side lanes. It may be reset right now, but slowly it will push towards the base of WAWA Gaming. IDONOTSLEEP eSports still being patient here. They don't want to start things up. They actually go with a conceal play, trying to catch up Master Pun. But quickly, he disengaged for the moment. They draw attention once again towards the mid lane. Remake almost got bursted out, and knowing his low HP, IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they turn to the Lord. They want to bait them out. WAWA Gaming commits. That's a lot of damage that they are dealing, but they have to be very careful. 33 is now on the fight, but Respect finally gets Izzy. 33 is almost low, but look at the damage of Lois. It's a combination. Gets the burst down onto 2, and he's already in a monster kill. WAWA Gaming looks to flee from the fight, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they're just very interested in this Lord right now. They have 33 to quickly shred this out. So WAWA Gaming, they have no choice but to watch this objective fall out.
Yeah, nice attempt though by your mind. He was in a very good position to flank from the backside. But IDNS also read the tempo that they were setting, right? Zanri was the only casualty there. He was able to pop the Minoan's Rage, but Pyter X and Respect was also dealing a lot of damage. Therefore, Zanri and Izzy were the only casualties, but fortunately enough for them, after that opening, Lois was able to get a beautiful land onto 2 with the incandescence combo of the Gusion. And now here comes the 18-minute Lord for IDNS. There are no inhibitors left here for WAWA Gaming. They have to defend this one, but if WAWA Gaming is actually able to find an opening, especially on 33 and Lois, this could be again a defense by WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, they have to set up their defense really good, or else this is gonna be game over. They have dreamt this for so long. They have made the reverse sweep already in the upper bracket semifinals. They want to do it in here as well, but IDONOTSLEEP eSports is preventing all of it. As Remake gets bursted out, he will no longer survive as 33 shreds a single member here of WAWA Gaming, completely annihilating them along with their dreams of a reverse sweep again, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports will be the one to challenge MDH eSports in the grand finals.
Well, there you go. The last Laos representative here in the Mekong Qualifiers had a spectacular performance. I was really expecting a lot from this team as well, but there is a lot of potential in that region, in Laos in particular, and WAWA Gaming already gave us a glimpse of that. IDNS again denying them of the second time. Can only happen once, but never twice. IDNS this time getting that very nice 2-1 up against our Laos team. They do have to bid goodbye right now in the Mekong Qualifiers, and IDNS will be the ones getting that grand final slot in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. They do need to secure that M4 slot, which is only going to one team, either MDH or IDNS. That match will be happening later on, but what a spectacular series. I felt like I was really casting the grand finals, Gigi. I mean, that was such a back and forth game. Not just game number 3, even for game number 2, like, I didn't know who's gonna win. It was just a matter of execution, and I was actually questioning, okay, why were they going for the, because I never really was able to master the Gushin, so I do know that it can instantly burst you down, and I think that was the idea of IDNS, right? To actually burst down even the tankiest heroes. They did attempt here with the crowd control of WAWA Gaming, the intense crowd control, the high amount of sustain that they had, but it wasn't enough for IDNS. They were able to pull this off so successfully, especially after that first Lord take. I think that's when it went all the way downhill for WAWA Gaming. They couldn't find any openings. They were able to find some pickoffs, but Lois this time proving to us that, yeah, the Fanny is still up, still one of the heroes that has to be respected, but Lois as well, showing us that the Gushin can be played as well in the jungle role, bringing it back to its glory days. Lois, the MVP for this game, making the pickoffs onto key heroes of WAWA Gaming, and eventually securing all the major objectives as well for IDNS, eventually winning this round with that MVP. Well deserved from our Thai team. They are still looking forward to get their dreams of being in the world stage.
And now we are on the main event here in the Mekong Qualifiers, the grand finals between MDH eSports versus IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Make sure to watch this because these teams, only one will prevail and qualify for the M4. As we check out here the brackets, we've came so far already from the upper bracket semifinals now towards the grand finals. Definitely IDONOTSLEEP eSports going on the same route as they did in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, coming from the lower bracket and coming out strong towards the grand finals. Now, MDH eSports, they also want to qualify. They have been very dominating in this tournament so far. But let's see who is going to prevail this time. Will it be MDH or IDONOTSLEEP eSports? Before that, let's check out the highlights of the previous match before we start in the game. We are your shoutcasters, Guillaume Gaming, Burger Kim, and you're watching the Mekong Qualifiers.
I must break the code.
the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. To save the world, stop lightning! Lightning!
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
Started here by NIIGHTMARE eSports, but it's being contested.
วันphải lên bảng điểm số sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the monkey. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Alright, welcome back to the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, and now, finally, we are gonna be in the grand finals between MDH Esports and I Do Not Sleep Esports, and of course, we are gonna be your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming and Burger Kim. Burger Kim, are you excited for this? I'm like, thrilled.
We've already seen this, GG. We've seen this in MSC. This is the exact same lineup that competed up against each other in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers. The same, Vietnam and Thailand, but it was IDNS that qualified for MSC. So right now, going to the World Championships, I think IDNS wants to get that feeling of being in the world stage, right? Since they already were so close back in the M1 qualifier. So right now, this is again a best out of 5 for everyone who just tuned in. Different to what we've seen in the upper and lower bracket finals. We've seen like best out of 3s, but this time to close out the day, to close out with the grand finals, we get a best out of 5. MDH hasn't had any losses just yet here in the qualifiers. They only lost like 1 game up against NIIGHTMARE Esports, a Laos team as well. So they only lost once, but never an entire series. IDNS, they've lost 1 series up against WAWA Gaming, and well, WAWA Gaming was already back home. They finished 3rd spot here in the Mekong Qualifiers. And honestly, GG, the Laos teams have so much potential, right? Beating MDH once in a series, sending IDNS to the lower bracket. So maybe, who knows, right? Maybe in M5 or the next MSC, we might just see a Laos team emerge.
Yeah, but now we are going to be focusing, of course, on our top 2. MDH Esports and I Do Not Sleep Esports. They've met before, and
no, they haven't
in
met
that
before.
Previous series.
In MSC they did. Yeah, in
MSC,
MSC they
yeah,
did, but
yeah.
they haven't met yet in the M4 Mekong Qualifier. So this is
M4,
going
yeah,
to be very they haven't met here yet, okay? I'm getting too excited. Well, they are gonna be meeting right now, finally. Finally, they've never met in the group stages, even in the bracketing that we had. Yeah,
M4 Mekong Qualifiers. This is the first time, and what a banger it is to be meeting each other in the grand finals. Maybe it's some sort of fate, destined for them, that they should be meeting at the very top and just determine who is the strongest right there at the very end. MDH Esports is gonna be on the blue side, taking away the Paramis quite early, so maybe they might be focusing on maybe picking up the Valentina for themselves. I Do Not Sleep Esports taking away the Fanny. They won't settle for that for the meantime, as well, we saw the performance of Lois in here earlier in one of the series against WAWA Gaming, and it was quite difficult to push through. MDH Esports should be looking into picking up this Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina, not unless that's the ban of IDNS or they want to ban out the Wan. That has been the staple case for IDNS. And banning away the Fanny, I was actually going to hype up the fact that both of the junglers here, both MDH and IDNS, they can rock the Fanny. Both Joga and Lois can play the Fanny very well. So I was going to hype that up, but you know, IDNS is just like, yeah, let's just take away the Fanny. Let's not give each other more problems, knowing that these 2 teams haven't faced off against each other. So what's it going to be for IDNS? Valentina or the Wan? I would say, they go with something entirely different. So I think they want to open up one. Okay, either the Wan or the Valentina for themselves. So with this being said, this is going to be definitely the Wan open for IDNS to pick up here.
1-1, and maybe they can pick up the Esmeralda as well here for Izzy, which has been kind of like their pattern lately. But they actually pick up the Grok instead. A solid front line available here for I Do Not Sleep Esports, and a 1-1 as their marksman. MDH can pick up the Esmeralda for themselves, and it will kind of force out I Do Not Sleep Esports to either, you know, respond against the Esmeralda or finally pick up the Dyrot here for Izzy.
Yeah, wow, that's solid 2 picks immediately coming out from MDH. They already got frontliners. They also steal away the Esmeralda, but I told you, they don't answer out to the Tyrant immediately. They pick up the backline damage dealer, the Farsa that Mizzy Mink had gotten a triple kill with. They take away the Franco as well of Nart, of course, respecting Nart's Franco. They also steal away the Grok as well, so leaving Nart with other possible options like the Lolita that he has picked up here in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. The Dyrot still will be banned away, anticipating the fact that it might be Lois who will be the one playing it. So again, MDH is not going to anything that can make IDNS win this draft.
Yeah. I'm actually looking forward to maybe MDH eSports picking up or getting a Matilda or maybe a Kufra here for their side, especially that 1-1 is present here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports as they settle for the final banning phase, taking away the Yuzong as well. Fredrin might be available here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports if ever they do want to have that solid front line in the XP lane, but they actually pick up the Benedetta. Going on the offensive once more, IDONOTSLEEP eSports will get this hero on their XP lane, and this is so far being a really nice composition they are building. Bruno gonna be picked up, and Rafaela first time here for MDH and in the whole Mekong qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, and of course, Lois, the Gushon main, the burst of the Gushon. We're gonna be seeing a lot of this.
Especially since the roamer is going to be the Rafaela, right? It's going to be much easier to burst it down, despite the fact that it can pick up tanky items. I do like this Benedetta pick coming from IDNS just to contain the Esmeralda in the lane. And like what I mentioned, right? They do not pick up the Dyrot to answer out to the Esmeralda. Instead, they pick up other things like the Benedetta, the Fredrin also that we've seen with IDNS earlier. But again, this is a best out of 5. So we are just starting out with our grand finals match between Vietnam and IDNS. These two teams have already gone up against each other in MSC, like what Gigi mentioned. And, the Vietnam team failed to close out, and it was IDNS representing the Mekong region in MSC. And now this is the world stage we're talking about, Gigi. Both of them definitely want to be there. They want to see other regions as well. They want to go up against these other teams from different parts of the world. And now this is their chance to punch that ticket. This is the grand finals, game number 1 between MDH and IDNS.
They have to punch their way through in this long series. Best of 5 series in the grand finals as it's now game number 1. A huge start already as Nart might actually get taken out. Mizimings lacking a bit in damage there to pick up that first blood as MDH now just falling back for the meantime. An early aggressive start here actually for IDONOTSLEEP eSports, which is pretty common for them, but they have to be very careful because they're just waiting for Lois to actually reach level 4 before it actually engages and ganks towards the mid or bottom lane, because top side is kind of difficult as of the moment for MDH eSports as they play a little bit slow on the scaling side.
Yeah, but it's going to be Nart gonna assist Hehe on this Bruno that does need some help here. Mizzy Mick and Zandri as well here to join the party. There comes the power of nature.
Oh, lots of damage.
But lots of damage though. Zandri might fall, forces the flicker out, and the little counter misses.
Oh!
They still don't get anything. Zandri escapes with 1 HP. And surprisingly 33 as well, but he might just be the casualty here. And down he goes. Need my help. We'll be able to spot him now. 4-man rotation for MDH.
Yeah, he overstayed under the tower. He thought he was safe, but didn't anticipate the gank coming in from the engage coming in from Joga, and need my help as well. Now with most of them in the bot side, IDONOTSLEEP eSports settles for a turtle on the top side river. The king is gonna be a little bit too late to get that vision. A nice answer coming in here from IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Now, as Joga tries to get this blue buff away, still successful with it, denying some of the resources that Lois wants to take. And we're seeing actually a pretty nice goal lead here by MDH eSports. So in the economic perspective, MDH eSports is being more resourceful across the map.
Yeah, with the Benedetta here of Izzy containing the king in his lane. We all know that the MDH is going to be focusing all of their firepower down south, down that bottom lane up against Hehe, who has been the one carrying MDH all the way to the grand final stage, getting the back-to-back MVP. 33 as well. So Loy is going to be rotating here as well. So they are going to have to set up some place here for Hehe. But Nart and Need My Help is also here. Feathered Airstrike going to get spotted there. Busy Mink gets the Wings by Wings out. But Need My Help will be getting that ultimate as well. So there are going to be 2 Feathered Airstrikes later on.
2 feathered airstrikes and a disastrous team fight waiting to happen here, as both teams just looking to scale up in this early game. We're still just in the 3-minute mark of this game as MDH finally reaches their 10k gold. This is actually pretty good coming in from them, as Hehe just wants to scale up as quickly as possible, while the King as well is just trying to get as tanky as he can, because later on when the fights occur it's gonna be disastrous. But Hehe will find one as Lois looks to fall back for the meantime. Lots of zoning control is present here for MDH eSports. Another feathered airstrike, this time on the original Farsa. Will be casted here onto MDH as Izzy goes in. Here comes Lois as well, getting a double kill. Might get a triple, but Need My Help trades out for one. But MDH eSports has to give up another objective.
Yeah, that's Lois getting that clutch double kill, but gets punished by Need My Help there. Radiant Armor has been secured here by Joga, but IDNS will be taking the turtle after that one. A lot of pressure on 33 for this 1-1 right now, forcing IDNS to put all of their heroes, to put all of their rotations to be centered towards 33. Xanri hasn't been able to set up the wild charge just yet, but fortunately enough for IDNS, they were able to get those 2 pickoffs, care of Lois's Lucian, standing by the way at the 2-0-1. One more will give him that killing spree. But now, MDH, right? This is fast tempo from both sides. You just don't know who's gonna go at it, and when they do, they go all the way.
It's gonna be really tight right now. MDH stepping back for a little while. IDONOTSLEEP eSports wanting to secure this tower at top, but the King finally dives in front. Might regret it though, as it gets bursted out here by Lois and Miziming. On the other side though, Yoga is just trying to get some resources again away from Lois, denying him from any blue buff. Now they transfer to the mid. Miziming getting damaged a little bit there from Need My Help, as now IDONOTSLEEP eSports slowly catching up in terms of gold here against MDH. And while that happens, we're not even looking at 33 yet. He died earlier, but now he has been very, very safe in his laning phase, keeping up with the economy here with Hehe. And that's gonna be a big problem later on for MDH, because when this 1-1 flies, nobody's actually gonna be there to stop him, as most of the people here from MDH side are actually pretty squishy. And that's not even the main problem. The main problem is Lois being very, very fed, that had a triple kill earlier when Izzy is involved, and that's gonna be their combo later on. This time though, 33 tries to drive in front as now, Lois going with a burst, already on a mega kill. 33 surviving along with Xanri. It was all a ruse. Joga just gonna trade it out with a turtle, but MDH keeps on losing on these battles.
Yeah, the flicker, wild charge by Xanri, was able to get 2, and at that, Lois was able to pop a very nice incandescence combo off the Gusion, bursting down Need My Help. This is so fast coming in from both sides. You see the technical skills that each other has. You see the way that they can fight with each other's tempo, and even down to the tower takes. They are doing their best to equalize it, but MDH right now still on an advantage, knowing that this is a battlement of Joga that has been stealing away the resources of Lois. And surprisingly enough for Lois, he's still able to pull this Gusion off, despite the fact that Joga has been getting the resources that he needs. Speaking of Joga, Yep, he does get one here. Zanri's only the casualty here. Feathered Airstrike gonna miss out on 33, but MDH is on onslaught, right? But they can go for it. They can because they got a Rafaela, they got the Balmond, and these are heroes that if you want to go for it, you can definitely go. You have the sustain. And now IDNS is just really having problems right now where to set up things. And right now this might just be the death bush for the side of IDNS. There is the Electro final blow by Izzy. 33 as well. Gonna be able to take down one. Lois is still unstoppable at this point. He gets two in the process. And IDNS, an equal exchange from both sides.
Yeah, MDH eSports had it in the start, taking away Mizimink really early after Hehe goes up in front, not scared at anyone at that point. They knew that some of the members of IDONOTSLEEP eSports will be a little bit late on that fight, but the moment they enter, the moment that Lois positioned himself, they were able to trade it out in an equal manner at the very most. MDH still up by 1,500 gold against IDONOTSLEEP eSports, but slowly but surely we're seeing the damage hurt them as the time goes by. They aren't able to answer the pressure yet that Lois has been giving every team fight. Now they position towards the Lord. I think this is going to be quite crucial. I'm not having good thoughts on this take for now, as Need My Help nearly gets bursted out. Lois misses a bit, but finally lands on the kill. Lord, though, gonna be taken away here by MDH eSports, and they're gonna be happy with that for the very least, to trade out the death of their comrade. As IDONOTSLEEP eSports looking to re-enter in the fight. The King enters as well, but they are kind of scattered at most here. And with the Lord marching in the bot lane now, I think MDH is gonna settle with the waves first.
Oh, I'm not so sure what the call of IDNS was there. Like, Lois was going for the backlines, right? Yeah, taking down Need My Help, the mid laner of MDH, but at what cost, right? They give up the Lord, and the mid-side towers will fall after the minion waves are crashing in the side of IDNS. Joga on this Balmond wouldn't be so easy to burst down, so you don't really see Lois going for him. But I might actually just be wrong, right? He's going for Joga. Wild Charge lands, and down he goes. MDH, IDNS, again, going to give more kills, more assists to this Lucian.
Yeah, that's a 6-0-3 scoreline right now for Lois, as IDONOTSLEEP eSports continue to go on the offensive whenever they see an opportunity. And they actually rely on Lois quite a lot, especially on getting that shutdown towards the Valentina. Because if they get the early kill onto Need My Help, then nobody's gonna be able to use the Feathered Airstrike against IDONOTSLEEP eSports. And even if MDH eSports is up by some gold, doesn't even matter, because we still see the damage coming in from IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Now they're being scattered a bit, pushing out the side lanes, trying to scatter or isolate the members of MDH eSports, because the King, is struggling a little bit against Izzy right now, as Lois actually stalking them.
Lois is also in
recognizes Joga is in the vicinity, but they're waiting for the opportunity on the King. But they need to fall back for the meantime, because 55 seconds and the Lord will spawn up once more, this time an Luminous Lord with a lot of tankiness included and damage towards structures.
Yeah, it's 3 towers down for MDH, and for IDNS, they are actually keeping up, as well as the gold lead now. Back to a 1k lead by MDH, but for IDNS, you know, they do have like openings here, right, with the Feathered Airstrike, and even Xanri with the Wild Charge. But I think they do have to be a little bit more objective centered here right now, knowing that MDH, if they aren't able to get the kills, they are, you know, going to get in either structures, or they're gonna get like the Lord. And so far they have been doing so well, and this is the reason why IDNS have been hesitating a lot towards committing towards the team fights here up against MDH. 11 minutes in, I think this should be the 12-minute. Yeah, there you go. The 12-minute Lord is here for MDH and IDNS. I don't think it's going to be wise to have any more casualties at this point, but both teams are just going to be pressuring the sides as much as they can. Look at his damage though onto the Lord. This is one basic attack from the Bruno.
Huge damage. Starting to build up for this Bruno, but Mizimink is down. That is huge here for MDH as they find the Farsa, but Lois still packing a punch here on his damage, but they might have to give this Lord up as they were too busy with a small skirmish, and MDH, they're gonna be happy with this objective. A while ago, they weren't able to fully utilize the Lord that they got. This time, I think they have a chance. They will guide it towards the mid lane, and you mentioned earlier that his damage is starting to rise up. I think that is one of the concerns here now of IDONOTSLEEP eSports, but they're positioning for a flank, and Nart might get bursted out. Still has the immortality, but Xandri might get the trade. Hehe will survive, but they will still lose Nart.
Still survives.
Izzy is running away. This is a Benedetta. It's hard to take him out. He will cast in those slices and dices towards Need My Help, and
he's
Doga
going all
just
the way to
drawing
lead.
attention. And they basically denied him, or denied MDH of a push in the mid.
Yeah, buying so much time, a bit of time there for IDNS though, but the damage has been done already. Fetid Airstrike is going to deal a lot of damage. Lois might get bursted down here, but Xandri to the rescue with the wild charge, misses the little counter, and Lois still able to escape. Xandri!
Oh, that is unfortunate for Joga. And well played for Lois as he avoids death for so long. That might have been the closest one, but still doesn't flinch at all here for Lois.
They're just waiting. I mean, for MDH, right? It's really difficult. They have taken a lot of towers. Look at Hehe going for the purple here. For the side of IDNS, they have the sustain here with Nart's Rafaela. Something we haven't seen just yet. Holy Baptism! Stunts too, but not enough to take them down just yet. IMDH has the map control right now, and for IDNS, they have been focusing a lot of their firepower on the skirmishes. You can see it on the score, right? 10 kills for IDNS. They haven't been getting so much objectives, and knowing that there is a balance, they should try even harder to get these objectives. But all they wanted to do is just win all these trades, get in all the clashes, and right now they're seeing the need to push the towers. But now there is an onslaught here on the turtle side. Xandri's gonna get stunned, flickers away, still able to escape, but Lois though, on the top side, able to assassinate the king.
Yeah, and two members of IDONOTSLEEP eSports almost got taken out, but were able to back away safely. Now MDH are being pressured to respond towards top side after losing an inhibitor. Izzy is gonna be very difficult to chase down, and slowly but surely IDONOTSLEEP eSports is chipping down the base of MDH eSports. Now Xandri actually overextends. 33 trying to help out in the mid lane. They will trade out their support for now, as now the king finally arises. MDH eSports still now eyeing on the Lord. This is gonna be huge for them. They have numbers advantage, but Joga is quite low. No immortality as well. Lois positioning himself for this fight as Mizimink might actually get taken out by Need My Help, as Joga looks for the finish on the last hit on the Lord. There's nothing that IDONOTSLEEP eSports can do at this time. They lost too many comrades, and Xandri has just respawned right now. No engage tool, no tank for them. Izzy just trying to cut out the waves here in the bot lane so that MDH would have to respond to him.
Yeah, he's just buying time here for IDNS. They're trying to corner Izzy here. It's not gonna be so easy to take down this Benedetta. Goes for the little counters here, Joga. But IDNS is gonna have to take down this Lord just for now. Lois as well. And the minion waves again. Hehe and Nart has been so relentless on pushing that top side. And IDNS, they're still at it. They've been winning, right? They've been winning on the skirmishes. And right now, 33 gonna try to go for Joga. Is he able to pop the crossbow tank? Yes, he does. He flies here. Joga is so tanky. But at the end, he gets taken down by 33's 1-1. Care of Xandri as well. Need My Help. Gonna go for 33. He is too far here. Xandri gonna take up the damage, and the wild charge comes through. But he does not have the backup. Instead, he flickers away. But he gets the kill. Once again, Need My Help. Does not need any help at all there. The Lord will finally crash down here. Fetid Airstrike gonna be landed by Mizimink. And IDNS successfully able to defend that one.
And MDH eSports struggling a little bit on the pushes as IDONOTSLEEP eSports able to defend their base even with a Lord coming from MDH. Still couldn't crack their base wide open. IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they have the resources right now building up for them. 33 for sure is like full items already here. Most of them are. So it kind of boils down towards the execution, the layering of the traps, the layering of the CC. And as we see here, all our theories being confirmed. Things are closing out towards the end game here as we're already at the 18th minute mark. Is he gonna be seen here along with Xandri? But that doesn't matter. They recognize the damage that MDH is starting to feel. The King initiating here for MDH. Choosing to group up mid. This is gonna be risky and ambitious here against IDONOTSLEEP eSports. But it might be a good thing if they can force out this fight because they want to get at least a pick off for them to get a next objective here on the Lord. But IDONOTSLEEP eSports, especially for Izzy, has been very successful in drawing out attention across the other map here.
Yeah, IDNS already positioning themselves here in the Lord Pit. Now, what they need to do is get 33 that very nice angle to pop that crossbow tank. He was already dishing out so much damage even up against Joga with the with the help of Xandri as well. MPH knowing the numbers advantage, the towers that they have gotten, they are going to be starting out this Lord, and the conceal has been popped here by Xandri. Goes for Nard. They aren't able to get stunned just as well. Izzy goes all the way in. Need my help is really low. Falling Star Moon. And the little counter takes down Izzy. Hehe falls, but at the price of 1-for-1 exchange.
Oh, 33.
33. Still able to kite out all the damage. Is alive, but 2 for the price of 1. Izzy is the only casualty here. IDNS definitely won that one.
Yeah, and they're starting the Lord right now. 33 is soloing it at the moment. Joga cannot do anything as he cannot penetrate the members here of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Gets bursted out as well by Lois, and with this, IDONOTSLEEP eSports will finally get their first Lord of the game. This is gonna be big progress here for this red side team as MDH a while ago has been consistent on getting the Lord, but unable to utilize it effectively. But IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they can force some team fights. They have been doing it for so long. Just like on what happened earlier, Xandri engaging with his ultimate to initiate the fight, and Lois with the combination just easily melts the HP bars here of MDH. And well, 33, no one can actually touch him in any of these fights. Now he's just free hitting. Xandri getting taken out into his immortality, but able to back up successfully as they take more turrets across the map. Closing in on the inhibitors right now as the Lord is just too tanky. Conceal play setting up as Izzy goes in, but Xandri is not there waiting for the inhibitor towers to actually fall down as all of them are actually quite low. They will get both simultaneously, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports very, very close now on the end.
Yep. No inhibitors left right now. Surprisingly, how MDH has played it earlier. This time they are on the driver's seat after that one pick off onto Joga. The miraculous flicker wild charge there by Xandri was able to take down the tankiest heroes, just like Joga, just like the King. And now they are setting up another push play here by IDNS. This is where their strength relies on, right? Setting up those surprise plays. They are all grouped up here right now. Even MDH as well. The King might just actually get a lot of the damage. There comes Lois as well, 33 from the backside. The King as well, feathered airstrike. And the King tried to cancel that. He's not going to be able to do so. There is the immortality though. Xandri goes for the wild charge. Gets to a lethal counter. But 33 gets the middle of the damage. Again, falls 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, he goes in once more, but actually might have overextended. Nearly gets taken out as he backs away successfully, but Izzy will settle on going in. They got Hehe for the first time again As Zanri looks to go with a charge, they get the double. It's only Joga remaining alive, and that might just be it.
They're gonna go for the base.
IDONOTSLEEP eSports will start the grand finals with a win in this series.
Whoa! The Vietnamese team that has been waiting. And all I can say is that this is not something that IDNS is not familiar with. The lower bracket run is something that they have done in the past. And here you have it. The first win for the series, IDNS.
Yeah, it took a long time, but we saw the strengths here of IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Very, very methodical in their approach in this game. It took a while for them to recover from the initial gains of MDH eSports, but I think one of the biggest problem of MDH eSports at that time was really Lois on the Gusion. Phenomenal play since not even died a single time in this game. That's how flawless he has played on this Gusion.
Yeah, you see why he has been spamming this hero constantly, even in their games up against WAWA Gaming, where we all were like, oh, they could have picked up another hero. But the thing is, when the Gusion is able to actually pop up that combo, it will be so easy to burst down the heroes. You've seen it, right? It's a one-hit delete combo from the Gusion of Lois, virtually untouchable. That's this game. There were almost attempts of him getting shut down, but still, he was so calm and collected at this game. Wasn't able to get picked off either. Needless to say, never once picked off by the side of MDH, and definitely a spectacular performance like what you mentioned. So maybe Fanny isn't the name of the game for the Mekong Qualifiers. I think it's Gusion. Yeah, it was Fanny and MSC. So maybe some assassin should have the spotlight here in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. We're going to game number 2 in just a short while, but let's take a look at that back and forth phenomenal performance by Lois on that Gusion. Check out these highlights of game number 1 of the Grand Finals.
風消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
for a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd, and others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light. May the holy light I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Battle is being started here by NIIGHTMARE eSports. Well, it's the main contestant.
One phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the M4 World Championship Mekong Qualifier. And of course, we are your shoutcasters, Guillaume Gaming and Burger King, for this grand finals between IDONOTSLEEP eSports and MDH eSports. And so far, IDONOTSLEEP eSports, with a fantastic game, a long game perhaps, has still enabled them to win the first point here in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, 2 more wins away for IDNS to secure that M4 slot. And of course, the whooping prize pool of $4,000 for the first placer here in the Mekong Qualifiers. But again, this is a best out of 5. So IDNS has to win 2 more games. And as for MDH, a reset from what they had in game number 1. Well, I can say it was pretty much a good draft from both sides. They got comfort picks, stole away some comfort picks as well from the other side. And eventually, it was just a matter of execution. I think things went downhill when the Gushan was able to just... I think Lois didn't have any deaths, right? In that first game?
No deaths.
No, not at all.
No, that's the whole game.
Yeah.
He was able to position himself so well, able to assassinate a lot of members of MDH eSports despite the efforts of them trying to catch him. He was able to slip away from death. All instances.
Yeah, it's just... Can we safely say that this could be one of the heroes that does deserve that ban slot? I mean, I wouldn't say it is meta right now, but it is one of the top choices when it comes to junglers for IDNS. And this time, shaking things up, we're gonna be having IDNS on the blue side this time, and MDH gonna be on the red side. Well, if this happens, IDNS always likes to have either the Faramis or the Valentina open for them. But there you go. As I was saying, the Faramis and Valentina, it is going to be banned away immediately by MDH. Will the Balmond still come through here for IDNS, knowing that Joga was so difficult to deal with, especially in securing the objectives in game number 1? That could be the case. Faramis, Atlas, Diggy ban coming through for IDONOTSLEEP.
It's gonna be a little bit difficult here on the banning phase as MDH transition towards the red side. They have to take away a lot of heroes here from IDONOTSLEEP eSports, but which do you let pass? The Fanny is strong on Lois. We even have to take into consideration the Gushan here, which he had a fantastic performance earlier on. Valentina cannot be let open, and IDONOTSLEEP eSports is just gonna continue with their usual bans, actually respecting even the 1-1 possibility. So without the Akai, without the Balmond, there's only one way to go here, an Atlas priority for both of these teams.
Okay.
But which do you let through? MDH ban out the Diggy, so to tempt IDONOTSLEEP eSports to either focus on the Fanny, the Paquito, or let it pass here for MDH eSports to get the Atlas.
Okay, well, they shift back to the Fanny, as I was just talking about the Gushan, right? Like, it's the next best pick for Lois at this stage. But, with the Fanny in play, Nart has been playing very nasty Kufras as well. So that could be a pickup here in the first stage to counter out the Fanny. And maybe the Paquito as well will be locked in here. But they do get 2 comfort picks here for MDH. They're just not going to take the Kufra at all. Nart getting the respect ban on the Nart's Grok has been respected several times by different teams. WAWA Gaming, teams that have gone up against MDH, has been first banning this Grok. They pick up the Paquito as well, but IDNS is going to go with heroes that they are comfortable with, the Esmeralda and the Cho. Will it be a Dyra pick here for MDH as their XP laner?
Well, it's possible here for MDH eSports. I like how IDONOTSLEEP eSports is really prioritizing on the Esmeralda due to them not really liking on getting the D-Roth for themselves. But we will see another Fanny here for Lois. A while ago during their match against WAWA Gaming, it was difficult for Lois to continue applying pressure, especially when we reach the mid to late part of the game. And now MDH Esports, I think they will be attempting on stretching out the game. They're investing quite a lot on frontline heroes like the Fredrin, the Grok, and the Paquito. What they're lacking right now only is their marksman and their mid lane. But so far, based on the picks and the bans, they still have a lot of choices. Even Farsa still available for grabs here. And even if they do get taken away, sometimes you do see the Kagura rising up once more. And it has actually have a really nice impact into the game as well, especially during team fights. If you want to go explosive, you can get the Kagura in.
Yeah, they're going to take away the Claude as well here, away from 33. The Melissa is still open for the taking, but IDNS is going to take away the Lunox as well. That could be used by Need My Help, especially on the mid lane, and an answer as well to the Esmeralda when it comes to bursting this hero down. Mid laners, gold laner priority here for MDH. Are they going to take away the Melissa? Oh, it's a gold lane priority ban here for MDH. Really limiting 33 here with his heroes. But again, 33 has rocked several heroes. We've seen a Kimmy on 33. We've seen a Bruno on 33. But IDNS is going to be taking away a lot of mid laners here. I'm not so sure why the Eve hasn't been picked up. I would say the Eve is a very good answer to the Fanny. Crowd control, and as for their biggest problem should just be the Esmeralda and the Cho though, so it's still pretty much difficult to decide what to go for here. They pick up the Popple and Koopa for the gold lane.
All right.
And the Kimmy, as I was saying, the Kimmy is open for IDNS, something that 33 has spammed, and going to the Minotaur for their roamer role here in IDNS.
Yeah, MDH Esports getting the Popple and Koopa, which is actually strong on duels as well when they land in the stun onto Lois later on. That's something that they are going to be looking forward to be able to burst him out. During their match against WAWA Gaming, Lois actually struggled because of well, one, the Atlas, and two, the Paquito dealing quite a bit of damage whenever he gets interrupted on trying to escape. So MDH Esports is also going to be looking for that during team fights. I'm still wondering what mage they are going to be picking up in the mid lane. Finally, we will see an Eve being picked up, which we have talked about so many times already. I guess some teams are really trying to stretch out their pickings as well as their choices in the mid lane to try out different methods to approach the game. But sometimes we have to go back towards our roots, in which Eve, being a control mage as she is, has a lot of impact during team fights, zoning control, and overall damage that best suits the composition right now, of course, of MDH Esports.
Yeah, IDNS already scoring 1 point, and knowing that Lois has this comfort pick once again on the Fanny that has won IDNS some games, has gave them some of their losses as well. But for Lois, he's quite comfortable with this hero, right? Like the Gushin. But for IDNS, what's different here is I'm loving that there are other gold laners being utilized here in the gold lane, Popple and Koopa, going back to its roots as well. Back in the gold lane, for the longest time, we've seen a Popple and Koopa being utilized as a utility tank, a utility roamer. So I'm loving the fact that the Popple and Koopa is back at the gold lane, and now I want to see this Eve prove to be very useful in team fights. And
Xandri?
Gonna fall down really low, not gonna get anything just yet. Mizzy Mink as well on the Cho, trying to get Nart there, but is unable to get anything. The King will also be forcing the Flicker out after that onslaught from the Esmeralda's Frost Moon Shields, eating it up, eventually backing away. Again, this is still the same situation that we had in game number 1, where everyone was extra careful. But speaking of, they are setting up this death push onto 33. He spots them in the nick of time. So he has to be extra careful, though. He does not have the help here of Mizzy Mink and Xandri just yet, so he can't just overcommit to any of the clashes.
Yeah, Mizzy Mink might actually get taken out here as he's being dived here.
He has a flicker.
Flickers out of danger as MDH will actually engage once more. Joga a bit overextending here as Lois finds him out. Xandri will get the trade, and MDH a little bit over aggressive in that kill. The turtle finally rises up as IDONOTSLEEP eSports might actually take the rise on this.
Yeah, I mean, that was very aggressive coming from Joga. A little bit too overzealous there, extending, knowing that there's a tower. Unfortunately enough for Zanri, he was there to back up. 33, falling down really low on this lane. Nart as well, he does not have the wild charge, but gets taken down by Hehe on that gold lane. And now IDNS gonna look to actually answer it out by taking this turtle here. Not so sure where Joga is. Oh, he's just gonna be taking the purple gold. I think they're just gonna be giving this away freely.
Yeah, this is going to be a free objective for them for now, as MDH eSports are a little bit busy on the other side as well. Joga finally got a couple of kills earlier, but I think his over-aggressiveness may be a problem. He has to patch that thing up, as now he looks to dive into the bottom lane. Izzy took a lot from those punches, but still able to survive for the very least. I don't know if eSports being very, very cautious in their laning phase right now, especially to guard 33 inside this lane, as now they dive onto the top, but the real-world manipulation is being casted now. If I need my help, a little bit late on that, but at least they got a trade once more by Joga on the bot side, diving with the help of the king. Lois might actually be the main problem now of MDH eSports. They have to guard their tower, as 33 can easily deal some damage onto these structures. Without the Popol and Koopa, without Hehe in the lane, it's going to be difficult for them to defend the base. Need my help, sends out his regards as well towards top side, as they look to maybe get some kill here onto Mizamink. Easy out by this Joe. MDH eSports going on the offensive once more, but they need to be careful here from Lois, as he will look for the picks once more. They find Mizamink though, which give them some numbers advantage, but Nart is quite low. Gets away to safety, and nice layering of the CC here onto Izzy with the damage coming in from Hehe, but gets taken down as well. Real world manipulation once more, but they are low in HP, and both set up a truce for the moment. That clash was a little bit won though by MDH.
They got the XP laner for the gold laner. It all started with the initiation from Mizamink, and then afterwards, it was just Hehe free hitting everyone with the Popol and Koopa. And now IDNS has to take this next turtle of the game. Nart already here, as well as Hehe. The MDH with this composition that they have, built for team fights, they also have the heroes that can push really fast, the Popol and Koopa, that we haven't seen so much here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Now for the very, well, one of the few times that it has actually been picked up here. Turtle is up. 33 is also here. Lois in, just around the corner. Joga as well has the knock-up strike onto Mizamink. Lois is going to try to go in, but he gets a knock-up onto two. Zanri as well with them in no one's rage. Mizamink as well, getting that way of the dragon, but gets punished there by Hehe. But nice cutthroat coming through from Lois, and they take down Joga before the turtle. But I think for MDH, they still want to continue this one. Not gonna be safe yet. They're not gonna try to start the turtle just yet, because Joga is down as of the moment.
Yeah, I think the Zanri is starting to be a big problem here for MDH eSports, especially when he lands in his ultimate onto multiple members of MDH eSports. Joga finally arriving in the area as they now try to engage onto Lois. Taking a bit of damage, but their main goal is the turtle. They settle with that and give their regards, as now we're seeing IDONOTSLEEP eSports setting up for more ganks. They have been relying on Lois quite a lot of times actually to get in on the ganks, get in a couple of kills. Need my help actually getting one in the mid lane, as top side, Lois overextended for a little bit, tried to get a kill onto Hehe, but 33 will try to land in his ult. Unable to get that kill, as MDH walks away with 3 kills with those kinds of complications, I guess. Lois has been very aggressive in a sense as a jungler, getting a couple of kills, but this composition of MDH eSports is actually a bit more difficult to engage, because they can just lock him down with their abilities, as now the king is trying to go with a 1 versus 3 in the bot lane, but Joga will help him out. Might not be enough though, as Izzy rejoins. Zanri chasing down Joga, but will not find another kill, as Hehe will find a trade this time in the mid lane. Both of these teams are going hard on each other.
You know that IDNS is the team to go in for the late game. Lois tries to go in. Zanri still has that with no one's rage. Gonna save it for the turtle fight that will happen in just 30 seconds. MDH leading by the kill scores right now. 9 kills up against IDNS. When they are also on a 2k gold lead here up against IDNS. And they're looking to capitalize it even further by taking down these structures one by one. 33 here struggling up against Snart. He gets the Way of the Dragon for Mizzy Mink. Gets it under the tower. He's able to sustain, but look at Joga going for 33. And without any backup, IDNS is going to struggle up against this one. The shutdown comes through from Lois in the nick of time, but Mizzy Mink will get taken down by the tip of the real world manipulation. They also get the tower. IDNS struggling right now, and MDH is playing mind games with them every time.
Yeah, MDH Esports able to catch up on the members of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Lois a little bit late in that fight, and every time he gets late, that's disastrous for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, as now they lost 2 once again, including Lois, as Zanri falls down too, and without their jungler, MDH Esports is gonna be looking to get this Lord up for themselves, and nobody can stop them. This time, they're upping the stakes. During the first game, we saw IDONOTSLEEP Esports getting the Lord and helping them so much in pushes, and MDH this time I think are more equipped to deal some damage towards structures, as they now have the Eve for the crowd control and for the zoning here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. He hasn't suffered any casualty just yet, and most of the time during team fight, he is always involved. Joga on the aggressiveness, on the hunt, always for a kill, will find 33, as now they're looking to close onto the mid lane and onto the top lane. They will find an inhibitor there. That's gonna be huge for them, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports immediately trying to clear out the wave and trying to kill this Lord marching onto the top, but they might need to fall back for now, as Nart will look to prevent any escapes. MDH Esports slowly marching onto the mid, slowly onto the top as well, getting resources across the board, increasing their goal lead towards 7,000 at 10 minutes into this game. Closer to that, as now it increases even more. IDONOTSLEEP Esports still have their inhibitor towers intact, but the walls are starting to close in.
This is Joga playing a very aggressive Paquito. He always has that champ stance available, plus Nart been using that grab so aggressively. There comes the knock-up, Zanri falls, and the real manipulation is still up. Mega kill for our Eve in the back lines. I'm not so sure why this hasn't been utilized in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. This could be a wipeout. The super slow, the controls by MDH. It's too much for IDNS to handle. They get a shutdown on the Joga, a little bit overextending there, but the Guardian's barrier blocks everyone out. They don't even have any minions right now. They're forced to back away. IDNS still up and kicking right now, 10 minutes in.
It could have been the game, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports escaped and extend this game a little bit longer. MDH wanted to end this game already, but since they don't have any minions, they have to reset for a while. They are up by 7,000. They can initiate quite well and have the necessary resources to up their damage, but they have to wait for 30 seconds more on the next floor. It will be Luminous, but now they actually get a little bit greedy. They go on to Zanri, but they need to watch onto Izzy as he looks for the back line. Lois, no energy anymore. He needs to fall back, but the other members are being left out as Izzy is being chased by Joga. Lois though going towards the backside. Hefe is quite low, tries to do some damage but will fall down, but cannot recover anymore as Lois falls down as well. With Joga being in the front, he can easily punch his way through on the squishy members of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. And while that's happening, there's also a wave marching in the bot. So now, IDONOTSLEEP Esports, they're being scattered right now. They don't know what to do. Should they back away? Should they let them push? But while that's happening, 33 is being
going for
chased away
33.
here. If I need my help, they
There's no
turn onto
escape.
him. The king
No
strikes
escape.
him back. And when they find the kill, they have numbers advantage once more. Sandry tries to isolate Joga, but he is being damaged as well. Izzy tanking in the front. Lois finally rejoins the fight. As
low.
this fight continues, Nart might actually fall down. Hehe finally recovers and goes back onto the fight. And now Lois, no energy once more. They have to reset
Nart,
here.
though.
But MDH Esports are
Come
not
on,
letting
Nart.
them escape. They finally get another one. Killing spree onto the king. And the king will march on towards the mid as MDH Esports looks for the close. They find Zanri once
Look at the
more.
king, he's
It's
so
only
tanky.
Lois and 33, but they're gonna be
It's
blocked
over.
by the members of MDH. They're gonna tie the score 1-1.
Wow, MDH Esports. Just when we thought that it was almost game over for IDNS, 10 minutes in, they were able to buy some time. So much isolated clashes there. And I think the Eve, right? I told you, I have been hyping this hero up ever since the start of the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. There were no nerfs that were given to this Eve. And I'm like, why isn't anyone picking this up, right? There hasn't been anyone
Pick
picking
this
this
up.
up because there's an intense amount of control by the Eve. And I think it should be Need My Help as the MVP there. Even with the Fanny threat, right? He wasn't taken down. So I think that should be a well-deserved MVP for the mid laner of MDH.
Yeah, and overall, MDH Esports in this kind of performance that they've shown in that extended team fight, I think that team fight went for at least a minute and a half. Really pushing each other's limits, but we saw more of a synergy coming in from MDH Esports. A lot of times we saw IDONOTSLEEP Esports actually being a little bit scattered, going on their own. We saw 33 being isolated from the team, and a lot of times Lois, without the blue buff, without the purple buff, unable to extend his damage on the team fight. He always has to back away and reset once more, and that was the window of opportunity for MDH Esports to continue pushing on. And now, just like what you said, MVP is gonna be Need My Help with the Eve here. No deaths until the very end, same as Nart, but the crowd control and the zone control here of MDH Esports has been phenomenal, and the core was Need My Help.
I don't even know why this hero hasn't been picked up. Give it some attention. It has an intense amount of control. The slows it gave every time that Need My Help is able to pop that real world manipulation. 5-0-14, untouchable, even with the threat of the Fanny, the threat of the Cho, getting that way of the dragon. But Need My Help was able to position himself in a place where he couldn't get picked off, and all the rest of the members of MDH had to do was just soak up the damage for Need My Help and just landing that real world manipulation. And he was already unstoppable at that point, right? Not being able to get shut down by the members of IDNS. I do have to say that, IDNS, they lacked the AoE there. They did have the Kimmy, but what's the Kimmy compared to the Eve that has that chessboard right up, right?
Yeah. And of course, we expected this, a long and extended series here. Both teams really want to qualify for the M4 World Championship, and it's gonna take a lot. MDH Esports finally tied the score, but let's see who will get the edge right now as we move on to game number 3. But of course, before that, we'll just go into a very short break. Please watch and enjoy the highlights of game number 2.
ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love yourself. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare eSports, but it's being contested.
1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the M4 World Championship Mekong Qualifier. We're now at the Grand Finals, game number 3 between IDONOTSLEEP eSports and MDH eSports. And after that fascinating game number 2, we have a tie that should be broken in this game. Only one can get the leverage in the series. Of course, we are still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Neil Gaming with Burger King, be the voice of the Grand Finals.
Yep. This is the moment where you kind of shift the tides, GG. It's already a tie for both teams if you just tuned into this best out of 5 match, which means that this is 3 games that these two teams have to win to be able to get this series and get that M4 ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia next year. But for now, we do have to see though who will get that momentum for game number 3? Because that's what MDH wanted to have, right? Okay, make it a 1-1. Let's see who gets the tempo first. But I do want to talk about the fact that MDH is now on the blue side, getting the prio pick right now. IDNS, I feel like they have to respect Nart's, not just the Franco. I think even the Grauk here of Nart has to be respected. Yeah, he plays
It
a
was
really good
phenomenal on the
Grauk
Grok
here.
earlier. Yeah. I think
We can go for
Lois
like
as well.
MDH.
Such. Wow.
Look at MDH's bans. That's quite surprising, being on the blue side. Thinking with the Valentina and I feel like they want to open up something here for MDH. They want to force IDNS to have a different strategy, but IDNS still, of course, taking away the Fanny and the Akai this time, the Diggy as well. So maybe perhaps they are setting up for an Atlas to set up things for team fights. Knowing that the Diggy's already out, the Faramis is out, and the Valentina's also out. 1-1's gonna be the final ban here of IDNS. They can start out with the Paquito, but I was talking about the Grok earlier. Nart has to be respected on this Grok. I think IDNS was planning that, okay, maybe MDH was planning to get the Paquito first, and then they steal away the Grok. But no, MDH is like, we're gonna get that Grok, whether you like it or not. But IDNS is gonna get some of their the comfort picks as well, Farsa and the Paquito.
We see where this is going. We're going back towards the MSC Mekong Qualifiers. We're gonna see a Farsa once more. We're gonna see an Eve being picked up later on. We're gonna see a long, extended team fight here in the Grand Finals. Everything is on the line now, and they're done going with some experiments on their drafts, on their pickings. They want what works the best, the ones that are really reliable as of the moment, and these heroes are very reliable. The Paquito, the Farsa, Melissa now on head, denying it onto 33 as well. They can pick up the Esmeralda. Yep, getting it, forcing IDONOTSLEEP eSports to maybe pick up the D-Roth that they haven't picked up just yet. They settle with the Atlas, going in a response to that Diggy ban earlier. So a lot of team fighting capability, not only for IDONOTSLEEP eSports with this Atlas, but also for MDH eSports, because they have the Grok in which Nart performed incredibly well earlier.
They banned out the Gushan finally for MDH. I was thinking that Lois might actually go back to the Gushan, knowing that it has a very good performance so far. IDNS, every time they pick up the Gushan, it has a very good win rate with IDNS. And knowing that MDH is going to respect that, they're going to respect the Balmond as well and the Eve. So no, GG, we're not going to be seeing the feathered airstrike and the real world manipulation once again. So no throwback. Maybe perhaps I'm thinking along the lines of a different types of mage. I mean, the Kagura, Lunox, that is one of the top picks. I mean, the Kagura only like once or twice, but the Lunox, though, it has been picked up several times by different teams in the Mekong region.
More frequent.
Now, they have a lot of crowd control already for IDNS with the Atlas and, of course, the Feathered Airstrike. You also got the Grok here for MDH, and they pick up the Clint here to go up against the Melissa. They still need Joga's heroes. They still need my help. Need my help's hero in the mid lane. So what's it gonna be for the mid laner here?
Ooh! We're gonna be seeing Assassins being picked up this time. NDH settling on the lane here for Joga as Need My Help also going on the offensive. Phobia is gonna be picked up here to try and deal a lot of interruption and damage here towards IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Legushin may be banned, but his brother is still up. Lois is picking up this. His brother.
Yeah, no, it is. It's his brother. It is like the next best option if you don't have the Gusha, right? It still deals a significant amount of burst, especially if you land the Endless Shard. Same idea. Same. If you can play the Gushan, I think more or less you can play the Amon as well. So this is still IDNS going to try and pick off the backlines here of MDH, but with the Phobius in play, under Need My Help's hands, GG, they're imitating the style that IDNS had. They play the Phobius in the mid lane, and now MDH is like, we're gonna try to imitate your style. We're gonna try to emulate it a bit, twist it a little bit, add the link up to our composition. But for MDH, they are well prepared for that Atlas of Zanri. So let's see if we will be able to set up, knowing for a fact that there is a Phobius here in play. A lot of diversions as well with the Lynx Tempest of Blade. So those are two heroes that you can't easily set up. So maybe perhaps go for the Melissa here, create a lot of pressure in the gold lane, knowing for a fact that 33 has the advantage in the early game.
Yeah, 33 should have it given the matchup right now towards the Melissa versus the Clint. And maybe they would try to draw him closer to the tower because IDONOTSLEEP eSports does have diving potential here. They can easily dive under the tower onto Hehe later on because of the Atlas pick. But now he's being a little bit bullied by Nart. Nizimic just trying to help him out in this laning phase as MDH looks to play things slowly at the very beginning with Joga just focusing more onto the farming, but now finally joins the inner fight. Xandri actually might get taken out, but Nart flickers away. Nizimic just trying to deal some damage towards the back line, but gets threatened here. Finally, first blood comes through as Lois will get traded out as well. MDH and IDONOTS eSports really going hard in this first minute. And we're only just in around a minute and a half. MDH eSports with this sling can be a little advantageous, especially on the rotations, given the high mobility of this particular hero. IDONOTS eSports would be looking to group up later on and try to force team fights onto MDH. You need to be very careful later on onto those because the feathered airstrike, despite the other heroes of MDH eSports being a little on the tankier side, the others will be much more vulnerable towards that damage. Now they will be starting this turtle for the moment. Feathered airstrike gonna be thrown out almost immediately, but Nart interrupts him once more. Xandri cannot close the distance, will need to disengage for a while. Izzy with a nice flank, won't be getting that steal as the king finds Izzy as well. MDH starting to take territory here against IDONOTSLEEP eSports.
Yeah, nice attempt though by Izzy to go in for the flank from the backside. Again, Nart with the Guardian Spear. It's so scary every time he has that up. You don't know when he's gonna go for the wild charge. That's something that IDNS has to think through right now. I mean, Nart has been so lethal on the Grok. I was actually expecting a respect ban coming through from IDNS, but they still let it slide. Of course, respecting other meta picks as well. Feathered airstrike here in the mid, and Need My Help, it gets bursted down there by the endless shards and the feathered airstrike down to the core. And IDNS rotating here on the top side. Xandri has the Fatal Links and the Flicker still available here. So he has to wait for the proper timing to do that setup because Nart is just relentless on trying to get 33 there. He's waiting at that bush, waiting for the proper time to get that Guardian's Barrier up and getting that wild charge.
Yeah, this is going to be a these setups here for both teams. High responsibility of the roaming tanks here. Xandri and Nart, they have to be on point whenever they engage because the follow-up is going to be insane coming from both teams. Nice Fatal Link, this is what we talked about, but easy escape by Jogas. Not much CC chains were thrown out here by IDONOTS eSports. They lost Xandri in the process, but here comes Lloyd, still leading two people as MDH looks to flee from the area. Need My Help also actually goes back, almost slamming down 33, but he might actually go once more. Joga under the tower, no one will be safe. Easy gap close here for MDH, tying up the kills here against IDNS.
I like the fast response from both IDNS and MDH. Every time there's someone low, you just know something's bound to happen there. Like 33 was already low from the demonic force, and then it's a good thing that they have a jungler here that's so mobile, which is in the form of the Link, which I haven't seen so much here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Like so far, in terms of the heroes that has been picked up here, mostly on the Paquito, the Grok, the Phobius, and even the Gusion. Like, this is the only region that has that. Endless Shards connect onto the King. Feather Airstrike as well. Mizime gonna get spotted there by Joga. Izzy as well. Tempest of Blaze gonna be committed here by Joga. But the Fatal Links come through here for the side of IDNS. They get a double kill, a triple kill for Izzy at that. But there is a shutdown by Nart for the price of one. Zanri with the clutch Fatal Links once again in the Turtle Pit. The exact same thing that happened in their game with WAWA Gaming.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about. A big responsibility on these roaming tanks. Zandri, clutch moment on that Fatal Links, and the follow-up from the rest of the members of IDNS were on point. MDH tried to capitalize, tried to fight back, but their HP were so low, even with Need My Help trying to slam on them, simply wasn't enough. Now, with the Kings dying once more, IDONOTSLEEP eSports starting to get leverage here in this game as they look to take this bottom tier 1. But Izame will actually get taken down. Tempest of Blaze going to be used here by Joga to try and chase him out. But he still is able to disengage as Izzy gets left here in the bottom lane. Is going to be okay with it. Able to disengage or at least shove away the members of MDH. They have the upper hand. They will set up onto the top as 33 gets taken out though. As IDNS looks to maybe re-engage. The King is getting zoned away here as they throw out that Feathered Airstrike once more. The King finally falls down as Need My Help as well. IDNS pushing onto the mid to take a tier 1 tower once more. And look at how they are operating here. Getting a kill on the bot lane, suddenly shifting into the mid lane, getting a couple of gold and resources in the process, denying it as well from MDH. And MDH right now are being a little confused. They will try to engage onto the top side, but they don't have the firepower to do so yet.
Let's see that. Zanri has been landing those Fatal Links onto 2. But this time he goes for 1. He goes for Nart instead. Might be a counter initiation. Wild charge onto Izzy. But Lois from the backside gets the endless charge onto Hehe, catching him off guard. And after that engagement Nart, it was all nullified by IDNS. They take down the gold laner. They also take down this tower. You see how IDNS is controlling this in the 7-minute mark. I love how they're adapting their playstyle to what MDH has set in game number 2. They have the sling though that is doing quite well. They're gonna start it here in the turtle. Gonna be a retribution battle between both sides. They're gonna try to make some plays here.
Yoga's gonna get the objective, but what will be the cost as they are overextending quite a bit? Lois already on his 9th skill of this game, even higher than most of the members here of NIIGHTMARE eSports in total. Joga gonna try to reposition himself maybe towards the back line, but he couldn't get in there. IDNS are just too strong in the front, but hey, free hitting on the back line, able to shred down Zanli. But they will at least get a trade in terms of kills. But in objective-wise, IDONOTSLEEP eSports has been very consistent. Lois gonna attempt to burst out Nart, not really the best target here. But if he targets Hehe, if he targets Joga, or even Need My Help, the killing becomes easier for him because he relies so much here onto his allies. And now suddenly it's a 2 versus 1 in the bot lane. Izzy will try to flicker out Mizime, helping out, casting the Feathered Airstrike, bombarding the King, and he will fall down. Joga tries to retaliate, but Izzy pushes him back. And Zandri once again on the CC chain, stopping the push, stopping the back away now. And here comes Lois once again on the back side, bursting out 2. Mizimink will also get 2, and IDNS completely obliterates MDH.
Oh my god, did you see the bait from Izzy at that point? He was so low, tanking up the damage from the King and Joga. And eventually, he was so low to the point that Mizimink was already in the vicinity, pops in that Feathered Airstrike, and Zanri goes at the perfect timing with the flicker and the Fatal Links combo, taking down 2 and eventually shutting down the jug. There was a shutdown on Izzy, but they got that 4-man takedown from IDNS. Here comes the Lord, and Lois has been so phenomenal on this A1. And at this point, it feels like a Natalia. You don't even know where he is. Zanri, gonna go all the way in. Need My Help is gonna get stunned there. Gonna get slowed by IDNS. They have this contained right now, GG. They want to take this Lord to further advance forward here. They are on the lead right now. Not unless there is going to be any contest. The King gets bursted there by the Endless Shards, and the Fatal Links come through. They take that one, and 33 gonna be free hitting a double kill for Lois. Joga still up, gets spotted by Hey, gonna get taken down. Low triple kill for Lois. They get the Lord as well. IDNS still up and kicking, showing MDH that you guys might have been waiting for us in the upper bracket, but we are going to be fighting back harder. There is the lower brackets, and we're going to crawl all the way up here to the grand final stage, and we're not going to let it end with you getting the momentum as they continuously take down the structures one by one.
Oh no. Tempest of Blade. This time, MDH is looking to fight back, but Lois completely obliterates Joga in a blink of an eye. 33 as well will be picking up a kill. IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they're just destroying MDH right now. MDH can try to get a fight back, a comeback here, but they're not being allowed here by IDNS eSports. They're up by so much in terms of gold right now. 9,000 on the board, 24 kills compared to 8, and now they're looking to finally break the space wide open. Look at the HP bar of the King dissipating to thin air as IDNS looks to maybe capitalize on the moment. They have a Lord marching into the top lane, a wave in the bot lane as well. Look at Xandri going to the Fatal Link. Tempest of Blades here. Cast out by Joga to try and initiate for them, but they will not get baited out. They're happy to take a tower in the top lane. The mid is very vulnerable as well here for MDH eSports, and they only need to push out the bot. Everything is going to the cases here of IDNS eSports and MDH starting to lose here in this game. They're down so much, like 11,000 gold lead here. It's really hard to come back from this now.
Yeah, Lois is standing at a 15-1-5, only getting taken down once. And IDNS, the Bloodwings has already been purchased, so this is going to dish out a lot of damage. And I see why Lois was able to get that early game lead up until now. He has that mystery shop emblem. And at this point, you can't even spot him right now. There is the concealed play here. The flicker has been forced, but Xandri goes in for the Fatal Links. Takes down the King. Still a legendary for Lois. 2 members down, and IDNS can go for it. Hey, gets taken down instantly by the endless shards of the Amon. If you don't have the Gushan, well, I wouldn't say this is the next best option. I would say that Izzy, Xandri, and the rest of the members of IDNS are playing out of their minds right now. They want to get that 2-1 right now to force out a win. One more win away from the M4
They're gonna go for it.
I think this is it. They're gonna go for the tower. IDNS will lock it in, and they get game number 3.
Game number 3 and a match point right now for IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Well played for them, and Lois has been very phenomenal in this game. The pressure of this player, mechanically gifted, using the Fanny, using the Gushan, and now the Amon. What else can this guy use? Because he has been dominating in the jungle, and overall, as a team, IDONOTSLEEP eSports really came back hard in this game, especially against MDH eSports a while ago, beating them in the second game. But now we're seeing a different energy coming on from IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Definitely, we know they want this Grand Championship. They want to be the one to qualify in the M4 World Championship, and they're only one step away towards that goal. One more push, as now we see the score 28-8 in this game number 3. A magnificent number here being shown on IDONOTSLEEP eSports side. Highest damage here is 33 and Lois, but overall, I want to commend Xandri here, especially in the one of the initial fights. His clutch Fatal Link actually gave the momentum to their team after they got a couple of kills and suffered only little casualties, also getting the turtle and upping the momentum in their favor. Lois is gonna be the MVP here. Look at the kill, 17, 1 death and 6 assists. That is too much, man. Too much.
It's too much to take for Lois. I mean, if you took out the Gushan, He still has this Amon up his sleeve. I don't think he has ever brought this out in the group stages. Even in the lower bracket, he has never brought this out, mostly on the Gushan. So kind of like telling people that, or telling teams here in the Mekong Qualifiers that, okay, Gushan has been my staple pick. Bat it away. That's one of my comfort picks, but now they do have a pocket pick here with the Amon. And speaking of the Amon, let's take a look at this phenomenal performance by Lois here in game number 3. We're going to be heading towards the match point for game number 4 for IDNS. Enjoy the highlights.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
Started here by NIIGHTMARE eSports, but it's being contested.
One phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
This is the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. We're down to possibly our last game here for this grand final stage. MDH has been sitting here on top ever since the beginning, booking their tickets straight, a direct flight all the way to the grand finals. And for IDNS, they are crawling their way through through the lower bracket and eventually booking their ticket here to the grand final stage. They are already on a match point up against the Vietnamese team, and they are looking to get that M4 slot, that one slot to represent the Mekong region. My name is Burger Kim. Together with me is Kian Gaming, still your casters for this event, and letting you guys know that we are going to be giving you guys a lot of free in-game items. There you go. We're pointing at that direction to all of our lucky viewers for today. We will be giving redeem codes, flashing it randomly, so you better stay tuned to all of the remaining games here today in the Mekong Qualifiers. Copy the code, redeem it at m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange. GG, is this it? Is this it? Are we
Is this
going to
it?
game 5?
Are we? I don't know.
I don't-
Basically, in this series, anything can happen. Both teams have been performing so phenomenally well. And I want to commend both of them as well for pushing each other into their limits. I'm not even going to be surprised if we see a game number 5 here. Not even going to be surprised if we are going to be seeing a really extended game number 4 as well. Because IDNS, they want to close it out, finally be the one to represent for the Mekong, or for the M4 World Championship. And of course, MDH as well wants to finally step out into the M4 World Championship as well. But they will take 2 more games. They have to win 2 games here against IDONOTSLEEP eSports in order to do that. It will take a lot, especially with a strain already in terms of energy and mental, as well, as they have been battling, going on the games not for what, 6 hours now, same as yesterday. So much straining is this for the players and also for the coaches. So I want to commend both teams as well for pushing them to their limit. We talked about this yesterday. It's going to be straining to be winning in this series, because it would take you back-to-back series per day, and they happen to have this interaction as well, or experience, during the respective opponents yesterday in the day 1 playoffs, and now it's going to take them a lot. Looking at the bans, still similar bans coming in from both teams based on the first 3 games that we have seen so far. MDH Esports gonna deny Diggy, Valentina, and the Faramis, but it will leave some heroes open, like the Atlas, which has been a high priority here for both teams.
Yeah, we haven't seen so much other mages emerging. I mean, only the Farsa and the Eve, but it's mostly like the Valentina and the Faramis in the mid lane. So now they're kind of baiting IDNS to pick up the I was gonna say it, about to say it, and then there you have it, the Atlas for our. Yeah, they know, but MDH as well, they're going to go for one of the signature picks of Mizzy Mink to have that additional AoE. So the Farsa, and maybe something along the lines of a Grok here for Nart that has been a comfort. But instead they go for the Paquito, which is pretty much still a very flex pick coming from MDH. And for IDNS, if they want to go that route, right? You see this, the super long extended battles between a Farsa and an Eve.
It's available.
I mean, I'm not so sure if they're gonna go that way. It's available. The Eve is available here.
Pick it up. Pick up the Eve. Make this into a 30-minute, 40-minute. Anything can happen. That's how big of a way clear these mages can do. But actually, go with Kagura instead. Maybe they want that instant burst coming in from this hero, especially in paired up with the Blazing Duet of the Claude. Really high wombo combo from these 3 picks alone from IDONOTSLEEP eSports. MDH can still go with a Grok here for Nart, and he has been performing really well with this hero too. So MDH looking into their 3rd pick, it would be more preferred, I think, to pick up this Grok in order for it not to be banned away in the 2nd banning phase.
Yeah, but there's no hero for Nart yet. We forgot about the Franco as well, but if they pick up the Phovius, should be an XP laner. Esmeralda ban should come through here for MDH, knowing that Izzy is so comfortable with this hero. He has been spamming it for almost 100%, 80% of the time. And there you go. Also the counter to the Phovius. It's a no-brainer ban coming in from MDH. They also take away the Grok here for the side of MDH. Nart has been playing that. Could be a Franco ban as well for the side of IDNS as their final ban. But I mean, they're so mobile here. The Claude and the Kagura. These aren't heroes that you can pick off just ASAP, right? But yeah, Franco will still be the ban, and the Gushan still be respected.
Gushan.
So it's either do you pick the elder brother or do you pick the younger brother?
Younger
And
one.
that is actually a debate. Okay, that's a debate being made, right? That's a debate being made on TikTok, on different platforms of MLBB. Not about the skills of the hero. They're like, who's more handsome, Gushan or Amon? Like I know you're not the one who's supposed to answer that question. It has to be me. So I do have to give it to the
Iritel?
Amon. It's still Iritel I've been having this hero as well in the playoffs, in the qualifiers, the playoffs, and even in the group stages. I was hyping up this Iritel with the range, and there you go. The more handsome brother, I guess, between the two.
More
Well, for me,
handsome,
that's just my personal opinion.
The with the gray hair and the nice attire here of
The
Amon.
nice scars, the nice battle scars that go with the Amon.
Yeah.
No, that's just me. That's just my opinion, okay? That's just my opinion. They still go with the Amon, knowing that
And
Lois
Benedetta
was
too.
able to snowball with that. Yeah, the Benedetta and the Kufra this time for MDH. So it's a setup after setup, and if they're able to make Lois once again snowball with this Amon, this should be a walk in the park for IDNS. But MDH, again, they have quite the similar composition, only with the difference of having the Farsa and the Iritel in their composition this time.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious here and a little bit scared on the composition of MDH eSports, primarily his Iritel, because yeah, you are going to be able to deal an obnoxious amount of damage in the late game when you're able to scale up. But knowing how Lois operates on this Amon pick, similar to a Gushan, we saw him doing a lot of plays across the map. Anywhere he wants to get a kill, he gets it. That's how big of an impact he is as a player here for IDONOTSLEEP eSports. But also, their composition is built on team fights. It's going to be very, very difficult for MDH eSports to try and protect Hehe. But, well, anything can happen. They even picked up the Kufra here for Nart to try and stop those dashes or escapes from IDNS eSports. So let's see what will happen. Match point already for this blue side team, and MDH eSports will try to extend the series.
Yeah, if they do force out a game number 5, well, that is the real grand finals. But IDNS, one more win away. They have experienced this as well. Benedetta going to be going up against the Phobius, doing quite well there for Izzy on the top side, able to pressure out that Phobius before you can even have that demonic force. And IDNS will draw the first blood for this round.
Yeah, that was a level 1 kill coming up for Izzy. Or like level 2. The moment he hit level 2, fast clear on the wave, the King couldn't even reach level 2 at that time to try and escape or do something in that 1v1 fight. So this will be a bit of an oopsie there on the side of MDH. Unfortunately, the King will be dethroned quite early. Yeah, but he will try to strive later on. Xandri, though, gonna get caught here by He, and Nart forced to flicker away towards safety. And IDNS will try to look for one in the mid lane. Nizamink, though, almost got taken out. MDH are just being on the offensive here. Ooh.
Yep, Nart gonna try to go for Lois there. He just reached level 4. He might just get cornered here on the top side. The King hasn't reached that level 4 just yet. Electo final blow there by Izzy to buy some time. But they get Joga and the Sharks connect.
Oh no!
Lois once again getting the kills. Need my help. Does not have the flicker. Does not have the wings by wings just yet. But MDH, Sandry gonna buy some time here while Lois is going to take that turtle. If they keep on letting Lois get the resources that he needs, this is not gonna be so good for MDH. MDH right now struggling to find an opening. 2 kills for IDNS, and they get the turtle, the first turtle of this game.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about earlier. Lois being really scary on this Amon. He performed really well in the previous game, and now having it on match point is going to be much more motivated to do more. And speaking of doing more, make sure to, of course, redeem this code right here being flashed on the screen at the website link down below as well. And IDNS so far having a bit of gold lead, 1,000 being seen here on the screen right now as MDH looks to recover by slowing down their pace. IDNS though still continuing on those picks as now they are on the mid lane, but Need My Help actually is able to disengage successfully. MDH just trying to tell them to chill.
Look at Izzy on the
No!
mid side.
Whoa. No chill for you.
Yeah.
As Izzy gonna be
Yep,
picking
they
up
might
that
get
kill.
punished, though.
Joga as well though, gonna trade out for the team. Slamming down, the king engages as they try to get 2 kills out of it, but unfortunately will only find 1.
Yeah, Mizimink getting the kill onto Need My Help in the mid side, creating so much pressure on the lanes. Izzy knows for a fact that if this the king reaches this level 4, he's gonna be able to pop that demonic force. Hey, get the endless shards there. Feather Dare Strike from Need My Help. Zandy gonna get caught in the middle of the Feather Dare Strike and gets the bouncing ball. Gets taken down there by MDH. They find kills. 1-for-none exchange. MDH this time striking back.
Yeah, trying to pick up the slack here to enable their members as Hehe picks up a kill. This is gonna help him so much, but 33 almost getting that
Yeah,
kill,
is he
but he
gonna run?
will disengage for now, run for the high heels, run to safety. As MDH is gonna be very confident in engaging in him if ever he oversteps.
You know, Gigi, this is such a high adrenaline coming in from IDNS.
Yeah.
This is something that I haven't seen from them, right? They already are in the momentum, 1 win away. And with the way that they are playing this game, look at Izzy going as far as to invading the jungle side of MDH. This is something that we haven't seen from Izzy. Yes, he has been cutting the waste, but not as proactive as this. Taking away resources 1 by 1 from MDH. Zanri in the middle of everything gets a fatal link on Joe! But the Feather Dancer comes through. Zanri will fall. Joga gets the turtle. But a killing spree for the jungler of MDH. 2 for the price of 1. They also get the turtle in that round. MDH showing that IDNS, you gotta stop there on your tracks. You're being a little bit too fast there. Joga still able to find another. Gonna go for Lois there, but not gonna overcommit just yet. Tower on the top side goes down. Look at how proactive the Benedetto of Izzy is. No, I mean, this is surprising. You're going up against a Phobius.
Yeah, but he's still able to outmaneuver him in a sense. Or earlier, he got that first blood at the moment he hit level 2 in a 1v1 perspective, and now he's controlling the lane basically here on the top side. MDH though still finding ways to keep up with the gold and fight back as Joe is now 4-1-0 now diving onto the bot side. Hey, it's dealing quite a lot of damage and Sandri will
on the
get
backside
that
though.
but to no avail, no follow-up, and here comes Joe on the backside shutting down Lois as now he might need to fall back.
duet,
He
though.
go in here with 33 on the blazing duet. Finds 1 but gets taken out as well. In the end, MDH eSports will get a 3-1.
Yeah, beautiful position there by Joga. He was able to corner the members of IDNS, eventually leading to that setup where they couldn't even escape that position. And Joga this time really ensuring that MDH will be having that game number 5 right now. They're still standing tall despite the aggression of IDNS. And for IDNS, they need to take control of this match. They are 1 win away. They have secured a turtle, but MDH has been evening it out. Care of Joga, this time on the Paquito, right? This is the same hero that won them game number 2, and they are looking to equalize by getting a game number 5. Izzy,
Yeah, he has been
the
getting
king
a lot of kills.
on the top side. Joga.
Okay, Lois getting beaten up.
Oh no!
Joga in a blink of an eye, and Easy might actually be the next victim here. But Zanny joins, flickers in, fails on that fatal link, but Miziming will try to burst him out, gets the kill, but gets traded out. MDH are getting the better trace out of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Lois was able to get the endless shards, but with a 1v1 on the Paquito, it's not gonna be so wise to do that. Feather Dare Strike as well, gonna take down Zanri and then take down the middle side tower as well for the side of IDNS. This time, MDH is in control of the map right now. They got the mid tower and the bottom side as well, opening up things like getting the map. Hey, gets the endless shards, but doesn't get taken down there by Lois. Not just yet. Standing at a 2-3, he falls down really low, but their next objective should be the turtle, the last one for this game.
Last turtle of game number 4. And it's gonna help so much MDH a bit in terms of gold. They're up by 2,000 as of 8 minutes of the game. This is actually one of the closest games so far here. in this series. IDONOTSLEEP eSports so far now are experiencing a lack of burst damage onto Lois and Nizimink, despite their attempts earlier to burst out Joga and Hehe. Now though, they're setting up a death rush. Narc might actually be in trouble. He gets pulled back with a fatal link. He has to escape though, and that will be huge. A lot of resources were used just to attempt to kill this support. But now MDH will just reset towards their boundaries. But we can take a look at Joga, as he is setting up a death brush to Nizimink. Oh no, you might need to go back. 3 hits and immediately gets knocked out. IDNS getting trapped as well here on their own jungle as they lose a tower in the top lane. MDA is going ham on them right now. Joga taking a bit of damage though. As Zanri looks to set once again, but twice! Almost got taken out. Izzy joining the fight, slicing in through, but might need to fall back too because the king will join as well. And MDAs, they're just out-muscling IDNS now.
Yeah, they do have the advantage on the XP lane, as well as the Irritel up against the Claude. 33 hasn't been able to pop that Blazing Duet yet. I'm not so sure what he has secured at this 9-minute mark. The King as well, getting the Oracle here to sustain whenever he pops the Demonic Force. But MDH right now, they are going to deny IDNS, try to deny IDNS that 3-1. This is, of course, the grand finals already. A lot are at stake. The M4 ticket. Not gonna try to go in. They're gonna invade this purple buff of Lois. Feathered Airstrike as well from Need My Help. Zanri not gonna go in. But what's really difficult here is Joga. You don't know when he's gonna go in, just like that, but he gets baited there by the Fatal Links. That's huge for the side of IDNS. Blazing Duet as well, but everyone falls down real low. The King goes all the way to the base. Not gonna overcommit on that. They got what they wanted. A 1-for-1 exchange, but Lois gets found there by MDH. He gets taken down by Hehe. This is not good. A 1-for-1 exchange all across the board from IDNS and MDH. They can look to get the Lord right now, despite the fact that Joga is not there yet. They can take this one, and for IDNS, it's going to be difficult to contest this one with the way MDH has already taken in the towers.
Yeah, Joga will reach this area in a short while as he has faster respawn timer. Zanri though trying to close the distance. Izzy trying to get access here onto Hehe, but now they are a little bit low in terms of HP. MDH needs to be very careful as Zanri is looking for that Fatal Link. The King is quite low. 33 is waiting for that Blazing Duet opening for his ultimate, and MDH, they recognize the threat. They disengage for now. They want to reset back onto full HP because IDNS is starting to actually fight back here. The damage of 33 on the Blazing Duet paired up with Nizimink is going to be huge here. And we saw multiple times Zanri going really hard on the Fatal Links on MDH. If he finds that miracle of the Fatal Links onto a team fight, that's going to be huge here for IDNS. But now, Nizimink, I need to be a bit careful as Nart and King is looking to find a pick.
Yeah, Hehe is also going to secure that Athena's shield as well, respecting the damage coming through for Lois and Nizimink, of course. He's going to be the high prio here of IDNS, especially if they want to win those clashes. Need My Help as well from the backside. They're not going to get anything just yet, but look at how Izzy is pressuring the top side here. Try to go her Hehe onto the top side. Not able to find anything just yet, but MDH right now, this is so quiet right now for the side of IDNS. They're waiting for the proper moment to engage. It's all up to Zanri to make the plays here. Joga as well. They might actually just start up a fight instead, but they don't overcommit.
Ooh.
Resources are going down one by one. Okay, Feathered Airstrike to clear out the waves. I Need My Help to zone away the members of IDNS as well, away from the Lord. But look at how Zanri. Yep, he's here in the bush. He gets spotted by the King. Oh, there. They're just waiting for an opening here.
The King is actually taking a bit of damage there. Already pop out his spell just to play it safe, but now Joga picking up that Lord. They might be in a bad spot though, as the area is too thin and they're too close to each other. Zanri just looking for that.
Fatal Links though onto Joga.
But the damage coming from MDH is just too much. Joga finds his skill a while ago. A 1-for-1 trade for MDH, but they're gonna be happy with the results. They found the Lord and they have taken. This is their chance now to push.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be a really big problem here, right? I mean, he's now doing the evil laugh. Like, he has two laughs here. It's the contained laugh and the evil laugh. And right now, he is unstoppable at this point. They're not going to commit on the yin-yang overturn. The Lord gets taken down. The King going to go all the way in. Lloyd's going to get spotted there. And the Shards connect onto Nord. He gets taken down there by yin-yang overturn. Sanri as well. Blazing Duet can hit pop there by 33. The damage is just not enough. Not there yet. Hehe is still standing tall on the Irritels. IDNS still up and kicking on this base, but the minion waves are slowly closing in the 14-minute mark. MDH right now looking really strong, but as for IDNS, if you can pull up a very nice Fatal Links, especially on Need My Help, and Hehe at this point, this could be huge for the Thai team.
The King actually has a big responsibility on that vengeance.
There you go!
Because he can counter the engagement. The Link once more, but the King is trying to fight back. Joga also has a nice flag, and suddenly people are dead. IDNS going to fall back, but can they actually do so? Lois goes back in, but Izzy is stuck here against 3 members of
They're not gonna overcommit.
MDH. Oh,
And he gets
goes
blocked!
through the wall, and he gets killed. Oh, that is a big oopsie. Now in a 4 versus 1, can Lois defend the base? Because MDH is going for the offensive. They find Lois. They get the wipeout. Can they end the game? I don't think so yet, because Zanri and 33 are back up.
The demonic force here demolishing the members of IDNS in the clashes, plus the fact that there is a lot of blink skills here. There's a lot of dashes from the side of IDNS. And what better way for the Phobios to have so much fun, for the King to be on a rampage, is when all of the ultimates are up, when the team fight starts for IDNS, and that's what they're really struggling with right now. It's not the feathered airstrike, it's the demonic force of the King. How can they actually play this out when they want to set up the team fights with Zanri, when they have the threat of the demonic force as well as the feathered airstrike? So what's next here for IDNS? It's heavily relying on Zanri for the Fatal Links right now. 15 minutes, Lord is up here for the taking. MDH is in a much better position to take this one. Not unless they will be flanking from the backside. He's going to just try to pressure that lane on the bot side. But I feel like at the end, he has to actually join the party. Yep, pops in that vengeance. Unable to get anything from the yin-yang overturn. He gets stunned here. The Lord is really low. Who's going to take it? It's Lois from IDNS who gets the clutch retribution there. They get to shut down onto Need My Help, but the King is still unstoppable at this point. They're going to back away for now. Lois getting that clutch retribution at the nick of time. They cannot overcommit anymore. IDNS, you got to back away to your base. MDH right now going to do their best to push in the waves on the mid side. This is the 16-minute Lord for IDNS. They need to push out some towers, the towers that MDH have been taking for the past few minutes.
MDH, they're really wanting this right now. They want to take us to game number 5, but IDNS is denying them from that opportunity by stealing out the Lord. Lois, you are a monster, but you are also very sinister, taking that away from MDH. And now, as they look to engage onto the top side, better there's going to be used already as Lois!
Oh no, Lois! What the Fatal Links!
And now the King is just slamming onto them. Here comes the Benedetta slicing his way through. The King gets
they have to back away now.
The Irrital is starting to be strong. The King is chasing them down. Entering the escape. He desperately tries, but gets pulled back. Now he BMI's out, but he's still getting chased down by MDH. Marching to the mid. And their strike lands onto him. And it's only Mizabing remaining alive.
The feathered airstrike! He gets 33 after that massive escape from the demonic force. And now MDH is looking to just deny IDNS of that win, of that M4 ticket. They have to defend this one. Dizzy make it up, Lois as well. Ryder gonna get that clutch fatal link. Stroga gonna try it again for the face. I think this is over. MDH will force out a game number 5.
MDH eSports pushing us to a game number 5 against IDONOTSLEEP eSports. Definitely, well, we did anticipate this kind of happening, a game number 5, but what a way to deliver this. At this point, I actually don't know who will be winning this, because the person who actually goes towards the red side most probably is the one winning, the one that gets the better hand in the pickings. But I want to commend the NDH there, especially in their execution. That flank that Joga did towards Lois to easily take him out early, very, very highly impacted that team fight negatively for IDNS side. They lack the damage to burst out here anymore, and with him being online in that fight, free hitting for so long, IDNS couldn't handle him, and MDH just went for the push. The moment they got 33 as well inside the base because of one feathered airstrike, they're off Need My Help. They knew already that they can push this and just end the game.
Oh man, there's a lot of highlights in that entire game. Just screaming out of my mind, the king. There you go, the king. And that is the reason why his IGN is the king. Slam dunking their way to victory, slam dunking their way to game number 5. For Zanri, there were a lot of clutch fatal links plays that he made, but with the composition of MDH, there's a lot to consider here. The feathered airstrike, the demonic force here from the Phovius, and not to mention Joga has snowballed on the Paquito. The same thing that happened to Lois in game number 3. Right now, our teams are just wide awake. For IDNS, they haven't been sleeping, so it's fine. They're still awake at this round. But we do have to talk about this man that gave our game number 5 to the Vietnamese team. Their dreams are still up and alive to be in the world stage. The king, leading us to a game number 5.
Like the first minute.
Yeah.
The one.
I mean, the Phobius is the weakest, right?
Yeah,
but it's the weakest at the first stage.
Suddenly, like, slammed people on the ground. Well played here for MDH, and more action is gonna be seen here on our final last game here. Not only the grand finals, but the whole of the Mekong qualifiers here for the M4 World Championship. Who will prevail? Who will win? Who will qualify? Please support the teams IDNS and MDH eSports. But before we go into game number 5, please enjoy the highlights of our game number 4.
must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the flock. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
Here by NIIGHTMARE eSports, but it's being contested.
วันphải lên bảng điểm số, sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the M4 World Championship Mekong Qualifier, and we're now at the final game between IDONOTSLEEP eSports and MDH eSports. We are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming and Burger Kim, to give you the energy and the voice of the last match of the whole Mekong Qualifier. We came from so long down towards this long journey. We're so much close to our destination now, and these teams really wants to just push themselves towards their limit. We're at the door. Only one team can prevail. Only one team can qualify for the M4 World Championship. Whoever it is, both teams did fantastic work already.
Yeah, they've had a phenomenal performance, striking back and forth actually throughout the entire series, right? Just when we thought that it was IDNS who's actually going to close it out, right? They were already at the match point, but of course, what would it wouldn't be a grand finals without the game number 5, of course. And yeah, MDH is definitely going to deny them that win in game number 4. We're down to game number 5. This is the last game of the series. Everything that IDNS has worked on, everything that MDH has worked up until this very point, it all boils down to this game. It doesn't even matter anymore for the previous games. It all boils down to this game. Still similar bans. I do want to talk about the Paquito of Joga. I mean, looking at the stats that I have put down here, so far, MDH has been winning the games every time they have the Paquito. So could it be a Paquito ban coming through from IDNS? I mean, that's what they did in game number 1, last banning the Paquito. And they actually won that game. So could that still be the same thing here for IDNS? Let the Paquito go, let the Grok go, or like ban out it's going to be the 1-1 ban here. So MDH, probably, okay, there's a lot at stake here, but prioritizing the Forza, the range that the Forza has. So I do understand this, but it means that IDNS can steal away the Paquito from the hands of Joga, perhaps even getting the Grok. But at this point, right, you want to get the comfort picks that you are so comfortable with playing, right? This is already the last game. So as much as possible, IDNS should take comfort picks here instead of like stealing away heroes from MDH.
Yeah, actually, Lois can go back towards his Gushan if he wants to. So far, it is available for the picking. Atlas as well. They can pick up the Paquito of Joga if they want to steal it out. They actually go with it. Plus, the Claude being picked up right now quite early here for 33. And actually, even the previous game, he performed really well on this Claude, dealing quite a lot of damage despite being pressured quite a lot by MDH. And I think it's gonna be a big factor here towards this game. Obvious gonna be picked up here for the King again. His performance earlier was insane. Getting the MVP 4-1 and 9, I think, on his scoreline. And finally, we will see as well response here of IDONOTSLEEP eSports with the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, I think for IDNS, they saw this coming, right? Having the Phoveus pick, especially with the Claude and the Paquito, it would be a very good answer. And now they take away the Balmond here for Joga to pick up. There's still other heroes that he has up under his belt. And MDH, they still need to take away the Roamer or possibly the mid laner. I'm anticipating perhaps like maybe an Eve ban. Kagura didn't do so well. I mean, I get the idea of bursting down the back lines, but earlier on, Mizimink, after burning away those flickers, there's just not much, right? MDH can just burst them down, especially with the chase of the Demonic Force, the burst of the Paquito. They take away the Melissa here for the final ban of IDNS, limiting Hehe once again of his heroes. MDH, are they going to take away a mid laner here? We've known Mizimink and Zanri to have like the Cho and the Grok in the mid lane, so that could be a possible option, but that's so much high sustain. They need high ground right now, especially with the Eve in play here for MDH. So what are they going to ban out here for MDH? Eve? Is it the Eve? I mean, that worked out really well with their composition, and they take away the Lunox here.
So Eve is available unless they want to go with something like a Kagura here for the burst damage, but given the immense amount of zone control the Farsa actually has in its kit, in line with the King. Actually, the first 3 picks here of MDH Esports is basically what they used earlier in the previous match, and it would be best to actually pick up this Eve to at least match the zone control of the Farsa. Popolin Koopa gonna be resurfacing once more here for MDH Esports to try and have a decent laning pace and maybe some good pick-offs with this particular hero. But I'm still kind of nervous on the late game scaling here, especially for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They have a lot of firepower in their kit. No one's gonna be able to answer the Esmeralda just yet, and even though they pick up the Karina, which is really potent from the early towards the late game, it's going to be really crucial still to ask, like, who is gonna be the one to stop the Paquito, who's gonna stop the Esmeralda. I don't think these heroes can directly take them out just yet.
Yeah, they do need an answer, right? The Atlas is already out here. Will it be a classic throwback on the Lolita for Zanri? Or perhaps like he has been spamming the Minotaur as well. Great crowd control for his side, but they go for the Jawhead. This has been picked up, yes, up against WAWA Gaming. Single target. Maybe the idea here is to go for the backlines. I know this is a hero that Zanri is comfortable with as well. So maybe they do have some idea here. Getting that surprise pick on the Jawhead, something that we have discussed several times. Like, we were asking, like, okay, why did Zanri pick up the Jawhead as early as the first picking phase, right? I mean, the Jawhead is a hero that has been utilized in the roamer position in the previous patches, but not so much right now because we want those heavy crowd controls. We want those heroes that can initiate, that can set up the plays, but the Jawhead can do the same thing, but it's only a single target pick off. So can IDNS win with this lineup, or can MDH continue to actually take that M4 ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia next year? Let's see how this will pan out. IDNS and MDH, this is the very last game for today. The real one at that, because there's not going to be any more Game 6. This is the deciding game for both sides. And now pressure is immediately done here on the top side by Nart. Need my help as well on 33. He still does not have the BMI out. What are they planning here? Mizzy Mink is here as well to assist. 33's falling really low. Wings by Mink's going to be used there by Need My Help. And they're going to be successfully defending that 133 away from all of the pressure that MPH has been putting there on the gold lane.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking at Zanri right now because I'm actually kind of nervous on this pick. The only time they tried this was against WAWA Gaming as well, and it didn't turn out into a really nice win for themselves. So this is going to be a very risky move coming in from IDONOTSLEEP. So I want to see them proving me wrong on this pick. MDH actually going on the offensive really hard in the early game, trying to gank in the bot lane, tower diving at level 2. Though it didn't turn out into a kill, but still we do see the aggressiveness here of MDH Esports. Nart gonna get ejected by Zanri, takes a bit of damage, and that's gonna be first blood by Lois.
Yeah, initiation by Zanri on point, getting the ejector, and then all that Lois needed to do was go in for the knock-up strike. They were able to successfully do so, but right now Zanri still standing at a level 3. IDNS gonna go straight for the turtle this time. There is already the level 4 here from the King that has been slam dunking their way, so that we have this game number 5. He has the demonic force up. It's gonna be used up really early. Gonna zone away Lois. Gonna be chunking him down to half HP actually. And with that being said, that shouldn't be a problem. Better airstrike can be committed, and IDNS will not be able to take down that turtle. Izzy is gonna be the casualty there, forcing the flicker out from Zanri. And MDH still winning this round in the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, the MDH Esports getting the best out of that situation. Now they're ganking on the bot side. 33 might need to be extra careful here, as Need My Help and Nart going for round 2 on that gank, but does have some support here from Zanri, which helped them get a kill onto Nart earlier. This time though, he's gonna get dived upon, and nothing he can do at this point. MDH finding the pick, they find Lois as well, but easy out here for this Paquito. They will just disengage for a moment. IDNS, they have to be really careful in this early game. We haven't seen them going on the offensive just yet due to their double scaling lineup. The Claude and the Eve needing to just play it out safely for the moment. They have to depend on Lois once again here.
Yeah, Hehe has been chunking down that tower quite fast with the Popple and Koopa. If this keeps up, this is the similar case that we've seen in the previous games with MDH. Fast pushes on the towers so that they can open up the map for MDH to take in the turtles, the lords. And right now, 33 hasn't been able to get out of that tower that much, right? 33 on the Claude. And now Feathered Airstrike, is he a little bit too deep there in the jungle side? Able to sustain with the shields, uses the falling starboard, but the demonic force is up. And he is still able to escape with a slither of health, but Nart goes in with the wild charge just to cancel that out. And there you have it. Zanri gets the ejector onto the target that they need the most. The Farsa need my help, getting taken down there by IDNS.
IDNS getting some trades here and back against MDH eSports, but now as the turtle spawns, 33 actually is able to zone out Nart and Hehe away from this objective for quite some time, although Lois is still quite far and might not be able to steal this out anymore. And MDH is gonna make sure they get most out of the situation, taking the turtle and trying to farm up once again. Top side, we're seeing Izzy kind of winning in the lane, able to chunk out a bit of energy shield from that tier 1 tower on top, but MDH trying to make some picks here in the bot lane. They have been very consistent in trying to camp this lane, but Zanri continues to do a good job blazing the wet onto Hehe, but now with a better airstrike might be a big problem as 33 looks to back away.
There's a real manipulation as well.
Answer back, but not much damage gonna be felt here yet by MDH. They get some kills, but they're happily backing away without any casualties.
Oh, they heard you, GG. They gotta be extra careful right now, knowing that the tower is down on the bottom side. Are they gonna call for Izzy to actually go down there and take care of that lane? They prioritize this clause, so which means that IDNS wants to go for that late game first with the Blazing Duet. And now with the King here in play, will Izzy continuously pressure him on the lane? And so far, the King has been doing well. He has been so proactive on this Phobius right now. Here comes the conceal play. Izzy. Retribution has been used here. Demonic Force as well. Gonna buy some time here for IDNS. Able to kite out the damage with the Frostmoon Shield. But Lois as well joins in the party. Demonic Force is still up here for the King. Busy Make gonna join in the party as well. No real world manipulation as well. Feathered Airstrike gonna be used here by Need My Help. It's going to zone away IDNS. Backing away once again to safety. No casualties for both sides. It's so cleanly executed by both teams. Zanri right now?
Yeah.
Gonna use the ejector onto Izzy instead. Wasn't able to get the King. And now here comes the second turtle of the game.
Basically, they're playing chess right now. So much analysis being made here by both teams to know what the best method is to approach this game. MDH focusing more on the objectives, but they will try to get a kill onto the bot side. 33 denying them from getting the kill. He gets a kill instead, but loses the tower in the process. So MDH still will come on top in the economic perspective. As top side, Nart helping out the King a little bit. He has been struggling a bit against this Esmeralda, which is quite understandable. But MDH, they continue to scale up. IDNS looks to scale up as well. 33 so far hasn't experienced any deaths so far in this game. Same as Mizimink. And later on, we are going to be looking at them because they're the main damage dealers here of IDNS. Lois right now is carrying so hard. But later on, we can be seeing a lot of easy shreds from that Blazing Duet.
That's 2 towers down on the top side. That's a lot for MDH to take in now. They pop in the conceal here onto Nart. He might get a wild charge, but here comes the Unstoppable Force. Gonna get cancelled out. Gonna be used on Koopa instead. They don't get anything, and IDNS gonna be backing away. Here comes the King once again. Is he gonna get caught in the middle of the wall? The charge, not just yet. The wall. It's the Gorgeous Barrier. Feathered Airstrike to take down Izzy, and IDNS not able to find anything in that skirmish. Not unless Zanri gets an ejector. but he has been doing fantastically so far. Not too much engages from the side of IDNS. Here comes 33.
Oh, Joga!
The blazing duet. Joga gets taken down with the knock-up strike, and there might be another. Need my help. Gonna get backed away. Mizzy Mick getting the tip of the orbs, taking down Need My Help as well. IDNS finding openings once again. Nart gonna use that wild charge to escape. They take down the tower on the mid side. I love how IDNS is playing this real nice and slow as compared to the tempo that MDH has been setting here in game number 5.
Yeah, they're crippling MDH. We saw the fieldward manipulation of Miziming, allowing them to get that kill onto Joga. It was Lois to finish up the kill, but after that, they found a way to take down Need My Help because he didn't have the feathered airstrike anymore. And because of the blazing duet damage of 33, they're able to really chunk them down to low HP, causing a lot of hesitations from MDH side. And now with the Lord, MDH, you need to, this time, they're the ones who actually need to be very careful because IDNS, they're laying out traps. They're setting plays here for 33, Lois, and the Mizimink. The only ones dying in their on their side is Izzy and Mizimink. But now, Joga might be in a bit of trouble as Zandri looks for that ejector. They invested also the reverse manipulation for that zone control. Nart's gonna flicker back to safety. But IDNS are trying to draw them in. The King now finally starts slamming down. Without much response coming in from IDNS. The King's ulti will be neglected here for the meanwhile. As now 33 looks to be up front. King pummeling down onto this Claw. But Izzy is doing a lot of work in the front line. And now the King might have overextended. Pops in the Vengeance to try and stay alive. But on the other side, Lois got taken out. And MDH now has the numbers advantage. Izzy got obliterated here. Joga now, despite the
33! Gonna take down the back line.
They got it. But in one exchange, MDH has taken 4 already. It is only Mizimink remaining alive. This Lord is gonna be up for grabs for MDH.
Oh no, IDNS had a different idea in mind after that 1v1 duel on the top side. Joga able to take down someone like Lois that can burst him down. He gets the Winter Truncheon right now, knowing for a fact that he might be in the middle of everything. IDNS suffering, of course, after that 4-man takedown. The Lord instantly went to the side of MDH, gonna shift that tempo a bit. This could be fast pushes on the side, knowing that there is a Popple and Koopa for the side of MDH. They are looking to take down the structures, but for IDNS, they have to make this work for them. Maybe get an ejector onto him, but so far there's just so many heroes that have been backing him up right now. Izzy and the rest of the members of IDNS gonna set up a bush here. Conceal play has been made here by Zanri. Gonna try to go in for someone. Does not find anything. Gets stunned by the Feathered Airstrike and the Guardian's Barrier. Gets bursted down there by Hehe. And now Lois as well. He's on a killing spree. Izzy as well. Gonna take up a brother of damage. The King going for the Demonic Force. 33 falls. It's only Mizimink and Izzy left. They also get choked down really low by the Demonic Force as well as his. I am angry. It's a 4-man wipeout once again. It's going closer and closer to the M4 ticket. There's only one here to take that ticket, and MDH are feeling it right now. IDNS doing their very best to defend. He falls. It's a killing spree for him. And there you have it. MDH is going to M4.
MDH eSports, your Mekong Qualifier champions and the one representing now towards the M4 World Championship. Well played coming. Well, this team really held themselves strong, not only in the series, but all throughout the tournament, only suffering a total of like 3 game losses the whole tournament. They lost one to NIIGHTMARE eSports, and now they're just really on fire right now. Really happy for them. But on the side of IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they put up a really good fight. Hopefully we do see them again soon, of course. MDH, phenomenal performance. This game has been really fast as well. Started off slow, building up momentum. We saw them describing them like playing chess a while ago, trying to get some good position. but the moment they got it, they never hesitated even one bit.
Well, the Vietnamese, this time we're gonna take the World Championship slot to Indonesia. Back in the Embassy qualifiers, it was actually IDNS that took down the same team that MDH has right now. And with the world stage being set into play later on, this next year rather, January, the Vietnamese are looking to prove that the Mekong region is one of the regions that are so also growing as well in the MLBB scene. So I mean, it's not just IDNS, right? Even the Laos team gave IDNS a very good fight in that final lower bracket. So honestly, I'm looking forward to see the growth as well of the teams here in the Mekong region because they have so much potential.
Yeah, so much potential and growth as well here from MDH. IDONOTSLEEP eSports, they tried their best. They were actually very effective, very aggressive, very dominating in some of their games, even in the series. But MDH, in this particular game, they did not let IDONOTSLEEP eSports to take control entirely. And when they found their opportunity, when they found windows of gaps here on IDNS Engage onto the top lane, they did not hesitate on attacking them, tower diving them, making sure that everybody becomes dead here on the members of IDNS. And they just went through the push into the mid lane. Despite the efforts of IDNS to try and prevent that push, MDH were just too leveled up to end that game already. Well played. MVP is gonna be of the game is going to be Hehe as well on this amazing performance. I mean, 3-1 and 7 is his scoreline on the Popolin Kupa, and we talked about his pick as well in some of the cases. Whenever there is a target that they want to pick off quite early, and a while ago they actually got a lot of pickoffs because of his utilities. Whenever they get that single target stun on the Kupa, they just get that kill, and it's really hard for IDNS to escape from that.
We were questioning that Jawhead pick, right? But I think it wasn't a matter of initiation that MDH wanted in this round. They wanted to go for the fast pushes. They wanted to go for a fast game, knowing that they are both on the match point. It was a very good series, I would say, and I wouldn't, well, it's not a grand finals without a game number 5, and beautifully executed by the Vietnamese team. They are still undefeated in an entire series, so they haven't lost a series in the Mekong qualifiers. So for everyone who's going to be in M4, you better stay tuned to all of the games here that MDH has played, because they've only won like 2, I think total of 3 games they lost in the Mekong qualifiers, but never a series. So still proving our theory right that they will not lose a series in this entire qualifiers. But again, congratulations to the Vietnamese team, this time securing the World Championship slot.
Yes, and I think that is going to be it. That is the conclusion of the Mekong Qualifier. Congratulations to MDH eSports. I want to commend the top 4 as well. And of course, IDONOTSLEEP eSports for reaching the grand finals. We are looking forward to more action being shown us by these amazing teams. But of course, everything has to come to a conclusion. Everything comes to an end. But what a beautiful end in this tournament it is in the Mekong Qualifier for the M4 World Championship. We have our highlights ready, set, and play for you guys already on our last game. So any final words, Burger Kim?
Well, I'd just like to thank everyone from the back end, the production team who has been working so hard to make this Mekong qualifiers really smooth for everyone. Thank you once again for having Burger Kim and Gigi here on the English caster desk. Thanking Mineski Vietnam, Moonton, VNG, Veresa for organizing this entire thing for their region. I'm looking forward to see more of MLBB grow in your region. But for now, do follow me as well on my socials at Burger Kim Cast. And how about you, Gigi? Any last thoughts before we head out?
Yeah, you can follow me on my Instagram and on Facebook as well at Giang Gaming. That's at GUIANG Gaming. And of course, we bid goodbye. See you again next time. But for now, we're signing off. Thank you to everybody.